Somebody who can read can also कुछ
I welcome all the delegates and others gathering in this International Conference on Indian Military Studies from Orality to Textuality, the Civilizational Watershed. Our honorable guests have arrived and the session started with the gallery.
Like the moon, waxing and waning.
So let us all pray to Goddess that we may burn the auspicious light that may bring happiness, prosperity and healthy life to everyone around. I once again welcome all. We are commencing with the inaugural session. Esteemed and honorable guests, Professor Kapil Kapoor ji, Indologist, University Kurukshetra, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Sudesh, Professor Ipshita Chanda from IFLU, Professor Javeid Iqbal Bhat ji from University of Kashmir, Professor Dinesh Dadichi ji, poet and member Sahitya Academy, respected colleagues and delegates, नमस्कार, आभार and बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। वेलनी से आकाश की ओर, अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर, पदार्थ से सूक्ष्म की ओर, प्राणी से परमात्मा की ओर, अज्ञान से ज्ञान की ओर। This conference is a knowledge sharing platform. When one speaks of orality and oral transmission in India, one thinks in the first place of Vedas. India is witnessing a cultural shift from orality to textuality. The conference will focus on scholarly debates and discussions on Indian literary traditions and its relevance. Professor Sudesh ji to welcome Dr. Ranganaika Kapoor ma'am with a sapling and a shawl. I once again request Honorable Ma'am to welcome sapling. Moving ahead with the inaugural, have our newsletter. I now request Professor Ravi Bhushan, Chairperson, Department of English and Director Conference, to give the welcome address. Sir.
Professor Sudesh, Vice Chancellor of the Host University, Honorable Professor MK Byrski, the honored guest today, Honorable Professor Rajnish Kumar Mishra, Honorable Javeid Iqbal Bhat, and Honorable Ipshita Chanda, and all my esteemed scholars present in this meeting, in this inaugural session. I wanted to have an offline programs where people can really come to face each other and feel the presence of human beings all around. That was the whole intention. Within the given time, we could invite people, we could have their abstracts, we could have their papers. So we wish to have a meaningful dialogue over the next 3 days. That's the intention. And the subject of the dialogue is going to be Indian literary studies, the journey from orality to textuality, and putting Indian literary study in the context of English literary studies so that we can get reconciliation somewhere. Having this, we could have a keynote address from Professor Byrski, who was a professor of Indology at University of Warsaw. As already been told, he has been a visiting professor at BPSMV University in 2013. So he'll be delivering, we will be sharing his keynote address. Also, Professor Kapil Kapoor from Germany. She's a professor at Khanpur University of Bochum in Germany. She wanted to be here. She has shared her sentiments with us. She wanted to speak on philosophy of language from Heidegger's perspective and Indian philosophy of language, and she has conveyed her all good wishes to us and the gist of her paper to us as well. Professor Kapil from Germany. So with these words, I am extremely thankful to each and everybody present here, even those who are not here. Some of them are on their way. So, and we look forward a sustained relationship.
It's an honor for me to read out the achievements of Professor Sudesh, our Vice Chancellor, in the form of a brief introduction. An acclaimed academician, researcher, and academic administrator with over 31 years of experience, Madam is the recipient of prestigious Commonwealth Fellowship, tenable at Cardiff Business School, United Kingdom, and postdoctoral fellowship was awarded by UGC of India to her. She has been the Professor of Management at University School of Management, Director Kurukshetra, Director Women's Studies Center, Human HRDC at University of Kurukshetra. Madam, through her research writings, has contributed a great deal in the areas of banking, finance, and management. She is on the editorial board of several research journals and has helped in disseminating knowledge trends in management, commerce, and elite subjects. She has also contributed a great deal in capacity building of women managers by being the trainer cum coordinator of several national workshops, and has been on the panel of several academic bodies of university, member of curriculum committees, and instrumental in implementation of CBC in her parent university. Out of her core concern for Indian knowledge systems and texts, Professor Sudesh organized international seminar on relevance of Gita in modern day management and de-risking Indian agriculture crop insurance wave, sponsored by NABARD. Madam has been the member of Association of Commonwealth Scholars and Fellow, and has held academic association with universities of Oxford, Cambridge, Warwick, Sydney, and London School of Economics. She is an affable human being and draws strength and motivation from her roots, firmly grounded in the traditional Indian education system, with underlying values and principles of life. Madam's positivity, ethics, and values as an administrator has motivated many in the campus. She inspires through her intellect and leadership qualities. Her endeavor is to strengthen and realize the dream of Bhagat Phool Singh Ji and facilitating quality and affordable education to the aspiring girls and women, particularly of rural origin. Her goal for NAC accreditation of BPSMV has been achieved. The university, under her leadership in collaboration with Yog Ayog, organized 75 lakh Surya Namaskar, conducted leadership programs for women sarpanchas from 45 villages. She implemented some salient features of NEP 2020. These are the few things I have mentioned about her. In this duration, she has done a lot of things. Her focus is on promoting research on Indian knowledge systems. Being a firm believer in the fact that education is an instrument of change, she envisions that university be internationally known as Center for Knowledge Creation and Women's Education. I invite Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am on the dais for her presidential address.
Honorable Professor Kapil Kapoor, Honorable Professor Byrski, Professor Bhim Singh Dahiya, esteemed scholars, Madam Rangnaika Kapoor, eminent academicians, my dear colleagues, participants and dear students. Good morning and a hearty welcome to Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya. Indeed, I am happy to be a part of this international conference being organized by the Department of English on the topic Indian Literary Studies from Orality to Textuality, a Civilizational Watershed. Though I am not a student of literature, but I pretty well understand the thematic concerns reflected in the topic and concept note of the conference. The role of literature has always been examined, life and other possible solutions to human problems. Its role has been more relevant in the modern times of uncertainty, unpredictability and chaos. In a country like India, which is endeavored with rich culture and linguistic diversity, literature can certainly act as a unifying force for promoting intellectual transactions and mutual exchange of ideas. Exploring the journey traveled by literature from orality to textuality is not only interesting but also challenging and thought-provoking. Indian life, particularly agrarian life, has been oral and based upon community authorship of literary and social discourses. Orality constitutes all social transactions and in fact contributes to be preferred medium of social communication. Textuality has been added another dimension to the literary history of Indic thought and life. It gives me immense pleasure and joy, satisfaction that Department of English thought of such an important topic for the conference and has invited glexit of reputed scholars in the area. I am more than certain that intellectual and critical thoughts of these scholars would put the subject to the conference in perspective and result in quality publication post-conference. Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya has been fortunate to be blessed and guided by Professor Kapoor. In past, his similar idea of establishing Center for University and Society Interface, CIAS, added immense value to the university's core objective of empowering rural women through education and creating university-society interface. On behalf of the entire BPSM family, I congratulate Professor Kapil Kapoor for being honored with Padma Bhushan, which he truly deserves. And we look forward to Professor Kapoor's sustained guidance and blessings for the university, and I'm sure the credit for that Padma Vibhushan goes to ma'am. I think our society could have been a little more this thing. I think 50% of it goes to her also. A big clap for her. And I'm happy to recollect that Professor Byrski, he added immense value to university life during his stint with BPSMV way back in 1913, as I have been told by the department through his visiting professorship. Professor Byrski's scholarship and his Indic philosophy is well known in the world and certainly is a matter of pride for us in India and particularly Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya. Listening to his keynote address today will be indeed an intellectual and enriching exercise for all the participants. So I'll miss it, but I'll ask Professor Ravi to give the recording since a couple of meetings are, waiting for me today to be. And I feel really nervous in presence of Professor Bhim Singh Dahiya because my existence is, I know him since my existence, it coincides with his presence. He is, I think it is the first public platform when I'm admitting it. because a lot of inspiration has come in our lives from him. I'm thankful to Professor Dahiya for always being a source of great inspiration and strength while dealing with professionals and personal problems. His expertise in the area of English studies and particularly the Shakespearean studies have guided hundreds of scholars and continues to guide him even today. And when I've taken up this role, I never shared it with him. It was his, he was my Vice Chancellor also in year 1994-95. And some of reflection, that time I never visualized that I'll get an opportunity to lead an university. When I see my action, I recall every day, think of him, how he used to contribute. So we never know, how institution inspires the communities. I personally owe a lot to him. My shifting of my parents' department, here also a lot of women face that kind of problem when they are there with their husbands in the common department, the identity crisis that they have. And it was Professor Dahiya who was very sensitive to human needs and particularly the women. And whenever an opportunity came, he shifted me to the Department of Management. So I share it with a lot of women in this thing. So I can relate it to Madam Kapoor also. Had somebody put it in some other university, she would again have been a great scholar. I think, ma'am, I can understand your sentiment because even all women, those who risen up, they've gone through that phase.
Is the best bond on the world.
So I'm really delighted that, and also would like to share with the audience that Professor Dahiya, he has been a great English scholar and I think one of the best academic administrator I've seen. And it is the duty of the academia to, appreciate and to say, replicate their efforts. I've seen him working day and night in Kurukshetra University. He was always coming up with new ideas, which we don't share and appreciate and just forget with the term that coincides. I can still remember this old pension scheme which we all are enjoying. It was the brainchild of Professor Bhim Singh Dahiya. And the existence of this very university, quite a large number of us do not go so much deep into the things. Professor Dahiya as an academic has been very, very bold in sharing the concerns of the academia in front of the the political parties. I've seen him, how he would not compromise interest of academia for any cause. So I think a lot to learn from the academia, the professors, that a single professor can transform the whole academic environment. So we are really pleased to have great personalities here with us. We are really very, very thankful to them for being with us, and we would, request you to guide us as and when it is required in Bhagat Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, and under your able guidance, I think we will be able to take this university to newer heights. Though I'll be missing the opportunity of listening to both of you today, we have this finance committee meeting which I have to head. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, they're guiding us since long, and I think their blessings will always be with us. Moving ahead, words cannot define his personality and his stature. I take this privilege to introduce respected Professor Kapil Kapoor, Indologist, former Rector JNU, Chairperson IIS Shimla. Sir has been Academy's sponsored Encyclopedia of Indian Poetics, which is a UNESCO project. He has been a visiting professor at Irish Academy of Cultural Heritage, University of Ulster, UK. Nominated member, Advisory Board for India Studies, Trinity College, University. He has been to University of Dublin, and he has been actively been a part of advisor CBSC and ICPR, Indian Council of Philosophical Research, Monitoring and Planning Committee of Central University of Higher Tibetan Studies. Okay, sir. It's a long list. You know, it's very difficult to describe him.
Even if you speak everything, it will still go into etc. and etc.
Okay. The government, okay. One thing which I would like to share, the government, and everyone knows about it, of course. The government of India awarded him with the civilian honor of Padma Bhushan in 2023 for his service besides being an intellect. He has zeal for knowledge sharing through his wisdom. Without taking much of your time, I humbly request and invite Professor Kapil Kapoor ji for his inaugural address. Sir.
मैं असल में अपने आप को यहाँ आगंतुक नहीं मानता। मुझे तो हमेशा ऐसा लगता है यहाँ आके कि मैं अपने घर आ गया। मैं यहाँ 4 साल रहा और मैडम हमारे जब रही यहाँ, और जब हम जाने लगे 14 में वापस, तो इन्होंने एक बात कही कि कपिल जी, हमने तो यहाँ गृहस्थी बना ली, इस जगह पे घर बना लिया। तो वो फीलिंग हमें अभी भी है। हम जब यहाँ आते हैं तो ऐसे होता है कि घर में आ गए। बड़ी ये एक बड़ा शुद्ध क्षेत्र है, सिद्ध क्षेत्र है, क्योंकि भगत फूल सिंह जी का जो बलिदान यहाँ हुआ, और 1936 में लड़कियों के लिए एक गुरुकुल खोलना, जो कि भारत का 5वां लड़कियों का गुरुकुल था। 1919 में मालवीय जी ने बनाया था, पर पहला स्कूल तो 1848 में पूना में बनाया खुला था। तो बहुत अद्भुत व्यक्ति थे उस जमाने में, इतना सोचना कि लड़कियों को पढ़ाना है, और 3 लड़कियों से शुरू किया था उन्होंने। And unfortunately he was killed. But then you can kill a man, you cannot kill the idea. तो जो उन्होंने वो शुरू किया वो तो अब आपके सामने है। 6-7 हज़ार लड़कियां यहाँ हैं, और 20-25 हॉस्टल्स हैं, यहाँ रहती हैं, चलते फिरते। हम तो यहाँ देखा है। और बिर्स्की जी जिनका इन्होंने नाम लिया, वो यहाँ प्रोफेसर भी 1 महीना रहे थे, और वो इतने घुल मिल गए थे। दे डिडंट हैव ए ग्रैंड चाइल्ड ऑफ देयर ओन, बट दे यूज्ड टू से कि हमारे यहाँ 5000 ग्रैंड डॉटर्स हैं, हमारी यहाँ 5000 ग्रैंड डॉटर्स ऐसे। और लड़कियाँ भी उनकी बहुत सेवा करती थी, बुजुर्ग थे तो उनकी बहुत सेवा करती थी। रोज शाम को, सुबह, दोपहर को, जिसको उधर जाके पूछती थी। तो ये अद्भुत जगह है, बहुत अच्छी जगह है। आप लोग बहुत अच्छे हो, ऐसे ही बने रहो, ऐसे ही रहो, तो और हमारे जैसे लोग जो हैं उनको भी आनंद मिलेगा, उनको भी कुछ सुख मिलेगा। रवि भूषण जी तो छोटे भाई की तरह रहे। ये सब शालिनी, अब मैं किस किस के नाम लूँ, ये सब मेरे सामने थोड़े बच्चे ही थे अभी तब। 12 ये 2010 की बात कर रहा हूँ, 13 साल पहले की बात कर रहा हूँ। तो दे वर ऑल न्यूली यंग टीचर्स है। बड़ा अच्छा लगा था इनके साथ। तो सबको ध्यान में रख के, उन बच्चों को और आप लोगों को भी ध्यान में रख के, मैं सबसे पहले आपका सबका धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि आपने मुझे बुलाया, और आपने वीसी साहब ने, वीसी मैम ने जो इतनी अच्छी बातें कही मेरे बारे में, इतने श्लाघा की, उसके लिए मैं बड़ा धन्यवाद करता हूँ उनका भी। ये जो सब्जेक्ट है ओरलिटी टू टेक्सचुअलिटी, मतलब है कि शब्द से, शब्द का अर्थ होता है साउंड। पहला शब्द का अर्थ है साउंड, और शब्द का दूसरा अर्थ है वर्ड, और शब्द का तीसरा अर्थ है भाषा। एक बीच में और है मॉर्फोलॉजिकल कंस्ट्रक्ट, वो हम क्योंकि टेक्निकल है तो छोड़ देते हैं। एक पद, जिसको हम व्याकरण में पद कहते हैं, वो भी शब्द का अर्थ है। और चौथा है भाषा। तो शब्द, ध्वनि, ध्वनि, ओरैलिटी जो है, ओरैलिटी ध्वनि, ध्वनि के ऊपर आधारित है। पूरा जो समाज में व्यक्ति से या व्यक्ति समाज से जब वार्ता करता है, तो ध्वनि से करता है, शब्द से करता है, ध्वनि से करता है। तो ये ओरैलिटी जो मैडम ने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा, मौखिक परंपरा, हमारे देश की मौखिक परंपरा रही है। हमारे जो ग्रंथ भी हैं, हमारे जो एपिक्स हैं, वो सारे मौखिक ही हैं। चाहे आपको छपे हुए मिलते हैं, महाभारत आपको छपा हुआ मिलता है, 5 वॉल्यूम में है, 1 लाख श्लोक हैं, तो ऐसे लगता है कि ये किताब है, पुस्तक है। पर महाभारत भी एक मौखिक ग्रंथ है, क्योंकि वो छंदोबद्ध है, छंद में है, मीटर में लिखा हुआ है, छंद में है। और छंद में जब हम लिखते हैं, इसका अर्थ है कि उसका जो ध्येय है, पर्पस, ध्येय है उसका उच्चारण करना, उसको गाना, रिसाइट करना, टू रिसाइट इट, रेसिटेशन के लिए है। मीटर, छंद या राग, जैसे गुरु ग्रंथ साहब राग में है, ऋग्वेद छंद में है, महाभारत भी छंदों में है, रामायण भी छंद में, रामचरितमानस छंद में। और अपने जावेद जी बैठे हैं, ये आपको बताएंगे कि कश्मीर में जितने भक्ति पोएट्स थे, वो भी बेसिकली मौखिक कविता मोड है, कविता मोड है उसका, कम्युनिकेशन का। और इसकी बड़े इम्प्लीकेशंस हैं कि हम जब मौखिक परंपरा की बात करते हैं तो हमें ध्यान में आता है कि जो पश्चिम की परंपरा है वो मौखिक नहीं है। ओरैलिटी का उलट है स्क्रिप्टल, ओरल एंड स्क्रिप्टल मतलब लिपियांकन, लिपि की सभ्यता और ध्वनि की सभ्यता। तो उसमें जैसे मोसेस जब सिनाई पे गए और भगवान से कहा कि लोगों की आदतें बड़ी खराब हो गई हैं, हमें कुछ बताइए क्या कहें। तो उन्होंने 10 कमांडमेंट्स बोली, गॉड ने बोली, ओल्ड टेस्टामेंट में, बाइबल में आता है, बोली। पर जब उन्होंने बोली तो मोसेस ने कहा कि आप लिख के दे दीजिए प्लीज, हमको लिख के दे दीजिए। एंड गॉड रोट विद हैंड ऑफ फायर, उन्होंने उसको एनग्रेव किया। मतलब है कि वेस्ट में अगर कोई आप लोगों को कुछ समझाना चाहते हो, सिखाना चाहते हो, तो आपको लिखित, लिपियांकन, लिखी हुई चीज, इसलिए वहां द बुक इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, द बुक इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। हमारे यहाँ तो पुराना है कि हमारे तो गांव में भी अगर कोई आके कहे कि भाई बाबे ने, ग्रैंडफादर ने ये कहा है, भैया यही करेंगे बस, शब्द प्रमाण है, शब्द। हमें कोई नहीं कहेगा कि हमें लिखा हुआ दिखाओ। आज भी अगर आप ऑफिस में जाओगे इंडिया में, और अगर आप लंबी एप्लीकेशन लिख के क्लर्क के सामने रखोगे, तो वो हटा के कहेगा क्या बात है बताओ, वो कागज को हटा देगा। पर यूरोप में अगर आप जाके ऑफिस में बोलने लग जाओगे, वो कहेगा पुट इट डाउन ऑन पेपर, उस पर डालिए। तो ये कल्चर हैं, दो संस्कृतियां हैं। ये 2 संस्कृतियां, ज्ञान की संस्कृतियां, अलग तरीके से ज्ञान की रचना, ज्ञान का संजोना, ज्ञान को बांटना और ज्ञान को एक जनरेशन से दूसरी जनरेशन में ले जाने की, ये 2 अलग संस्कृतियां हैं। इसमें इसकी इम्प्लीकेशंस है हमारे यहाँ ओरैलिटी की, कि हम लोग इन ए वे हम लोग जो हैं मेमोरी पे बहुत डिपेंड करते हैं, मेमोरी पे। हम तो बच्चों को सोना के पहाड़े 16 तक के पहाड़े, आधे के, क्वार्टर के, 3 क्वार्टर के पढ़ाए जाते थे, याद कराए जाते थे, और ग्रंथ को याद किया जाता था, मेमोरी में रखा जाता था। आजकल शिक्षा में हो गया है कि भाई ये रट्टाफिकेशन है ना, रट्टाफिकेशन नहीं, वी मस्ट मेक दी स्टूडेंट्स थिंक, बट व्हाट विल यू थिंक इफ यू हैव नथिंग इन योर माइंड, है ना? अगर माइंड में कुछ है ही नहीं तो सोचेंगे क्या? तो अच्छा ठीक है, ज़्यादा बातें, इनको पता है कि मेरी आदत है ज़्यादा बोलने की। हमारी मौखिक परंपरा अब प्रेशर में है। इंडियन ओरल सिविलाइजेशन इज, देखिए ओरैलिटी को पेगन के साथ कंपेयर किया जाता है, पेगन्स, और इसके ऑपोजिट जो स्क्रिप्टल है वहाँ रीडिंग इज इम्पॉर्टेंट, रीडिंग। हमारी कल्चर में लिसनिंग इज इम्पॉर्टेंट एंड स्पीकिंग इज इम्पॉर्टेंट, उनके यहाँ रीडिंग एंड राइटिंग इज इम्पॉर्टेंट। और दुनिया का सबसे ज़्यादा नुकसान इस अर्थ का, धरती का सबसे ज़्यादा नुकसान उन लोगों ने किया है जो पढ़ना लिखना जानते थे, जो पढ़ना लिखना जानते थे। वर्ल्ड वार जो लड़ी, किसने लड़ी? आपके जंगलों में रहते लोग, आदिवासी जिनको कहते हैं, उन्होंने तो नहीं लड़ी। वो तो अपने पेड़ नहीं काटते, वो नदियों का जल खराब नहीं करते। कौन करता है? पढ़े लिखे लोग। तो ये जो रीडिंग और राइटिंग which is today considered part of education, and education is considered as something, a very great virtue. Not all education is good, necessarily good. Certain kind of education is good. हमारे यहाँ जो शिक्षा होती थी वो भी मौखिक परंपरा में होती थी, गुरु शिष्य, है ना, गुरु शिष्य। वो मौखिक परंपरा में बहुत ज़्यादा ग्रंथ यहीं रखे जाते थे, और आप बहुत विषयों को कंट्रोल करने लग जाते थे। आपको हैरानगी होगी कि पुराने उस जमाने में प्रश्न पूछने के लिए, अगर आप किसी लर्नड गैदरिंग में प्रश्न पूछना है तो आपको 14 विषयों का मालिक होना पड़ता था। 14 disciplines you had to know, only then you were allowed to ask a question. पर 14 डिसिप्लिन, मैंने 63 के 70 साल हो गए अंग्रेजी पढ़ते, मैंने तो अंग्रेजी मास्टर नहीं की अभी तक, एक डिसिप्लिन मास्टर नहीं किया। हाउ कैन यू मास्टर 14? बिकॉज इन ओरैलिटी द टेक्स्ट आर वेरी स्मॉल, दे आर ऑल केप्ट इन द माइंड, स्टोर्ड इन द माइंड, कम्युनिकेटेड फ्रॉम द वर्ड ऑफ माउथ, ट्रांसफर फ्रॉम जनरेशन टू जनरेशन फ्रॉम वर्ड ऑफ माउथ। तो ओरैलिटी से हम आजकल अंडर प्रेशर ऑफ वेस्टर्न सिविलाइजेशन, एक मिनट बस, ओरैलिटी से वी आर गोइंग टुवर्ड्स टेक्सचुअलिटी, स्क्रिप्चुअल। क्योंकि अब आप देखो ना, लाइब्रेरीज बनाओ, लाइब्रेरीज हैं, किताबें हैं, और आपको टर्म पेपर दिए जाते हैं, टर्म पेपर लिखे जाते हैं। आगे नहीं होता था, आगे टेक्सला में आयुर्वेद जो करता था तो उसका फाइनल एग्जाम ये होता था कि तुम एक ऐसी नई जड़ी बूटी लेके आओ और उसका बताओ कि उससे कौन सी बीमारी का इलाज होगा, बस। और ये कुछ नहीं होता था कि आपने टर्म पेपर लिखना, ये करना है। तो ये टेक्सचुअलिटी, नॉर्थ ईस्ट हमारा ओरल था बिल्कुल, और वो ग्रेजुअली विद कन्वर्जन क्रिश्चियनिटी के आने के बाद वो टेक्सचुअल हो गया। तो एक उनकी कल्चर जो थी, सॉन्ग, स्टोरी और ड्रामा, तीनों की थी। वो तीनों को अब लोग के प्रिजर्व करने, कि उसको हमें प्रिजर्व करना है। प्रिजर्व कैसे करना है? उनको लिखो, उनकी वीडियो बनाओ, उनको सीडी बनाओ। पर जब हम वीडियो सीडी बनाते हैं तो जो ओरल कल्चर की जो स्पेसिफिसिटी होती है वो खत्म हो जाती है। तो कल्चर पे अटैक हो रहा है। पर लकीली जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वेस्ट की, ये टेलीविज़न और इंटरनेट, ये उन्होंने बनाया है हमारे लिए। क्योंकि जिन लोगों ने B.R. चोपड़ा का महाभारत सीरियल देख लिया, उनको महाभारत आ गई। पढ़ तो सकते कोई नहीं 6 वॉल्यूम में। जिन्होंने रामानंद सागर की रामायण देख ली, तो चैलेंज, आई एम कटिंग शॉर्ट दी कनेक्टिंग, द चैलेंज फॉर पीपल। जावेद जी, आपको भी खास कह रहा हूँ मैं, challenge is how do you, it's very clear, हमारी जितनी टेक्स्ट हैं, ओरल टेक्स्ट हैं, पोइट्स की, भक्ति पोइट्स की, दूसरों की, उनको हमें अगर इस टेक्नोलॉजिकल मीडियम में लाना है, let's call it non-oral medium, तो how to bring it in such a way that the orality of the text is retained. Everything that means about, there are many 10-20 factors of orality. आजकल होता क्या है, जब हम विजुअल बनाते हैं तो हमारे पास मोड्स होते हैं, पपेटरी, हम पपेट्स बना के दिखाते हैं, या हम शेडोज बना के दिखाते हैं, या हम उनका नकली कैरिकेचर ड्राइंग, लाइन ड्राइंग बना के दिखाते हैं. रियल पीपल को दिखाना, लेट्स से यू आर कोई एक पुराण, अग्नि पुराण की आप कहानी सुना रहे हो, तो अगर वो गजग्राह की है, हाथी ने क्रोकोडाइल को पकड़ लिया. Now to show at the actual elephant and this, or to show a puppet or a shadow or some other medium, what is the ideal thing? I am facing this problem these days because in the new Parliament House which is getting constructed, there are galleries where we are giving narratives, India ke history, India ka ye, India ke craft, and I find ke visualization mein the easiest thing to do is to use artificial modes like puppetry or line drawing, but it becomes too curious. The method of presentation becomes more important than what you present. So these are the challenges that you have to think about, how to retain the richness of oral culture while the transfer to the textual is taking place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your knowledge and wisdom has been a guiding force for us always. And you rightly said that the challenge for the scholars and the academia and people nowadays is to retain orality in its actual form. Thank you so much. We would have liked to listen to you for a long time, but I now take the opportunity to introduce another eminent personality among us, Professor MK Byrski ji. Professor MK Byrski ji is a Polish diplomat, Indologist and Sanskrit scholar. He has been a former ambassador of Sovereign Republic of Poland to India. He was awarded the Padma Shri, the fourth highest civilian award in India, for his work in Sanskrit Indology in 2022. Professor Byrski is noted for his contribution to the Polish theatre, and he has done his research on concept of ancient Indian theatre and dealt on methodology of the analysis of Sanskrit drama. Professor Byrski has been a visiting professor at Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, and he has been awarded several prestigious prizes in India, bequeathed upon him in the name of different organizations, among others, by the President and the Prime Minister of India. He lectured on Gandhian methods of political struggle and Gandhian ideal of leadership, and because he was very much inspired by Gandhian philosophy. So I invite Professor Byrski for his keynote address.
Women's University, Khanpur Kalan. Paramadaraniya Professor Kapil Kapoor ji, Paramadaraniya Shri Ravi Bhushan ji, Chairperson Department of English, तथा इकट्ठा हुए सब महानुभावों. यह मेरे लिए एक परम गर्व तथा आनंद की बात है कि आप सब लोगों ने मुझे Indian Literary Studies from Orality to Textuality, Civilization Watershed नामक सम्मेलन में भाग लेने के लिए आमंत्रित किया है. मैं अत्यंत आभारी हूँ. Since the language of the conference is English, with your permission, I shall continue in this language. Yet since orality is the first of the two topics, I shall have to refer to the greatest and most splendid oral Vedic tradition, inseparably wedded with the island of Jambudvipa, called also Bharatavarsha, India. Maybe some of you in this gathering who are listening to this remember that during my and my wife's previous visit to this university, I referred to one of the hymns of the Atharva Veda called Paraspara Priti Upanishada Sukta, the sukta of secret teaching on mutual kindness. I suggested that this hymn expresses most adequately all that your university stands for, and it could become its anthem. May I be permitted to recite this hymn, evoking the most splendid oral tradition of the world. Please bear with me if my vocalization does not sound exactly as it should in orthodox Vedic recitation. Sahridayam sammanasyam avidvesham krinomivah anyo anyam avigaryata vatsam jatam ivagnya anuvratah pituh putro matra bhavatu sammanaha Jayapatya madhumatim vacham vadatu shantivan ma bhrata bhrataram dvikshan ma svasaram utasvasa samyanchak savrata bhutva vacham vadata bhadraya yena devana viyantino chavidvishate mitha tatkrinmu brahma vogrihe sanjaram purushevya jaya svantashchittino ma viyaushta Sauradhayanta sadhurashcharanta anyanyasmai valgu vadanta tasadrichinan vachsam manasaskrinomi samani prapa sahavanna bhaga samane yoktre sahavoyu najmi samyan chognim saparyatara nabhimi vabhitaha sadrichinan vachsam manasaskrinomi eka shrushtin savananena sarvan devaivam ritam rakshamana sayam pratah sammanaso astu. Just in case my recitation did not meet the standards enabling proper understanding of the text, I permit myself to read it again in the famous English translation by Ralph T.H. Griffiths, dated in 1895. Freedom from hate. I bring to you concord and unanimity. Love one another as the cow loves the calf that she has borne. One-minded with his mother, let the son be loyal to his sire. Let the wife, calm and gentle, speak words sweet as honey to her lord. No brother hate his brother, no sister to sister be unkind. Unanimous, with one intent, speak ye your speech in friendliness. That spell through which gods ever sever not, nor ever bear each other hate, that spell we lay upon your home, a bond of union for the men. Intelligent, submissive, rest united, friendly and kind, bearing the yoke together. Come speaking sweetly, each one to the other. I make you one-intentioned and one-minded. Let what you drink, your share of food be common together. With one common bond I bid you. Serve Agni gathered round him like the spokes about the chariot's nave. With binding charm I make you all united, obeying one sole leader and one-minded. Even as gods who watch and guard the Amrit at morn and eve, may ye be kindly hearted. These lines, indeed, do not require commentary. They exemplify very well the unique oral tradition of humanity and, in fact, the entire treasure house of the third word, the Shruti, which hides gems of thought without which humanity would be much poorer. For that matter, I am convinced that the Vedic doctrine of creative sacrifice of Purusha, which we find in the famous Purusha Sukta hymn, will one day enrich in a revolutionary way the Christian theological thought regarding the sacrifice of Christ, and at the same time it will return to the very center of modern Sanatana Dharma cult as well. Anamati Vistarena. As far as the orality goes. Now I wish to share with you my very personal feelings regarding the textuality towards which I have very tender attitude in my capacity of a translator. Hardly could I imagine a possibility of translating Manusmriti, Kama Sutra, the dramas of Vasa, and some Vedic hymns in Polish language if it had not been for all these magnificent achievements of human thought in their textual incarnation at my disposal. Textuality, precisely, is responsible for the broad diffusion of valuable human thought, not only within native civilization or circles, but also outside of them. This process, which began long ago with the transmission of manuscripts, got an additional boost of life with the audiobooks gaining popularity. May I be permitted to end these remarks with a tentative guess regarding the future. When I discussed this problem of orality and textuality with my son Matthew, he suggested that the third modality is already active in connection with the electronic transmission of images on a grand scale. That is visuality. But this is probably a good topic for another future conference. Let me wish you very fruitful deliberations, substantially enriching our understanding of the modes of transmission of human thought. From my perspective, the most enriching inter-civilizational transmission and exchange of thought. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening keynote address. And sir has beautifully recited the hymn with a perfection. So a big round of applause for him. And the translation which he has shared speaks volume of Indian orality. So I now invite, moving ahead with the inaugural program, I once again feel honored to introduce our revered guest, Professor Bhim Singh Dahiya ji. Bhim Singh Dahiya ji is an Indian educationist, author, and a politician. He was former Vice Chancellor of Kurukshetra University and member of Haryana Legislative Assembly, elected to the Assembly from Rohtak constituency. Having numerous books to his name, he wrote extensively on literary criticism, educational reforms, and politics of Haryana teaching. He did his research from University of Cincinnati, Ohio, and he joined as a teaching fellow in this university from between 1971 and 1975. And then he was awarded the Taft Fellowship for 3 years in the same university in 1973. He began his career as a professor of English at Kurukshetra University, and he also has been a senior research fellow at Indian Institute of Advanced Study. He held multiple administrative positions and has served as registrar also of MD University and PVC, Pro Vice Chancellor of Kurukshetra University, before becoming the Vice Chancellor of Kurukshetra University. Professor Dahiya remained on the board, had been on the board of directors of India, and then he entered the public life, and he became a part of political. He became a part of political activities. Sir has been president of Shakespeare Association since its inception in 2008. There are many books to his credit. Again, if I start discussing about Sir, his achievements are it cannot end. But few to refer. His books are The Hero in Hemingway, A Study in Development, Hemingway's The Sun Also Rises, Sound in Sense, an anthology of poems, Higher Education in India, Some Reflections, Education in Independent India, Promises, Pressures, Pitfalls, The University Autonomy in India, The Idea and the Reality, The Rise of Haryana and the Fall of Democracy, Women in Shakespeare, a Post-Feminist Review. So these are the few works which I have mentioned. Sir is a renowned international academician, scholar, and intellectual. I have many times listened to his lectures, and I have the privilege to say that Professor Dahiya has been an influential force as an educationist in Haryana. I very humbly invite Professor Bhim Singh Dahiya ji for his honored guest address. Sir.
All that you said about me, I don't really deserve all that. As for the present conference, I am misplaced. I am really ignorant about all that is embodied in the title for the seminar. I'm sorry to say, being an Indian, I know nothing of Sanskrit, very little of Hindi. I have been unfortunate. I was a science student, did my BSc, and didn't get to read Hindi or Sanskrit. I certainly know our epics of ancient times, 6th and 5th century BC. That was Buddhist period, but these epics came even before that. What I would like to say is that rather than have just reverence for anything and everything old and ancient, we also need to be a little critical of whatever might have been a lapse at that time, because no era, no person is perfect. Civilization is a matter of evolution. We keep evolving life, and there are mistakes, there are pitfalls, all that is there. Think of our epics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. How about the status of women? Think of Sita. What happened to her? Think of Draupadi. What happened to her? So we need to see all that also, both positive and negative. And we need to rectify wherever the errors have been committed, wherever the wrongs have been committed. We need to be watchful, we need to improve ourselves and go ahead. I'll say only that because, as I said in the very beginning, I'm totally ignorant about the subject of the day. My misfortune, I have been a science student. It was by chance that I had to do MA English, because the year 1960, when I did my BSc, floods came in Panjab, Haryana, and Panjab University results were delayed. It was as late as September, October that the results were declared, no admission. So during that year, I had nothing better to do, so I started reading fiction, novels in English. I found that interesting, so I said, enough of sciences, now I would turn to literature. So that's how I landed in Kurukshetra University. The first year of the university, 1961, and we were the first batch in English department. I was lucky to have Dr. Sarup Singh as one of my teachers. Learned a good deal from him. So I'm sorry, Professor Kapil is the right person, and he has said all that needed to be said. And thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts and ideas with us, and very quickly talking about the epics, our Indian epics. आनंद संस्कृति से सुसंस्कृत भारत, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. It is the time to propose vote of thanks. May I request Dr. Geeta to propose, convener of this conference, to propose vote of thanks.
Good morning to one and all present here. Thank you is a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart, and I feel honored and privileged to get an opportunity to propose a vote of thanks today in this academic event and acknowledge the contribution of those who worked really hard to organize this international conference. I, on behalf of the Department of English, convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Sudesh, for giving us time out of her extremely tight schedule today. She extended her support in all possible manner to organize this event. Thank you, ma'am, for gracing the occasion. I convey my gratitude and sincere thanks to Professor Kapil Kapoor, sir. His association with the department is quite long, right from its inception stage, and his thoughts have always enlightened our minds, and he has shown a new path to us. And today, once again, we had an opportunity to listen to him. And he has conveyed the theme of the conference, which we will be talking about in the upcoming sessions, in very simple words. Thank you, sir, for throwing light on the oral and textual tradition. And you have rightly said that speaking is a part of our culture, and oral tradition is actually what our Indian culture is. And putting everything is in writing, that is the textual form, that is a Western culture that we talk about. You have emphasized upon that. Thank you, sir, for being with us today, and we really feel blessed to have you with us today. Thank you very much. I express my heartfelt thanks to Professor Byrski for sharing his thoughts on the theme of the conference, informing us about the unique and splendid oral tradition of humanity and the world. And you have rightly said that texts like Manusmriti are magnificent achievements of human thought, and without their textual incarnations, translations could not have been possible. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us, though he couldn't be here with us because of his health issues. I extend a hearty vote of thanks to our chief guest, Professor Bhim Singh Dahiya ji, a great academic figure, for giving us time from his busy schedule to be with us today. Thank you for your words, sir. And he is not only a great academician, he is a politician also, and he has taken, as our Vice Chancellor has pointed out, very good care of the interest of the teachers when she talked about the old pension scheme. And if I talk about him as a politician, in our area, our native land, in Haryana especially, he is referred as Bhagat ka Ped. Thank you for being with us today. I would like to thank all our eminent speakers, Professor Ipshita Chanda ji, who is here with us, Professor Rajnish Kumar ji, Professor Javeid Bhat, for giving us time. They will be with us throughout the conference, and we will get an opportunity to listen to them in their plenary sessions. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for being with us. I would like to thank our head of the department, Professor Ravi, for his constant support and guidance in the department. I am also thankful to all my dear colleagues, Professor Ashok, Dr. Ajit, Ms. Babita, Dr. Pallavi, Dr. Sukirti, for always readily extending their support and cooperation to organize this event. I am thankful to the entire office staff, especially Neetu, who is always standing by us. She is well versed and well qualified, and we always find her standing by. Whenever I called her, even she is living in the campus at night, she always said, "Yes, ma'am, kaam batao." So that was the kind of
of personality to share, and she has already extended her help. I would like to thank the people working behind the scenes, especially our technical arrangement team for their cooperation throughout the session. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance, and we have been fortunate enough to be backed by our motivated and dedicated students. I fail to find words for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to organize this event. Thank you, my dear students. Thank you all once again.
Rajnish Kapoor ma'am for being here. We really feel honored to have you here. And the inaugural session comes to an end. We'll have our next plenary session at 12:15 sharp. And we have Dr. Sonal Mansingh ji as our plenary speaker for the next session, and she'll be coming, she is right, and she'll be reaching here in 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah. And welcome all the dignitaries and the delegates in the session for plenary address. So we are beginning with the session. As I was listening to Madam's lecture on understanding the art, our honorable speaker, Dr. Sonal Mansingh ji, beautifully explained the meaning of Namaste. Hence, she explained, I was listening to her lecture, and I'm a great admirer of her. So, hence I take the opportunity to greet Honorable Dr. Sonal Mansingh ji, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Padma Vibhushan and Padma Bhushan Awardee, an eminent speaker of the session, with a Namaste in the International Conference on Literary Studies from Orality to Textuality, a Civilizational Watershed. आदरणीय मैडम, आपको सादर नमन, सादर प्रणाम, आपका आभार, आप यहाँ आए. I once again welcome Professor Kapil Kapoor ji, Indologist, academician, Padma Bhushan Awardee, as the chair of the session. Proceeding with the felicitation ceremony, I request Professor Kapil Kapoor ji to welcome Dr. Sonal Mansingh ji with a sapling and a shawl. We welcome ma'am in this BPSMV campus. Ma'am is a great performer. She's a choreographer. She's a writer. So, the chair of this session, Professor Kapil Kapoor ji, is an Indologist, former rector JNU, chairperson IS. He had been a former.
I have been introduced.
So it's my privilege to introduce our plenary speaker, a renowned and eminent performer, academician, writer, a well-known choreographer, orator, social activist, teacher. Dr. Sonal Mansingh ji is an iconic cultural personality of India. She is Member Parliament, Rajya Sabha, and has been she has been unique among dancers who has mastered multiple Indian classic dance forms from different parts of India, like Bharatanatyam, Odissi, and Chau. She is a great scholar and seasoned art administrator who has performed, given lectures, and conducted workshops in more than 90 countries around the world. As the founder-president of Center for Indian Classical Dances, 1977, she has trained several talented performers who are carrying the message of Indian culture all over the world. She is the recipient of high civilian awards of Padma Bhushan. She is the youngest recipient of Padma Bhushan in 1992, and Padma Vibhushan in 2003 from the President of India. She has also been honored with Sangeet Natak Akademi Ratna and is also nominated as one of the Navratnas for the Swachh Bharat mission by Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. She has served as a chairperson of National Sangeet Natak Akademi and is serving second term as trustee of Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts. Madam, I have attended a conference in Ahmedabad and I had listened to Madam when she spoke on Draupadi. Yes, ma'am. So, and I listen to her talks and lectures occasionally whenever I get time. And we all are honored that she's here. I cannot express because she's internationally acclaimed performer, and there's a lot which we can learn from her. So I invite. Now I hand over the session to Professor Kapil Kapoor ji. Sir, over to you.
Namaskar, Sonaji. I have always, even when I had not met her, not interacted with her, but then from many years, I've been a great devotee of what Sonaji not only has been doing, has done, but for her vision, that vision she has of India's culture and education. In fact, I learned from her in about almost 15-16 years ago, when I heard her in Delhi saying that education cannot be complete. No education in India can be complete without an expressive element which is art. The expressive element, because the expressive element, according to her, makes alive and real the ideas, the concepts, the systems that we talk about in our book, through our books, in our lectures and other things about India. I remember, madam, you said there that you can give 10 lectures on, the Dasavataras, and it will take you hours. But in my one dance performance, I will enact the Dasavataras and everybody will see it. Not only understand, but see it. To make knowledge seeable, that you see it. I think that is her greatness. And of course, as Shalini has said, she's highly revered by the Indian state, by the Indian people, and she has brought up generations. She has trained generations of dancers and continues to do so. In fact, very years ago, and she's very humble. When we approached her long back in JNU that we are teaching Natya Shastra and we want one small performance by you, she readily agreed. And of course, we could not do it in the classroom because everybody wanted to see her, so we did it in a big auditorium. So the Hans Vahini, not only Hans Vahini, but also Garud Vahini. She's a thinker, and she is one who actually brings those things alive before us. I will request Sonalji to share your knowledge with the girls. This place, madam, is a it's a प्रबुद्ध जगह है, ये सिद्ध क्षेत्र है. As I was telling you, Bhagat Phool Singh ji, way back in 36, thought of educating the girls, set up the Gurukul, and that Gurukul is a part of this university now. And there is a place here where he, under that Bhargad Kaped, he started teaching 3 girls only, and that is a place where now they have a Yagyashala, and I think the girls in the evening, they perform the Yagya also there. So these girls, this is a, I mean, you have thousands of girls here, 4,000-5,000 girls here, 20 hostels, all clear-eyed, upright, strong, sturdy, beautiful girls, and I think they will benefit immensely from what you tell them. Please.
मैं यहीं से बोलूं, वहाँ जाऊं? भगत फूल सिंह जी को याद करके विशेष प्रणाम। प्रोफेसर कपिल कपूर जी, मेरे सीनियर, श्रीमती कपूर जी, उनकी सीनियर, और सारे शिक्षकगण, प्रोफेसर्स, फैकल्टी, छात्राएं, सभी को बहुत बहुत नमन। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी एंड प्रिविलेज्ड, आई फील ऑनर्ड टू बी इनवाइटेड हियर। मैं पहले आई थी जब डॉक्टर पंकज मित्तल वाज वाइस चांसलर, तो मुझे इसका अच्छा आइडिया है। तो जब when I got the invitation, I readily agreed. I have to agree because it's wonderful to share one's thoughts, one's observations, one's experiences when one has lived so long as I have. मैं उसे 2 या 3 वर्ष ही छोटी हूँ। So when I saw this agenda and the points, मैं पहले बता दूँ कि I'm not an academician. Okay. So lok kanyai, rules of interpretation, and shabd shakti, lexical and propositional meaning and function of language, and literary tradition, social, climate, spiritual literature. तो सबसे बढ़िया जो मेरे दिल में जो आया वो है मेरा प्यारा गीत गोविंद। उसमें सब है, उसमें सब है। तो लेट मी, मैं बता रही थी कि कल रात को 1:30 बजे तक बैठ के मैंने कुछ लिखा। आई डोंट नीड टू राइट, बट देन आई नीड टू राइट, क्योंकि यदि वो रहता है कि मैं तो बोल दूंगी तो गलत है। One has to be, as he said, one has to be humble in the service of Bhagavati Saraswati. तो नाट्य शास्त्र का भी जो एक प्रेफेस दिया गया है, 2nd century BCE वगैरह वगैरह, और powerful construct of रसभाव, aesthetics and arts are inseparable, theatre, that is dance and music and acting. यहाँ मैं कह रही हूँ कि as Professor Kapoor ji said, it gives the 3rd dimension to words, literature and poetics. आप जब शब्द पढ़ते हैं तो आपके मन में, of course, you have an image, maybe an image comes, a picture comes. But when you see it being created in the 3rd dimension, it makes a very strong impression, as we have seen over the centuries. So concepts and constructs come alive in Natya. Easiest way to counter karmic chakra, I liked all that, so I thought I'll just make that preface here of Janma Mrityu. So easiest way to counter that karmic cycle. चलो जन्म हो गया, मृत्यु हो गया, होता रहेगा, अनेक अनेक भव निकल जाएंगे, भवो भव में होता रहेगा। लेकिन यदि हम मानते हैं कि भक्ति योग is the easiest path to liberation, to kaivalya, to moksha, whatever one wants to call it, I'm with you. Because Jeete Ji, there are moments, especially when one is performing, dancing, not performing, but dancing. There are moments जब लोगों ने मुझे नहीं देखा, लोगों ने प्रकाश देखा, लोगों ने कृष्ण देखा, लोगों ने महामाया को देखी। ये कैसे होता है? ऐसे होता है कि कुछ क्षणों के लिए वो झांकी मिल जाती है जो हमारे नृत्य संगीत में भक्ति भाव निहित है उससे। चलो आगे चलती हूँ। टू फ्री oneself from त्रिगुणात्मक प्रकृति ही सत्व रजस तमस and to attain Sthita state of being which is centered, balanced, blissful, non-dual. ये स्थितप्रज्ञ से का भाषा समाधि स्थस्य केशव स्थिति किम प्रकाशेत किमासीत वजेतकम। बेचारा अर्जुन मैं कह रही हूँ, वो घुटने पे बैठ के ऊपर देख रहा है, कृष्ण मुझे बताओ मैं क्यों लड़ूं एक्सेट्रा। और स्थितप्रज्ञ की क्या स्थिति है? तो आई एम नॉट एजुकेशनिस्ट, साइंटिस्ट, इकोनॉमिस्ट, जस्ट एन आर्टिस्ट। यदि हम इस्ट में जाते हैं, आई एम जस्ट एन आर्टिस्ट, आई एम नॉट एन एकेडमिशियन आइदर। माई फील्ड इज द परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स, ट्रेडिशन ऑफ भारत, भाव राग ताल, भाव राग ताल। भाव में सब आ जाता है, everything that can be conveyed, expressed, spoken, unspoken, experienced, सब कुछ। राग is not only music and melody, राग है प्रेम, affection, attachment, उसके बिना जिंदगी नीरस है। ताल is the rhythm, but also the distance between आपके एक सांस और दूसरे सांस के बीच में जो डिस्टेंस है, स्पेस है, वो भी ताल है। तो बहुत सारे इसके जो मीनिंग्स हैं, लेयर्स हैं, वो सारे भारत शब्द में आ जाते हैं। वो हम कलाकार लोग मानते हैं, बाकी लोगों ने जो मानना है माने। भरत दुष्यंत और शकुंतला का बेटा, उसमें 5 भरत थे, 4 भरत भी था, राम के भाई भी थे। तो भाव राग ताल सबसे बढ़िया है। आई थिंक इट इज नॉन डिस्प्यूटेबल। तो मैंने ये लिखा, एकदम आया, माई फेथ इज सनातन, द इटर्नल, द पेरेनियल, जो कभी क्षय नहीं होता है, जो अक्षय है। माई धर्म इज स्वधर्म। बहुत पहले मैंने जय कृष्णमूर्ति, जगदू कृष्णमूर्ति को पूछा। आई वॉज इन कॉलेज एंड आई थॉट आई वॉज बीइंग वेरी क्लेवर। तो मैंने पूछा, व्हाट शुड बी माई धर्म? विद दिस बिग आईज ही लुक्ड एट मी एंड सेड, स्वधर्म, फुल स्टॉप। और उसी को पकड़ के मैं आज तक चली हूँ। तो अपना स्वधर्म क्या है वो भी समझना अति आवश्यक है। माई विजन इज कॉस्मिक, क्योंकि यदि वो विजन नहीं है तो हम कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते। माई फीट आर ऑन धरती, माई हेड टचेस द स्काई, माई क्रिएटिव लैंडस्केप, एज बाक सेड इन ऋग्वेद अग्नि सूक्त, द्यावा पृथ्वी आविवेश, I stretch between earth and the sky. I'm that energy. When I say I, it's not Sonal Man saying. It is all of us, each one, and yet the collective. तो वाक का तो मुझे बहुत ही पसंद है। मैं बहुत जगह इसको कर चुकी हूँ, बोल चुकी हूँ, डांस कर चुकी हूँ कि अहम रुद्राय धनुरा तनूमि ब्रह्मविशेषरवे हन्तवामि, अहम जनाय समदं प्रणोम्यहं द्यावा पृथिवी आविवेश। रुद्र यानी शिव, जो उनका ऋग्वेदिक नाम है, वो यदि ब्रह्म सत्य के शत्रुओं को मारने के लिए धनुष तानते हैं, तो धनुष मेरी शक्ति के द्वारा तानते हैं। मैं हूं। और अहम जनान समदम प्रणोम्यहम, मैं सभी को, पूरे विश्व को, अंतरिक्ष में जितने सिस्टम्स है यानी पूरी सृष्टि को समदम देती हूँ। सब जो जहाँ जाना चाहिए वो मैं देने वाली हूँ। एंड आई स्ट्रेच बिटवीन अर्थ एंड द स्काई। ये सारा हम लोग नृत्य में जब करते हैं, आप सोचिए कि क्या लोग देखते हैं, क्या एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं। What is conveyed to them is that मैं एक अणु हूँ। We are all little particles, atoms. But I am also that atom that makes the सृष्टि। वो जैसे एक बिंदु है, एक ड्रॉप है, वो भी ओशन है। The drop contains the ocean, as the ocean contains drops. So, and then I say, I am she, capital S-H-E. I am she. Who is she? I am Radha. आराधयति इति राधा। तो किसी ने कहा राधा प्रेम अगाधा, अनकंडीशनल लव। कई इसके वो निकल सकते हैं। तो राधा के लिए कहा गया है कि शी इज द लादिनी शक्ति ऑफ कृष्ण। आह्लाद आपने सुना होगा, आह्लाद हुआ, एक ऐसा आनंद हुआ कि जहां आपके रोंगटे खड़े हो गए, आंख से आंसू निकल आए, कुछ क्या हुआ, आह्लाद। तो कृष्ण की जो वो कृष्ण का गुण है ऑफ अट्रैक्टिंग, mesmerizing, pulling people to him is through Radha, who's the Radhini Shakti. क्या बात है, अरे तालियां मारो राधा के लिए। Oh my God, what is she? She is Nitya Sahachari. She is Hridayeshwari of Krishna. She is Ananda Rupeshwari. आनंद शब्द तो आप जानते हैं, the key concept of Indian darshan. Key concept, the key word. She is Nitya Shakti Rupa and she is Abhinna, inseparable from Krishna. अब राधे कृष्ण नहीं बोलोगे तो कृष्ण आपकी बात नहीं सुनेंगे। राधे श्याम कहो, राधे मुकुंद कहो, राधा वल्लभ कहो, राधा कांत कहो, राधा को नहीं आप ना उनका नाम लेंगे तो कृष्ण आपको नहीं मिलेंगे। क्या बात है। अच्छा, so you will find me, that says Radha, in every moment of love, fulfilled or unfulfilled, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। प्रेम क्या है वो ढाई अक्षर प्रेम का, किसी को पता? पोथी पढ़ी पढ़ी जग मुआ, पंडित भया न कोई। आज की हालत वही होती है आजकल, ढाई अक्षर प्रेम का पढ़े सो पंडित। At this moment, अब मैं आपको ले चलती हूँ। At this moment, I'm in the Gita Govinda, breathing the fragrance wafting from the blue river Yamuna, Kalindi. उसका पानी पूरा नीला है। आपने प्रयागराज में देखा होगा, गंगा जी यमुना जी का संगम होता है तो बड़े लंबे उसके पट पे नीला और सफेद दिखता है। और फिर कृष्ण तो उसमें नहाए थे ना, तो वो होली थी। The blue of Yamuna, fragrance of माधवी लता। आजकल तो पता नहीं माधवी लड़की का नाम होता है, लेकिन वो लता होती है, क्रीपर होती है, with very fragrant flowers, पता है? यहाँ हो सकता है, दिल्ली में किसको नहीं पता है। Fragrance of माधवी लता, मधुमालती, कदम्ब पारिजात, नवपल्लव, new buds and leaves, lotus of the colors of yellow, white, pink and blue. Blue is the color of beloved Krishna. Radha says, I can smell his presence around me, in me. Let us journey towards the lush green banks of Yamuna, flush with mango trees on which Prathama Manjari, the new flowers of mango, crowd out the leaves. The heady smell, birds chirping, koel cooing, soft breeze to assuage all feelings of hurt, rejection, yearning, disappointment, or intense longing. जयदेव कितनी सहजता से इन भावों को प्रकट करते हैं. You know, all the feelings that we are not supposed to discuss in सभ्य समाज. Sorry. हम लोग इतने कुंठित हो गए हैं हमारी भावनाओं को प्रदर्शित करने में. मैं देखती हूँ, बोल नहीं पाते हैं, एक्सप्रेस नहीं कर पाते हैं. हमारे यहाँ कभी साइकोलॉजिस्ट की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी थी, साइको एनालिस्ट नहीं होते थे, अब क्यों जरूरत पड़ रही है. तो ये हम कलाकारों के लिए बहुत सहज है कि हम लोग बोल भी देते हैं. वी स्पीक, वी कन्वे, वी एक्सप्रेस, वी परफॉर्म, जिससे इट इज अ कैथारसिस. It is a catharsis. All the unspeakable things, as people say, society tells you, no, nothing is unspeakable, especially when it concerns deepest feelings of the heart, not the mind, the heart. Mind तो आपको बहुत सारा वो करता है ना, deceives you very often. Let us journey हो गया, प्रथम मंजरी हो गई, soft breeze हो गया. All this and much more awaits the premi, the rasika. Now I'm going to tell you something. Jayadev का गीत गोविंद. If Srimad Bhagavad is Shri Krishna's life story and Bhagavad Gita his message to the world, Upadesh, Jayadev's Gita Govind is a U-turn. Is a complete U-turn from Upadesh about Nishkam Karma, Karmannevadhikarasya Mapaleshu Kadachan, etc., 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 etc. Here is Sakam Karma, not Nishkam. Here is Sakam Karma, there is Shringar Bhakti of the Sakar, no Nirakar. Nahi, Sakar. You understand what I'm saying? Nothing abstract. It is abstract, but it is made visible, experienceable. ईश्वर है, एक कोई शक्ति है. Like Mae West, Hollywood की बहुत पुरानी actress, she said, I hear God is love, but give it to me in writing. So here is Sakama Bhakti, Sakama Karma. जो आपने करना है वो भी डिजायर करना है, वो फीलिंग करना है. श्रृंगार भक्ति. नवरस आपने सुने होंगे नाट्यशास्त्र में. एक्चुअली नाट्यशास्त्र में आंख है. और कपूर साहब, मैं शांति को या निशांत को रस नहीं मानती हूँ. वो रस है ही नहीं, नीरस है. रस तो वो है जो बहता रहे, जिसमें उतार चढ़ाव हो, जिसमें रिपल्स हो, लहरें आए. दैट इज रस. शाम तो बैठ गए आप, who cares? है ना? So अष्ट रसों में श्रृंगार is the chief. आदि रस. देखिए, humor is also one of the रस, हास्य. So please don't mind my laughing and joking. I don't think that I am meant to be serious. I can never be serious. My father thought I can be a clown in a circus, and it has come full circle now because I'm always cutting jokes even in Rajya Sabha. So, और अपनी आइडियाज बांटने के लिए आपको लंबा मुंह करके, आंखें बड़ी करके, छोटी करके सीरियस रहना आवश्यक नहीं है. आप अपनी बात अच्छी तरीके से प्यार से हंसते हुए कह सकते हैं, राइट? सो साकार के लिए श्रृंगार भक्ति सकाम कर्म है, पूरा भरा हुआ है गीत गोविंद. Intense desire for love, which is the pathway to union with the other, so that there is no longer the other. ऐसा यूनियन कि जहाँ the cosmic play of Advaita to Dvaita एक है ब्रह्मन, और बेचारा एक, उसने कहा मैं बोर हो गया, अब मैं दो होऊंगा, शिव शक्ति पुरुष प्रकृति, दो हो गए. Then what happened? Radha Krishna, suppose, give them a name, so that Leela can go on. Then again from Dvaita to Advaita, from Advaita to Dvaita, and many, from many to Dvaita and Advaita. Goes on. This we call Leela, the cosmic play. तो एक बार मैंने एक कॉम्पोजिशन किया था, एक कोरियोग्राफी की थी, उसका नाम मैंने रखा था मुक्ति. लेकिन उसमें बहुत सारी चीजें थी, मुझे कुछ याद आया कि एक शब्द और है क्रीड़ा, बहुत सुंदर शब्द है क्रीड़ा. क्रीड़ांगन तो होता है जहाँ पे लोग बच्चे खेलते हैं, लेकिन असली जो उसका अर्थ है क्रीड़ा, इस play of many hues, many nuances, many bhava, love, krida. So, krida jahan, srushti wahan. Unless there is krida, unless there is love play, there is no creation. Creation ऐसे ही टपकता है. In nature also, there has to be the female tree and the male tree. With animals, with birds, with insects, with every amoeba, everything that has to be the two. उनकी क्रीड़ा से सृष्टि होती है. क्रीड़ा जहाँ, सृष्टि वहाँ. लीला वहाँ, लीला कहाँ, सृष्टि जहाँ. लीला कहाँ है, तो जहाँ सृष्टि है. So they are so intertwined, these words and these ideas. बहुत मजा आता है मुझे. At this point in time, it is time to get introduced to the poet Jayadev of Gita Govind fame. Jayadev was born in Kendu-Bilwa village near Puri. In fact, it was a small principality called Toshali, and the river flowing was Prachi. Father was a scholar, Bhojadeva. Mother, Rama Devi, Vama Devi, दोनों नाम आते हैं. 11,016, 1116 AD. That is early 12th century. He left for Puri early in life, और वहाँ he was made to marry, they say, by Jagannath, the daughter Padmavati of the chief pujari of the Jagannath Mandir at Puri. For some time he served as court poet of Raja Lakshmana Sena, Anga Banga Kalinga. The three were inseparable. आज तो सब अलग states हो गए हैं, तब की बात अलग है. But then he went away again. अब मैं आती हूँ कि आप बहुत सारी इंग्लिश लिटरेचर पढ़ते हैं. मैं तो इंग्लिश में बिल्कुल ही जीरो हूँ, क्योंकि I was educated in a Gujarati medium school in Bombay. गुजराती मेरी मातृभाषा है. And then I studied German literature in Elphinstone College, Bombay University. तो अंग्रेजी लिटरेचर से मेरा कोई वास्ता है नहीं ज़्यादा, कुछ शेक्सपियर थोड़ा बहुत ये वो पढ़ लिया, मिल्टन पढ़ लिया, मुझे कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं आया, सच बता।
You escaped.
जी, तो जितने भी आप काव्य, महाकाव्य, पोएम सब पढ़ते हैं अंग्रेजी में भी, तो कहीं पर भी आई डोंट थिंक दैट द पोएट puts a precondition that before you read you have to keep this in mind, otherwise don't touch it. है कहीं? है? I don't know. जयदेव क्या कहते हैं? यदि हरिस्मरणे सरसम मनो, यदि विलास कला सुकुतूहलम, कोमल कांत पदावली शृणु तदा जयदेव कवि प्रबंधम. If your mind, mano is more than mind, it's the heart and mind both. If your heart and mind get immersed, interested in thinking of Hari, Hari Smarane Mano. Yadi Vilas Kalasu Kutuhalam. You are inquisitive, curious to know what is this art of love? क्या है? मधुर कोमल कांत पदावली. जयदेव अपने ही बारे में अपने बखान कर रहे हैं, and justifiably so. Sweet, flowing. Kant, is very difficult to be. Angrezi is not adequate. I'm sorry to translate.
Beautiful, charming.
Charming, beautiful, whatever. Madhura Komala Kanta Pradavali Shrunu Tada. Tada yani only then. Listen to Jayadeva Kavi's Prabandham. It's a Prabandha Kavya, Gita Govinda. तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है क्योंकि he sets preconditions. Gita Govind is not meant for the self-righteous, pompous hypocrites or rasico. इससे strong words तो नहीं हो सकते. अरसिक, वो तो क्या है? अरसिकेशु मालिक मालिक मालिक. मेरे तकदीर में मत जड़ो ऐसे लोगों को कि मैं इनसे मिलूं और मुझे उनसे इनके साथ बात करनी पड़े. नो. आप समझ रहे माँ? आप लोग सब रसिक और अरसिक का फर्क समझते हैं? नहीं. रसा पता है? I want some. It's an introduction. I'm not giving a lecture. रसा मालूम है? जूस. अभी मैं गन्ने का जूस पी के आई हूँ. तो जूस कैसे निकलता है? Yes, बिल्कुल. नेक्टार, नेक्टार, नेक्टार. अमृत.
Elixir of life.
Correct. Ambrosia. बिल्कुल.
Phoenicia.
हर एक चीज में रस है. वो रस, if you can taste, if you have the faculty, if you have the desire to taste रस, कोई बात हो रही है, उसका रस क्या है? सुनो, रस लो. संगीत, some song, some music, some instrument. Listen, derive rasa from it. Dance. I mean dance. I don't mean monkey. No, because whatever is happening, there is all kinds of dance, so we are all put in the same basket. The contemporary, the hip hop, the ballooning, the booing, the booing. So, Arasika are those people who have no tendency to enjoy anything except to see mindlessly or to hear mindlessly, not with mind, not with heart. That is parasik. And therefore, Jayadev, what he means is, such people should not even bother to touch my Gita Govinda. दूर रहो. आप अपने WhatsApp देखो, आप अपने YouTube देखो, ये आपके लिए नहीं. आज की भाषा में तो ये होता है. Somewhere how time has changed, and it's okay. Time always changes. काल चक्र घूमता रहता है. But what India has preserved, okay, in the Matsyavatar, Vishnu rescued the Chaturveda. Veda means knowledge, wisdom from deep ocean. So Vedanu dharate, fish. Jaganni vahate, पीठ पे कछुआ बनके कच्छप अवतार में कूर्मा अवतार tortoise. On his back he held the Amrit Manthan, Jaganni Bhate. Bhugolamud Vibhrate. In the Sukar Varaha avatar, on his tusk he rescued Prithvi, Bhudevi, Jaganni Bhate. Daityam Dharayate, Daitya yani Rakshas, Asura. Who? Hiranyakashipu. How? Narasimha. Half lion, half man. You know the story. Dharayate. हो गया, कल्याण हो गया. Daityam Dharayate, Balim Chalayate. As a dwarf, midget, he deceived Raja Maharaja Bali.
नहीं आप
Balim Chalayate. ये होता है खड़ी हो गई डांस करने तो ये हुआ. मैं I think I should. अभी बैठना नहीं, अभी ये सब हो जाता है. ओके. क्षत्रक्षयम कुर्वते. क्षत्रियों को मारा. क्षत्रिय मीनिंग नॉट द वॉरियर्स ओनली, बट दोज हु आर वेरी एरोगेंट. तो जब एरोगेंस बढ़ जाती है, व्हेन द एरोगेंस इज पीक्ड, देन इट हैज टू बी डिस्ट्रॉयड. पौलस्त्यम जयते. रावण. As Rama, he killed Ravan. Halam Kalayate, as Balaram, he wielded the Hala, Musal. Karunya Matanvate, as Buddha, he spread the message of peace and compassion. Ab aane wala hai Kalki, we know that. Mlechan Murchayate. जो म्लेच्छ हैं, do not believe in dharma. That's not only Hindu dharma. Hindu is not a dharma. Sanatana dharma. Who are not righteous, जो अधर्मी हैं, वो खत्म हो जाएगा. और उसके बाद फिर से हम कहते हैं कि the time cycle will begin. दशा कृति कृते कृष्णाय तुभ्यम नमः. And thus Jayadev, he prays to Krishna, not to Vishnu. Krishna is Vishnu. Krishna for him is Purna Purushottama. Krishna for him is Narayana. So Jayadev prays to Krishna with the Dashakriti Krite Krishnaya Tubhyam Namaha. Very sweetly, the second, जब मुझे लेने आ रहे थे तो ऑफिस ने यहाँ से पूछा मेरी ऑफिस को कि मैडम का एड्रेस क्या है. तो मैडम का एड्रेस बताया गया 11 नंबर जनपद, MP बंगलो 11 नंबर जनपद. अब आप यदि नारायण विष्णु कृष्ण का एड्रेस पूछते हैं कि कहाँ है, what is his address? So the second song begins Shrita Kamala Kucha Mandala. Kamala is Lakshmi. Radha, Lakshmi. Shrita yani Ashrita. Kucha yani breasts, bosom. Mandala, the bosom. He who is sheltered on the bosom of Lakshmi. Hi, क्या address है? Can you think of any politician today? अरे सिख है सब. श्वेत कमला कुछ मंडल धुत कुंडलये कलित ललित वनमाल जय जय देव हरे. In one of the other verses, last one, Abhinav Jaladhara Sundara Dhruta Mandara E Sree Mukha Chandra Chakor. Sree Mukha. राधा के मुख चंद्र को हमेशा निहारने वाला, जैसे चंद्र चकोर कहते हैं. I don't know, you are all from here, this land, you know that. The chakor bird is supposed to keep looking at the moon. Like that, Krishna's eyes are only टिकी हुई है राधा के मुख पर. श्री मुख चंद्र चकोर जय जय देव हरे. So, Gita Govind is a Shringara Mahakavya. It's a Sangeet Rupaka. It's a Prabandha Kavya, as said by Jaydev himself. It has 12 cantos and 24 Prabandha Khand sections. And there are interspersing shloks and all that. Why I say this is, yeah. So just be with me, just taste, smell the fragrance, just taste the rasa, and you'll know why I have chosen Gita Govind. The first Ashtapadi, because here there is environment, one of the subtopics is environment. You will not get a better graphic picture of environment, for which today आंखें तरस गई थी जब हम निकले दिल्ली से, and for a long time the horrible roads and the traffic and all, and when we turned here and we saw the landscape. ललित लवंग लता परिशीलन कोमल मलय समीरे मधुकर निकर करम्बित कोकिल कूजित कुंज कुटीरे. Lalita, beautiful, soft. Lavanga lata, the creeper of lavanga. Lavanga? No? Lalita lavanga lata parishilana, embracing that creeper. Komala malaya samire. Malaya, you know the Swami Malaya Mandir in Delhi, Malaya कहते हैं पहाड़ को. But mostly the mountains of South India where the sandalwood trees grow, chandana ke vriksha hai, and therefore they say that the breeze coming from there is always fragrant and cool. So geography of India, topography of India, the landscape of India, it's all here. Madhukara nikara karambita kokila, madhukara, the humming bees, Brahman. Karambita yani the swarm. Kokila kujita kunja kutire. In the thick, lush vegetation, koyal kuku kar raha hai. Kar raha hai, maine kahi kar rahi hai. You know that? It's a male koyal that sings. The female koyal has a very karkash. Aapko nahi pata tha? You know that? No, they don't know. It's not a joke, it's real. Among birds, the male, look at the peacock and look at the poor peahen. So nature had to balance humans and birds. Right? Among humans, who is more beautiful? Better? Who are males? Females are colorful, beautiful, graceful. I'm sorry to say Kapoor साहब. आज के जो मेल्स हैं बेचारे पतलून उसमें काले blue brown. I've made some of the MPs wear beautiful kurtas, by the way, telling them you look like crows. ये क्यों, यानी हंसते हुए भी कहना चाहिए, क्योंकि हमारी ट्रेडिशन ये नहीं थी. Our traditions were very, very different. Loose, beautiful kurtas, long one, flowing dhoti, for this climate appropriate circulation of air and grease. Anyway, चलो, जो है उससे काम चलाओ. हरि इह मुग्ध वधू निकरे विलसति विलासिनी केली परे. And here Hari Krishna is dancing with so many beautiful women. उसके बाद ये कौन कह रहा है? सखी कह रही राधा को. The beautiful thing about Gita Govind is that there are only 3 characters: Radha, Krishna, and Sakhi. And the Sakhi is depicted as the guru, as the pathfinder, as a confidant who can equally scold and persuade both Radha as well as Krishna. Scold. Sakhi का ये हक है और वो इसमें इन्होंने दिखाया है. Only 3 characters. Nobody is talking. They all, each song Ashtapadi is a soliloquy. Swagat. Swagat यानी एक ही character. There is no answer. उसके बाद मैं आपको I want to draw your attention to the alliterations, the similes, the analogies, the epiphanies. प्रासानुप्रास, उपमा, उत्प्रेक्षा, भंडार पड़ा हुआ है. Elements which make poetry delightful, meaningful, enjoyable and hummable. वो कौन सी poetry है जो आपको recite करने के लिए encourage ना करे? I mean there are modern poetry में बहुत सारा है. But I think something that is lilting, something that has an inner rhythm. Yes, रोचक है. Krishna is Natanagar, so there is dance. Hari riha mugdha vadhuni kare vinasati vilasini keri pare. Natanagar ने डांस कर रहे हैं. और यहाँ पर एक चीज आपने किसी ने पूछी नहीं. आपने कभी लवंग लता देखी है? क्रीपर नहीं ना? तो हम लोग क्रीपर में मधुमालती है, माधवी है, ऐसे क्रीपर वही लवंग. नो वही लवंग. ये प्रश्न मैंने जब पूछा है कपिल साहब, तो only one person could answer me, and that after 4 or 5 days of thinking. Jeevan Pani ji, the great poet, scholar from Odisha, very humble, very unassuming. Long khate ho na? You eat long, I mean you chew. Long has 1 dandi and 4 sections. So, Radha, the dandi, but her heart is serrated, is broken in 4 sections, emotionally. It's an analogy for Radha's state of despair, of yearning, of pain at seeing Krishna with other women. Baap re baap. The subtlety of it. ठीक है, ललिता लवंग लता परिशी लगाम कर दिए, क्या कला सुनिए. तो हुआ क्या? आपने क्या समझा? आपने डांस क्यों किया? आपने उसको गाया क्यों? आपने उसके बारे में बोला क्यों जब आप नहीं समझ रहे हैं? So go to the root. Try to understand the word, the image, what it's trying to convey. Then you understand so many things. I found that myself. Now Radha at once, she's looking and not looking. When your beloved is with other women, how do you feel? Some of you will know, it's a painful experience. Sakhi is teasing Radha. Look. Chandana charchita neela kalevara pita vasana vanamali. Such a handsome man. Beautiful. Look how he looks. Kitna sundar. Radha walks away. जब राधा वहां से निकल जाती है, तब कृष्ण को भान आता है. कृष्ण देखते हैं कि राधा जा रही है. तो कृष्ण क्या सोच रहे हैं कि मैं नहीं इसको रोक सकता क्योंकि मेरे मन में I am guilty. And he feels guilty again and again, it's not once. As men are usually prone to. I'm sorry, I tell you my life's experience. It's not just hearsay. No, it's true. That the woman feels the hurt, the deep pain. I'm so sorry, darling, it will never happen again. And then it happens again. No, I just forgot. So this is exactly what Jayadev is depicting here. It's not once. Kshamyatam aparam kadapi tave drisham na karomi dehi sundari darshanam mama manmathena dunomi. Because I'm hurt by Cupid's arrows. Because I'm hurt by Cupid's arrows. Because of unfulfilled love. So then why were you dancing with other women? Radha wants to be. Self-respect of a woman. Lots of things happen, and later on the Sakhi tries to explain, persuade Radha, persuade Krishna. Both are Sidati tava virahe vanamali. Sidati is simmering on low fire. When you cook something, that fire that burns inside, low fire, you simmer. Both are simmering, and yet the ego, the pride does not allow them to forgive each other, to come together. The legend has it that when Jayadev came to the point where Krishna has come early in the morning, whereas the appointment was for the night, and he has been with some other woman again, and Radha looks at him and says, Yahi Madhava, Yahi Keshava, go. Go Madhava, go Keshava, Mavada Kaitava Vadam, do not please utter deceitful words. I don't want to hear. Go. And that is a very, very strong condemnation of Krishna by Radha. And Krishna this time feels truly remorseful. He comes back, tries to say, forgive me. But it's not enough. Jayadev doesn't know how to bring it to a conclusion. The resolution is not there. See, every expression, every poetry, something has to resolve so that you find that, ye likha, ye tha, abhi resolve hua. He's not able to do that. So he puts his pen down and he goes to the river telling his wife, I'm coming back, please prepare the meal. I'm not able to write anymore. And then Jayadev comes back a little early and he goes to the writing desk and he writes something and he says, give me food, I'm hungry. And he has his meal and then he says, I'm now going to rest. And Padmavati, as usual, is having her meal from that same thali when Jayadev comes and he says, what happened today? You are eating before me? But she said, you just had your meal. And he runs to the pothi and there it's written. Krishna has come and written, and this is history. Ye kaha suni nahi hai, ye hua hai. And what was it that Krishna wrote? Requesting Radha, Smara Garala Khandanam Mamashirasi Mandanam Dehi Padapalavarudaram. Please place your tender feet on my head. He is prostrating before Radha, saying, Aapke charan kamal mere sir. Something that Jayadev could not write. And these have become, Gita Govind itself, the one and only kriti of Jayadev, he did not write a second one. But this is one of the most, what shall I say, powerful image, which also occurs Kapilji in Saundarya Lahari. When Shiva is natamastak before Devi, and Devi kicks him, kicks him on the head. And Jayadev is the second one who dies. Devi pada pallavamudaram. So all is well that ends well. They come together. And in the end, when they are together, there is Dvaita. From Advaita to Advaita, they are together in union of love. It doesn't finish there. The last canto, Ashtapadi, is about that Leela, that Krida, from Advaita to Dvaita. Radha says, I want my identity back. All the decorations and everything that had gone away, please place flowers, make my juda, make my eyes with kajal, wrap the sari, is the height of Shringar, but the message is spiritual. The play has to go on. Nothing is permanent. Everything is taral. Everything has to flow, including the creation. So that is the message of the Gita Govinda. With this, I thank you all. जय जय श्री राधे बोलना पड़ेगा ना जय जय श्री राधे जय श्री कृष्ण
Thank you, ma'am. Lecture and I would say a performance. It was a lecture to a performance. I request Professor Kapoor to share his views.
अनुभव किया होगा इस प्रकार सोनल जी हम सबको अपने साथ ले गई एक ऐसी सुंदर यात्रा भी ले गई और वो भावों की यात्रा फीलिंग्स की और एनरैप्चर्ड हम भूल गए अपने आप को इनको सुनते सुनते और ये इसके लिए शब्द कोई कहना मुश्किल है। और जैसे मैंने आपसे कहा था कि जब भी मैंने इनको सुना या इनको समझाते देखा भरतनाट्यम के मुद्राएं दिखाई तो ये लिविंग एक्सपीरियंस जो होता है आज हमने गीत गोविंद वी लिव्ड गीत गोविंद वी डिड नॉट ओनली हियर अबाउट इट और लिसन अबाउट इट एंड आई एम श्योर जैसे जैसे ये उसके भावों का निदर्शन कर रही थी आप सबके मन में आपके अपने अनुभव भी जागृत हो रहे थे और वो लिविंग एक्सपीरियंस जो बना वो सिर्फ सोनल जी ही क्रिएट कर सकती हैं सोनल जी क्रिएट कर सकती हैं और कोई नहीं कर सकता। बहुत बहुत आपका धन्यवाद और नमन। मैं तो आपको हमेशा चरण स्पर्श करता हूँ आपके इसीलिए
Thank you, sir. Listening to two great intellectuals certainly was a learning and captivating experience. Professor Kapil Kapoor ji rightly said that education cannot be complete without performance. He said that Dr. Sonal Mansingh ji is a Hansvahini, Garudvahini. She brings alive everything before us as she has done in today's plenary session. Madam actually brought Geeta Govind by Jayadeva before us. It was as if it was being enacted. When she was speaking, it appeared she was performing before us. She had all the bhavas. Sir also said that she is a very humble person, and yes, she is, because when we approached her, she agreed to come over here. So ma'am, we are really very thankful to you for sparing your precious time. And she also talked about India and the ideas and concepts. These ideas and concepts are more important than buildings, which enrich us. She also elaborated on what makes poetry delightful, and that performance is a catharsis. So I, on behalf of Department of English, thanks our honorable speaker and guest, Dr. Sonal Mansingh ji, for sparing her precious time. Madam, it was indeed a learning and mesmerizing lecture. Dr. Sonal Mansingh ji's desire for her art revealed only by her passion for life. She is a cultural icon with a legacy that spans 3 dance forms, Bharatanatyam, as I told in the beginning, Odissi and Chow. And her book, A Zigzag Mind, illustrates on various themes ranging from Guru Shishya Parampara, making of a classical dancer, creativity in dance, why life is divine, Radha, Draupadi, and When the God Meets, to Ramayana as narrated by Tulsidasa. Despite challenges, Madam's passion for new frontier of Indian aesthetics and her stage performances represents India's culture in entirety. Thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing the occasion. I also thank Professor Kapil Kapoor ji for being a part of this conference. He has been continuously guiding us, and he is our mentor. I also thank all the delegates and our respectful guests who are present here. With this, on this note, I would like to end this session, although I never wanted Madam to end her plenary lecture, because it was actually mesmerizing.
I apologize, it became long.
So, thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you all. We all will disperse for lunch, and we'll gather here at 2:15. At 2:15 sharp. Thank you all. Thank you, ma'am.
Can I take liberty to say something, sir, with your permission?
Please, the chair.
Ma'am, thank you.
Just want to.
I just want to say, sir, that with your permission, thank you, ma'am, for taking us through this beautiful journey. I think it would be injustice to just say a few words of thanks. It really deserves a standing ovation for ma'am. I personally feel, ma'am, that speaking for myself, and I think my co-participants will agree with me that we were all floating on the sea of mediocrity before we heard this beautiful lecture. I feel that we all suddenly have been elevated to another level. This was something very, very rare and unique that we experienced today. Man, having experienced this, I personally feel I'm privileged that I was here. Thank you so much.
It's all the magic of writing.
Yes. It cannot happen without any divine intervention, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For a short time, we lived three-dimensionally. You said in the beginning that we done.
Thank you all for joining me.
Thank you. Otherwise, we see the text one-to-one.
When you perform, it's a dance. When you speak, it's poetry.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
The conference. In this session, we have Professor Kapil Kapoor as the chair, and as plenary speaker, we have Professor Rajnish Kumar Mishra from School of Sanskrit and Indic Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And the topic of his address would be Arsh Kavya, Orality and Textuality. So before I invite the plenary speaker, Professor Rajnish Kumar Mishra, I would like to introduce him to the gathering. Professor Rajnish Kumar Mishra teaches at School of Sanskrit and Indic Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. His teaching and research areas include Kashmir Shaivism, Buddhism, Sanskrit linguistics, Sanskrit poetics, Asian literature, philosophy of language, comparative poetics and comparative religion. He has supervised many MPhil and PhD dissertations in these areas over a period of 20 years. Dr. Mishra has been associated with national and international academic projects, prominent among them being Encyclopedia of Hinduism, where he played a crucial role as associate editor, Encyclopedia on Indian Poetics as an assistant editor, towards Asian poetics, towards Asian poetics, an interface study of India, Korea, China and Japan, Indo-Irish anthology and a comparative study of culture, philosophy, literature and languages in Jammu and Kashmir. He has published a widely reviewed book titled Buddhist Theory of Meaning and Literary Analysis and Shaiva Philosophy and Literary Theory. Well, that is a very brief about the plenary speaker. Now, I invite the plenary speaker for his address, please. Professor Mishra.
Kapil Kapoor ji, Professor Ipshita Chanda ji, Ravi Bhushan ji, मित्र और ये भाई जैसे हैं और आप सभी विद्वजन जो इस सभागार में उपस्थित हैं, मैं अपनी बात शुरू करने से पहले एक मंगलाचरण के रूप में कालिदास का एक बड़ा प्रसिद्ध श्लोक पढ़ रहा हूँ। वागर्थाविव संपृक्तौ वागर्थ प्रतिपत्तये जगतः पितरौ वन्दे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ। I'm going to speak on the Arshya Kavya. Arshya Kavya, as you know, there are two epics designated as the Arshya Kavya because they are composed by rishis, and these two are Ramayana and Mahabharata, composed by Valmiki and Vedavyas, Krishna Dvaipaya and Vedavyas. But before that, there are other things which need to be discussed. I'll be focusing more on orality rather than textuality, which I find difficult myself to understand. Still, I'm trying my best. But anyways, let's see. You might be familiar with very important works in poetics, in Sanskrit poetics by Anandavardhan, that is Dhanyalabuk, and equally important commentary on Dhanyalok by Acharya Abhinav Lochan. It is known as Lochan. So, Alok, light, cannot be perceived without Lochan, eyes, and that kind of logic or rationale is behind naming this commentary. In fact, this is the Lochan that established the Dhwani school of poetics. You know, it's very difficult to establish anything new, particularly in the Sanskrit tradition. It's a highly critical tradition, highly critical. You know, not even a single concept is established without century debate or so. So, for example, see the definition of Kavya itself. Nobody agrees with anyone. They are all competing views. So poetry is yet to be defined. Right from Bhama to Pandit Sree Jagannath and recently by Deva Prasad Dwivedi ji and other modern poeticians in Sanskrit. So Abhinav Gupta, Acharya Abhinav Gupta, his full name is Acharya Abhinav Gupta Pada. And he is not simply a poetician. He is a great exponent of the Trika system of Kashmir and a musician, grammarian, mystic of various traditions of meditation and thought. So when he composes anything, you'll find he's a great grammarian also. You'll find that all these disciplines are together working as a kind of undercurrent in his thought. So he begins his Lochan. This is just to give the idea what do we understand by the term, by this discipline called Sahitya. I'll try to avoid at this stage the word literature. Okay? It says that apurvam yadvastu prathayati vina karan kalam jagat grav prakhyam nijrasa bharat sariyati cha kramat prakhyopakya prasar subhagam bhasyati yat saraswatyastatvam kavi sahajakyam vijayate. Now, you see, the very first word, apurvam. Apurvam means जिसके जैसा पहले नहीं था कुछ भी. It itself rejects the notion of art as imitation. Apurvam. Each work of art or literature is apurva, extraordinary. It is not a copy of something. In fact, Bharat Muni in his Natya Shastra, when he defines Natya, Natyam bhavanukirtanam. Bhav ka anukirtan hai Natya. Bhav ka, emotion, state of being ka anukirtan. Anukirtan is not imitation. Imitation के लिए अलग से शब्द का प्रयोग किया उन्होंने, जिसको हम अनुकरण कहते हैं. जैसे सप्तद्वीपों वाली पृथ्वी है, तो उसमें जो कुछ है उसका फैक्चुअल जो चीज़ें हैं उसको तो अनुकरण करना होता है. कोई नहीं कहेगा कि 10 द्वीपों वाली पृथ्वी है या इस तरह से. जो परंपराएं जहाँ की हैं उसको उसी रूप में बताना होता है, तो वो तो अनुकरण है. बट दैट इज़ नॉट द नाट्य. वो तो एक फैक्चुअल रिप्रेजेंटेशन है. बिकॉज आर्ट शुड नॉट वायलेट दीज नॉर्म्स ऑल्सो. नहीं तो ये काव्य दोष हो जाता है संस्कृत में. काव्य दोषों पर बड़ी चर्चा है संस्कृत में. और एक छोटा आपको सुनाता हूँ. आपने श्री हर्ष का नाम सुना होगा, संस्कृत के महाकवि जिनका महाकाव्य है नैषधीय चरितम. बहुत ही कठिन काव्य है, बेहद कठिन काव्य है, इसकी तुलना नहीं की जा सकती. तो जब उन्होंने उस काव्य की रचना कर ली तो अपने मामा जी, उनके मम्मट जो काव्य के आचार्य थे कश्मीरी, ये सब कश्मीरी ही हैं, काव्य शास्त्र के प्रायः आचार्य कश्मीर के. तो अपने मामा जी को दिखाने ले गए कि देख करके कुछ अपनी सम्मति दे दें. तो मामा जी ने देख लिया काव्य. उन्होंने कहा कि बेटा थोड़ा देर में आए, मैंने काव्य प्रकाश अभी पूरा कर लिया है. यदि पहले आते तो काव्य दोषों के सारे उदाहरण तुम्हारे ही ग्रंथ से मिल जाते. ऐसी परंपरा है संस्कृत की. शायद हम बाहर से देखते हैं इसलिए स्टैग्नेंट, अनक्रिटिकल या कुछ ब्रह्मनिकल, पता नहीं क्या क्या आजकल कहते हैं. लोग तो कहते ही रहते हैं कुछ न कुछ, तो वो समझ में नहीं आती बात है ना. उसके भीतर ज़्यादा प्रवेश करके कोई एक टेक्स्ट लेकर के भी देखेंगे तो बात पता चलती है कि कितनी सुदीर्घ परंपरा में कोई बात कही गई है. एंड इट इज हाउ इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू एस्टैब्लिश समथिंग न्यू. Nobody claims that he or she is going to establish anything new. Nobody claims. तो ये ओरिजिनलिटी जो है ना, that is something alien to Indian mind. It is, we don't believe perhaps. The moment we say that this is my original thought, you are at the very moment you are being suspected. ना कि संदेह है. लोग थोड़ा शिष्टाचार में कहते हैं कि ठीक है, कह लो जो कहना है. तो अपूर्वम यद वस्तु प्रथयति. प्रथयति मीन्स एक्सपैंडेड. बिना कारण कलाम, विदाउट एनी कॉज. Without any cause. Usually our world is in the process of cause and effect. So it is, this is a different dimension, this is a different level, sphere. We move from the chain of cause and effect to some other spheres. Jagat Grava Prakhyam, the world is, before this kind of composition, literary composition or artwork, the world is like a stone, you know, without any rust. As recently I just saw this beautiful presentation of Dr. Sundarman Singh ji. So the world is without any kind of aesthetic charm. Prakhya, Jagat Grava Prakhyam, Nijaras Bharat Sariyati cha. Who makes this, the poet or the artist transforms it into an aesthetic object. Kramat Prakhyo Bhakhya Sarasabhagam Bhasiyati yat Saraswatyas Tattvam. सरस्वती का तत्व क्या है? काव्य है। और वो कैसे व्याख्यायित होता है? कवि से और हृदय से, दोनों मिलकर के उस प्रोसेस को कंप्लीट करते हैं। ये आपकी सारी रीडर्स रिस्पॉन्स थ्योरी और क्या क्या होता है, everything is there in a better way. So, you know, literature, in the sense Sahitya, I'm coming to this word. One of the functions of literature is to liberate us from our narrow self. And that's why Indian politicians have talked about Sadharanikaran. That is a condition for us. Without Sadharanikaran, Abhinav Gupta gives you a better word, even better word than this. He says, Tanmayi Bhavan Yogyata. Tanmayi Bhavan Yogyata. तन्मय हो जाने के विषय, जो वर्णनीय विषय है, उसके साथ तन्मय हो जाने की योग्यता होनी चाहिए। उसको सहृदय कहते हैं। स्वते स्वहृदय संवाद भाज सहृदया। So this is a kind of getting rid of the narrow self, the bondages which are caused by several reasons, maybe ignorance, maybe other things. And that's why Abhinav Gupta again in his Tantra Lok defines or expounds moksha. He says that moksho hinam naivanya swarupa prathanam hitat. As I told you that his vocabulary is full of the terminology from Kashmir Shaivism. You know, so prathayati. He says that moksho hinam naivanya swarupa prathanam hitat. अपने स्वरूप का प्रथम विस्तार ही मोक्ष है, वो और कोई वस्तु नहीं है। जहाँ स्व पर आदि का भेद समाप्त हो जाता है, उसी को मोक्ष कहते हैं। Usually we are bound, we are narrowed by several other elements, like technically it is called Trividamala in Kashmir Shaivism, or Panchakanchukas, that veils our real self, and we feel ourselves, you know, in bondage or in a very narrow way. So moksha is expansion of the self, which is the real self. This is the most extraordinary form. And no great work is produced without this kind of without achieving this kind of the liberated self. We can think of a kind of parallel when Longinus talks about grandeur of thought in its sublimity, one of the things. So this is and then prakhya, कवि की प्रतिभा जो होती है उसको प्रख्या कहा गया है. Here also, this is the pratibha is one of the main elements of the causal factors of poetry. काव्य हेतुओं में प्रतिभा को गिनते, प्रतिभा विभक्ति और अभ्यास इसकी चर्चा करते हैं. प्रतिभा के लिए कहा गया कि अपूर्व वस्तु निर्माण क्षमा प्रज्ञा, अपूर्व वस्तु के निर्माण करने की जिसमें क्षमता होती है, अपूर्व, अगेन अपूर्व, उसको प्रतिभा कहते हैं. And you remember William Blake, he had written precursor of romantic poetry, as you know, says that only one power can make someone a poet, and that is imagination. And imagination is the divine vision. He has used this term in this sense, divine vision. Maybe there is some connection with Indic thought, we don't know. It is yet to be explored through German romanticism also. That's a different topic. So imagination in this sense perhaps it has not been used earlier, particularly in English, so far I know. Then there is another kind of idea which is in the Agni Purana. अपारे काव्य संसारे कविरेकः प्रजापति यथास्मै रोचते विश्वं तथेदं परिवर्तते. In this vast world of art or literature, poetry is the creator, like Prajapati. You know, yathasmai rochate vishwam tathedam parivartate. He creates the world as he or she desires to. So here is another element, and that is the swatantrya, kavi swatantrya. He or she is free in his or her desire or will to create. So this reminds us of this creative free will. In Kashmir Shaivism, this is called Ichha Shakti, and Ichha Shakti is analogous with Pashyanti Vak, Para Pashyanti Madhyama Vaikri. So this is Pashyanti, that is characterized by Ichha Shakti. Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti. Pashyanti, Madhyama and Vaikri, Kriya Shakti. Like that. I go back to the Rigveda, and also this is quoted in other Atharvaveda also. Devasya Pashya Kavyam na mamara na jiryate. कि देवता के काव्य को देखो, see the poetry of God, है ना, जो कि ना तो कभी मरता है ना कभी पुराना होता है, ना तो कभी पुराना होता है. And this is the most important characteristics of poetry. अच्छी कविता न पुरानी होती है न मरती है, और उसका सबसे बड़ा प्रमाण तो वाल्मीकि और व्यास की रचनाएं हमारे सामने हैं, और इस तरह के और भी दूसरी परंपराओं में जो बड़े कवि हुए हैं. लेकिन जितनी व्याप्ति रामायण और महाभारत की लोक में है, शास्त्र में है, संभवतः दूसरे महाकाव्य की अन्य साहित्यिक परंपराओं में कम देखने को मिलेगी. यह तुलना शायद ठीक नहीं है. तो इनको आर्ष काव्य हम कहते हैं. ये देवता के काव्य हैं. वर्ल्ड इज द क्रिएशन और पोइट्री ऑफ गॉड, है ना. गॉड देवता का काव्य है, वो भी कभी पुराना नहीं होता न कभी समाप्त होता है. सो फिफ्थ, आई एम ट्राइंग टू एक्सप्लेन द कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स ऑफ इंडियन लिटरेचर. भारतीय साहित्य की जो विशेषताएं हैं, किस पर्सपेक्टिव में हम अपने काव्य को देखते हैं, अपनी साहित्यिक परंपराएं हमारी कैसे बनी, और टू कंपोज लिटरेचर और साहित्य in the Indian context, which is multicultural, multilingual, पता नहीं और क्या क्या होता है इसमें. It is extremely challenging, क्योंकि जब तक आपको रीति वृत्ति और प्रवृत्ति का ज्ञान नहीं होगा पूरे देश का, you won't be able to compose a successful work of art. और यहाँ इतनी सारे कल्चरल जोन्स हैं, प्राच्य, उदिच्य, दाक्षिणात्य आदि मिला करके, और केंद्र जो होता है अवंती क्षेत्र, 4 सांस्कृतिक क्षेत्र हैं मुख्य रूप से. उनके बीच भी उन एक एक क्षेत्र में भी बहुत सारी संस्कृतियां हैं. तो इनको जब तक कोई ठीक से समझेगा नहीं, तब तक उनकी रीति वृत्ति और प्रवृत्ति, मतलब वचन विन्यास, वेश विन्यास और विलास विन्यास, इनका ठीक से समायोजन नहीं कर पाएगा. और यही कारण है कि शायद वर्तमान का जो साहित्य हमारा है वो एक तरह का अर्बन लिटरेचर बन करके रह रहा है, जहाँ ये सब चीज़ें शायद उसकी ज़रूरत भी नहीं पड़ती, और न ही हम उससे अपने को कनेक्ट कर पाते हैं. So, and then if you see, compare this concept or this characteristics of literature of India with the West, you will find that literature obviously comes from the written tradition. The term itself is derived from the written tradition, and it is because at the core of the civilization there is a notion of the sacred book, and a book cannot be without a script, a book cannot be without author, and book anticipates readers. So all these terms are very much prevalent in literary theories of the West. Okay? So book, script, and from a script you have a scripture, then author who exercises his or her authority over the semantics of the text, and then you have the reader. And Poet simply means maker. Okay. As you know, right from Plato, you have discussion on literature, and literature and art appears to be a weak epistemology in Plato's Republic and his works, which is Aristotle wrote a rejoinder in form of poetics. So when you come back to the Indian culture, Indian tradition, we have the word Sahitya, for example. It has two meanings. Sahitya, sa plus hit, hitkari, for the welfare of the people, being, community. And Sahitya means togetherness. Okay? Togetherness of what? Word and meaning. But this is a kind of ativyapti, overextension हो गया meaning इसमें, definition दोषग्रस्त हो गया, अतिव्याप्ति दोष हो गया इसमें, क्योंकि शब्द अर्थ तो सब जगह होते हैं, तो सबको क्या साहित्य कहेंगे? ये परिभाषा भामह के काव्य अलंकार में है। शब्दार्थो सहितो काव्यम गद्यम पद्यम च तद्विधा। आप हमें ध्यान रखना होगा कि भामह इज नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट ऑर्डिनरी वर्ड एंड मीनिंग, इज टॉकिंग अबाउट in the context of alankar, figural modes or figure of speech. So what he means is shabdalankar and arthalankar, charm at both the levels, shabd at the level of shabda and at the level of artha, and that's why it is called kanta sammit. Prabhu sammit, Swarat sammit, kanta sammit. Sahitya is kanta sammit, characterized for its by its charmness at the level of shabd and artha. So togetherness, this you will find there also in the Natya Shastra, also in Rajshekhar's Kavyamamsa, that it is for the welfare of the people, community. This discipline was created by Brahma. Praja suhita kamya prajapati kavya vidya pravartanaya prayamta. Brahma created this discipline as it was earlier expounded or preached by Bhagwan Shiva himself. Then on the request of other sages, he re-expounded it. And in Natya Shastra, Gramya Dharma Pravritte tu Kamalo Sangate Irshya Krodhadi Sammudhe Loke Sukha Dukkate Mahendra Pramukhe Devarukta Kalpitamaha Kridaniya Michhamu Drishyam Shravyam Cha Yadbhavet. So just to bring back people on the path of dharma, sanmarga, Mahendra, Indra and other gods requested Brahmaji to create a discipline like Natya, that is Drishya and Shravya. And this is the basic classification, Drishya Kavya and Shravya Kavya. So Kridaniyak Michhamu, और ये कैसा होना चाहिए? मनोरंजक होना चाहिए, मनोरंजक भी होना चाहिए। और मनोरंजक का एक अर्थ अभिनव गुप्त कर रहे हैं अपने विनय भारती में कि यह चित्त की एकाग्रता भी है इसमें। ये तभी आनंद आ सकता है जब चित्त हमारा एकाग्र हो। तो एक प्रकार से हमारी कलाएं जितनी भी चतुष्षष्ठी कलाएं जो कही जाती हैं, उनसे तीन बातें होती हैं सारी। एक तो उस कला या क्राफ्ट्समैनशिप जिसको हम कह रहे हैं आजकल, उससे वो कलाकार अपनी आजीविका भी प्राप्त करता है। जैसे कोई गायक है तो उससे उसकी आजीविका भी चलती है। दूसरा, वह परंपरा निरंतर बनी रहती है उसके माध्यम से, उस कलाकार के माध्यम से एक पीढ़ी से दूसरी पीढ़ी तक, इस रूप में। अब सबसे बढ़कर वह एक आत्मानुसंधान की प्रक्रिया भी है, क्वेस्ट फॉर द सेल्फ। इस सेंस में हम अपनी संस्कृति को आध्यात्मिक संस्कृति कहते हैं। तो कलाएं हों, चाहे दूसरे शास्त्र हों, काव्य हो, जो भी हो, उन सब का अंतिम चरम उद्देश्य है आत्मस्वरूप का लाभ, आत्मानुसंधान। तो इसी प्रकार से हमारी कलाएं आगे विकसित होती हैं। आश्चर्य की बात यह है कि अवकाश का दिन भारत में बड़ा प्रोडक्टिव होता है, ठीक है। जैसे नाट्य शास्त्र देखिए, अवकाश के दिन ही रचा गया है। भरत मुनि बैठे, उनके शिष्य भेज करके उनको 5 प्रश्न पूछते हैं। उस दिन अध्ययन नहीं है तो उसके उत्तर में पूरा नाट्य शास्त्र बन गया, ठीक है। महाभारत की भी स्थिति ऐसी है। जब सौती ऋषि आते हैं तो यज्ञ चल रहा है और सारे ऋषि मुनि बैठे हैं शाम में शांति से यज्ञ का संपादन करके, तो वहाँ वो पूछते हैं कि आप मुझे कुछ सुनाइए, और उसके उत्तर में ये पूरा महाभारत वो पुनः कहते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से एक लीजर जो है ना, इसमें लीजर और प्लेजर दोनों चीज़ें इन्वॉल्व। तो महाभारत हो, नाट्य शास्त्र हो, इसमें तो जो काव्य है हमारा वह क्या है, वह श्रव्य प्रेक्ष्य है, मतलब ओरल है, ओरल एक्सपीरियंस है, विजुअल है। इसलिए हमारे शब्द कैसे हैं देखिए, ऑडिटर या व्यूअर, जिसको हम सामाजिक सहृदय कहते हैं। फिर कवि है, कवि का एक अर्थ है सर्वज्ञ। कवि होना साधारण बात नहीं है इस परंपरा में। कवि का अर्थ है सर्वज्ञ, और जितने भी काव्य शास्त्र के ग्रंथ हैं वो शुरू में ही कवि के ज्ञातव्य विषयों का उल्लेख करते हैं कि कवि को इन चीज़ों का ज्ञान होना चाहिए, और बहुत ही टफ है सब, जिसमें सारा वो व्याकरण से लेकर कोश, छंद आदि, लोक परंपरा, शास्त्र परंपरा, इन सबका ज्ञान उसको होना चाहिए, तब वह कविता में प्रवेश कर सकता है, काव्य रचना में प्रवेश कर सकता है। राजशेखर सेज दैट शास्त्र पूर्वकत्वाद काव्य अभिनिवेशेत, कि शास्त्र पूर्वक काव्य में प्रवेश करना चाहिए, शास्त्र का ज्ञान करके। शास्त्र में लोक भी आता है, क्योंकि ये दोनों अलग नहीं है अपने यहाँ, शास्त्र और लोक। तो जितना बड़ा दोष आगम विरोधी है काव्य में, दैट वी आर वायलेटिंग द नॉर्म्स विच आर इन द शास्त्रस, उतना ही बड़ा दोष काव्य का माना जाता है लोक विरोधी होना। तो इस तरह से लोक और शास्त्र दोनों को समाहित करके अपने यहाँ काव्य की परंपरा बनती है। और दूसरा है कथावाचक, कथा है, कथा कहने की जो पद्धति है, नरेटर होते हैं। नरेटर है तो ऑडिटर होगा, रीडर नहीं होगा उसका। So it is more pervasive and more democratic in that sense. And this tradition comes down from the Vedic times. Ved is also known as Shruti. वो भी स्पीच से सुनने का है, श्रुति है। पुराण तो सारा ही नैरेटिव है, ऑल पुराणास आर नैरेटेड। काव्य जिसमें रामायण है, दैट इज ऑल्सो composed by Valmiki and then performed by Lava and Kush. So from the internal evidence of the Ramayana, you will find that Lava and Kush are shown performing Ramayana 3 times. One when the first performance took place in the hermitage of Valmiki, then second in the streets of avenues of Ayodhya, and third when there is a yajna being performed, Ashwamedh yajna is performed by Ram in that sabha. And there it says that kriyakalp vidaschaiva तथा काव्य विदो जना। क्रियाकल्प काव्य शास्त्र का सबसे प्राचीन नाम है, क्रियाकल्प। तो उस सभा में जो लोग बैठे हैं राम की सभा में, वो कैसे लोग हैं? वो काव्य क्रियाकल्प विद भी हैं, मतलब जो काव्य शास्त्र की जो बारीकियां होती हैं उन शास्त्र की वो भी जानते हैं, और दूसरे वो लोग भी हैं जो काव्य का आनंद लेते हैं। ऐसे लोग बैठे हैं, उनके बीच रामायण का गायन लव और कुश करते हैं। और वाल्मीकि ये बताना नहीं भूलते कि यह एक मतलब गाने वाला नैरेटिव है। सिंग, यू कैन सिंग इट, परफॉर्म इट, तंत्री लय समन्वितम, वाद्य यंत्र के साथ इसको गाया जाता है। और उत्तरकांड में वो निर्देश भी करते हैं कि 20-20 सर्गों का प्रतिदिन वो गायन करते हैं। ऐसा ना समझ लें कि पूरा रामायण एक ही बार लव कुश ने सुना दिया, प्रत्येक संध्या 20-20 सर्गों का वो गायन करते हैं। सो इन द सेम वे यू हैव लोक साहित्य एंड यू हैव हार्वेस्ट सॉन्ग्स, लोरी, होली, चैती, बारामासा एंड मेनी मोर थिंग्स, ऑल दीज आर ओरल। So to sum up, Kavya literature, Sahitya in our culture is Shravya Preksha, then it is performative, as we can see in case of Ramayana and also in Mahabharata, because there is a series of narrators involved in Mahabharata. First is of course Maharishi Vedavyas, और आपको यहाँ देखना पड़ेगा कि पोएट और राइटर में क्या फ़र्क है। तो वेदव्यास जी एंड गणेश जी, ही इज़ द राइटर, है ना, और उनके बीच एक कंडीशन है, कहते हैं कि मैं तभी तक लिखूंगा जब तक आप रुकेंगे नहीं, ठीक है ना। तो व्यास जी भी कंडीशन रखते हैं कि आप तब तक नहीं लिखेंगे जब तक श्लोक का अर्थ आपको पता न चल जाए ठीक से, इसे समझ बूझ के लिखना चाहिए केवल साउंड का इमिटेशन नहीं है ना? तो इसलिए वो इस शर्त पर महाभारत की का लेखन हुआ, लेकिन कवि तो वेदव्यास है। इसके बाद वैशंपायन जी जो जन्मेजय के नाग यज्ञ में महाभारत सुनाते हैं, और उनसे सुनकर के उग्र श्रवा सौती ऋषि आकर के ऋषि वृंदों को फिर सुनाते हैं। रामचरितमानस इज ऑल्सो लाइक दैट, द डायलॉग बिटवीन काकभूषण जी एंड गरुड़ जी, शिव एंड पार्वती आर टेलिंग and retelling this narrative, and Bharadwaj Rishi is also narrating this to other rishis, so it is same thing. Srimad Bhagavad is again a kind of performative text, performance text, and Geet Govindam of course we have just seen. So this is the tradition of orality in our culture. Then you will see literature is also participative. It's a serial composers in case of Mahabharat, Jai Bharat, Mahabharat, like this. And then one important aspect is that why do we have an independent discipline like poetics? There is a logic, there is a rationale behind it. And in Abhinav Bharati, Acharya Abhinav Gupta says that commenting on the very first verse of the Natya Shastra, see this, Pranamya Sirsha Devo Pitamaha Parameshwaro Natya Shastram Pravakshami Brahmana Yad Udaratam. The text itself is performative. शास्त्र का टेक्स्ट है लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस टेक्स्ट है। पहला ग्रंथ है काव्य शास्त्र का, नाट्य शास्त्र का, और इसीलिए वो लक्षण ग्रंथ भी है, लक्ष्य ग्रंथ भी है। कैसे? प्रणम्य शीर्षा, आंगिक अभिनय हो गया, आंगिक अभिनय, शीर्षा देवो पितामह परमेश्वरो नाट्य शास्त्रम प्रवक्ष्यामि, दिस इज लिंगुअल वर्बल, वाचिक अभिनय हो गया। ब्रह्मणा यद उदाहृतम, आहार्य जिस तरह का ड्रेस पहना हुआ है वो मुनि का ड्रेस है, तो आहार्य अभिनय है। और यह सब कुछ मानसिक है, जो प्रणाम कर रहे हैं वह क्या है? मानसिक है, तो सात्विक अभिनय। चारों अभिनय इस प्रथम कारिका में ही भरत मुनि ने बता दी। सो द होल नाट्य शास्त्र कैन बी परफॉर्म्ड, इट्स नॉट ओनली ए शास्त्र, a kind of expositional text, it is also a performative text. So here in the very commenting on the very first karika, this karika, Abhinav Gupta says that this नाट्य पदार्थ है क्या, नाट्य जैसा तत्व या पदार्थ जो है वो है क्या, what is that? That is called नाट्य. And then he elaborates it. ये अभिनव गुप्त ही कर सकते थे। क्या है? कहते हैं कि 10 प्रकार के लौकिक एक्सपीरियंसेस होते हैं और 5 प्रकार के उनके कॉरस्पॉन्डिंग कॉग्निशंस होते हैं। कौन कौन से? आप देखिए, इसमें किसी के अंतर्गत भी आप नाट्य का जो अनुभव है, आर्ट एक्सपीरियंस को आप इसमें इंक्लूड नहीं कर सकते। अनुकरण, प्रतिबिंब, चित्र, सादृश्य, आरोप, सुपर इम्पोजिशन, अध्यवसाय, उत्प्रेक्षा, स्वप्न, माया, इंद्रजाल, इनमें से किसी में भी नाट्य प्रतीति इंक्लूड नहीं की जा सकती। सो दीज आर द वर्ल्डली एक्सपीरियंसेस। एंड देन 5 कॉरस्पॉन्डिंग कॉग्निशंस आर यथार्थ, ये भी नहीं है, यथार्थ नहीं कह सकते इसको। यथार्थवादी साहित्य हम लोग शायद नहीं लिखते रहे हैं, आजकल फैशन हुआ। मिथ्या, मिथ्या भी नहीं है। संशय, डाउट, नो, बिकॉज डाउट क्या होता है? जब हमारी बुद्धि 2 चीज़ों में इन्वॉल्व हो जाती है, स्थानोर्वा पुरुषोर्वा। अंधेरे में कोई वस्तु देखी तो दूर से लग रहा है कि कोई व्यक्ति खड़ा है या कोई पिलर है ना, तो द्विधा एक्सपीरियंस होता है, इसको कहते हैं संशय। अनवधारण, अनवधारण कहते हैं पार्शियल अपीयरेंस के कारण मिसलीडिंग कॉग्निशन होता है। जैसे कोई एनिमल है, उसका केवल पैर हमने देखा, and this leads us to a wrong kind of cognition of that object. तो ये भी नहीं है। और साथ ही साथ अनध्यवसायात्मक भी नहीं है। The object which appears for the first time, in that case we are unable to decide the identity of that object. तो इनमें से कोई भी ऐसा नहीं है जो नाट्य प्रतीति को इंक्लूड कर सके या आर्ट एक्सपीरियंस को इंक्लूड कर सके। तो इसलिए उन्होंने कहा कि अब ये तो लौकिक प्रतीतियां हैं, अब चूंकि एंड वी कैन नॉट डिनाई दैट देयर इज ए एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ रस, रसानुभूति है, नाट्यानुभूति है, काव्यानुभूति है, कलानुभव है, तो ये कोई काल्पनिक नहीं है, इसलिए हम उसको डिनाई भी नहीं कर सकते। सो यू हैव टू प्रोवाइड स्पेस इन द एन्यूमरेशन, इन द टैक्सोनॉमी। तो कैसे हुआ वो? एक तो लौकिक है, दूसरा क्रिएट करना पड़ता है अलौकिक। एंड प्लीज डोंट ट्रांसलेट इट एज डिवाइन। अलौकिक सिंपली मीन्स इट इज डिस्टिंक्ट फ्रॉम दीज विच हैव बीन एन्यूमरेटेड अर्लियर। तो वो अलौकिक है। और इसी क्रम में विश्वनाथ जब कहते हैं कि ब्रह्मानंद सहोदर, काव्य को कह रहे हैं ब्रह्मानंद सहोदर, तो ब्रह्मानुभूति भी इनमें से किसी में इंक्लूड नहीं की जा सकती, जैसे कि रसानुभूति नहीं की जा सकती। तो these two experiences belong to the other category, that is अलौकिक। ठीक है, लेकिन इसका यह भी अर्थ नहीं है कि दोनों समान हैं। they share the same category, but that doesn't mean that both are same, because the category itself is designated as anirvachaniye, inexplicable. So we are not in a position to say whether both are same or different from each other, but certainly distinct from what has been enumerated under logik. And definitely when you have a poet like Valmiki and Vyas, you don't have any kind of debate whether literature is a discourse of knowledge or not. You cannot doubt it. And that's why it is distinct knowledge, we can say distinct experience, and in that way it has been accepted. And the final thing is that it is full of blissfulness, ananda. So samvidananda charvana vyapar rasni rupo rasa, and meaning in poetry is not other than रस itself. ये अर्थ होता है काव्य का, रस ही अर्थ है वहाँ। और इसको दृश्य और श्रव्य काव्य में इसके अलग अलग प्रक्रिया है, जिससे हम, जैसे दृश्य काव्य है तो विभावानुभाव व्यवचारी संयोग रस निष्पत्ति, विभाव अनुभाव संचारी आदि के संयोग से रस की निष्पत्ति होती है। उसी तरह से श्रव्य काव्य में उसका वर्णन होता है विभाव अनुभाव संचारी का, बट रस इज ऑलवेज सजेस्टेड, इट इज नॉट ए मैटर ऑफ डिस्क्रिप्शन। Then comes Shantaras. Maybe Dr. Sonal Singh didn't like this idea, Shantaras. But without Shantaras, you cannot complete the process. है ना? Shantaras से ही सभी उद्भूत होते हैं, निर्गत होते हैं और पूरी उसी में लय होते हैं। तो जो नाट्यशास्त्र का पाठांतर है वो दोनों प्रकार क्या है, एक में 8 रस की चर्चा है, एक में 9 रस की चर्चा है। और आचार्य अभिनवगुप्त को ये प्रतियां या नाट्यशास्त्र का यह जो 2 संस्करण हैं शायद उपलब्ध रहा होगा उनके समय में, इसलिए विस्तार से उन्होंने शांत रस की व्याख्या की। यह प्रक्रिया के ऐसा नहीं कि केवल काव्य में है, आप अष्टाध्यायी का अंतिम सूत्र देखिए। इसी से शांत रस से ही समाप्त कर दो। अंतिम सूत्र है अ। तो कहते हैं कि दैट इज द लास्ट साउंड आर्टिकुलेटेड बाय पाणिनि, अंतिम अ।
He starts with a and ends with a.
तो एक में जो है अ जो है वो क्लोज वॉवेल है, समृद्ध है, लेकिन समृद्ध होगा तो बोलेंगे कैसे? तो इस व्याकरण की प्रक्रिया में उसको विवृत होना पड़ता है ना। सो एट द एंड इट कम्स बैक टू इट्स ओरिजिनल पोजीशन, ओरिजिनल फॉर्म, फिर से समृद्ध हो जाता है, एंड दैट इंडिकेट्स दैट द टेक्स्ट इज आल्सो क्लोज्ड, है ना। तो यह इसीलिए एक सूत्र भी लिखा भगवान पाणिनि ने, विरामो अवसान। विरामो अवसान, अवसान क्या है? विराम, यही विराम है, परम विश्रांति। तो जितनी चीजें सृष्टि हुई है तो उसकी विश्रांति भी आवश्यक है। तो अपना कला दर्शन इसको अधूरा नहीं छोड़ सकता, बीच में एक प्रोसेस के ला करके मध्य में ये प्रक्रिया नहीं है। तो पूर्णता तब आती है जब ये पूरी एक सर्कल पूरा हो जाता है। बहुत सारी बातें छोड़ें। अच्छा, केवल 1-2 चीजें। कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स ऑफ इंडियन लिटरेरी थियरीज है, उसमें मैं केवल इन्यूमरेट कर देता हूँ। ये लिंग्विस्टिक है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूटिव है, category bound है, so you have categories of ध्वनि, categories of figures of speech. Assimilative है, whatever has been expounded earlier, the later poeticians assimilated. For example, Anandavardhan, before him Ras and Dhwani, Ras and Alankar. So you have Alankar Dhwani also, Rasat Dhwani also. So he assimilated everything. Then it is applicational, since it is category bound, it can very well be applied to illustrate the literary meaning. And system building, it's a part, it constitutes a system also. So in that way, all literary theories still survive. Then there is lots of things about text and textuality and intertextuality. These all you know, I need not repeat. But lastly, I would like to say a few things about Ramayana and Mahabharata. Very important thing is that Rajshekhar takes note of recitation of poetry in his काव्य मीमांसा. अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में जो काव्य के पाठ की पद्धति है, कैसे लोग पाठ करते हैं, कहाँ के लोग प्राकृत का अच्छा पाठ करते हैं, कहाँ के लोग संस्कृत का अच्छा पाठ करते हैं. Should I say or not?
सरस्वती की बैनिशमेंट.
तो वो प्रशंसा है, तो कई विशेषताएं बताते हैं हर जगह के पाठ की. और दो का उल्लेख करना चाहूँगा. पांचाल जो क्षेत्र है, वहाँ के पाठ की बहुत प्रशंसा वो करते हैं. लेकिन बंगाल का जो प्राकृत पाठ है, उससे शायद राजशेखर बहुत प्रसन्न नहीं. वो कहते हैं कि सरस्वती गई ब्रह्मा जी के पास. उन्होंने कहा कि या तो उनको कहिए गौड़ प्रदेश वालों को कि प्राकृत का पाठ छोड़ दें, या कोई दूसरी सरस्वती डिप्यूट कर लीजिए. लेकिन संस्कृत अच्छा पढ़ते हैं, तो अलग अलग क्षेत्रों का पाठ, सारे क्षेत्र की बात बता रहे हैं. दिस इज अमेजिंग. यू आर काइंड ऑफ लिंग्विस्टिक मैपिंग ऑफ इंडिया. यू नो, अलग अलग क्षेत्रों का ये वैयाकरण भी करते हैं हमारे. और काव्य में तो मैंने इसलिए कहा कि जो रीति है, वचन विन्यास, if you are not familiar of these things, you may not be able to create literature successfully in this country. तो इसका पूरा ज्ञान होना चाहिए. Then रामायण और महाभारत में कई चीजें आप देखेंगे. इसको इंटरटेक्चुअलिटी के सेंस में भी देख सकते हैं. राजशेखर ने एक शब्द का प्रयोग किया है, विरचना, काव्य के स्रोतों के विषय में. Maybe this notion comes very close to intertextuality. और वो कहते हैं कि देखिए, जैसे कोई भी चीज़, इंटरटेक्चुअलिटी का मतलब क्या है कि पहले की चीज़ें जो हैं वो शेप करती हैं अभी के हमारे एक्टिविटीज़ को, उसको डायरेक्शन देती हैं, उसको बनाने में मदद करती हैं. लेकिन इन दो कवियों की विशेषता ऐसी है, दोनों ने बिल्कुल अलग एक फॉर्मेट दिया, और वो आज तक हमारे साहित्यिक परंपरा में देखने को मिलती है. एक तो देखिए, जैसे रामायण में कहा गया कि यह परक क्रिया है. परक क्रिया मतलब वन हीरो बेस्ड नैरेटिव. और महाभारत क्या है? पूरा कल्प है, मल्टीपल हीरोज. सो यू आर ड्राइंग सर्किल विथ मल्टीपल सेंटर्स. दैट काइंड ऑफ नैरेटिव इज देयर. इट्स कॉम्प्लेक्स. देन बोथ आर ओरल, रामायण एज वेल एज महाभारत. In the narrative of Ramayana, you will find more kind of integrity. You know, one, since it is a narrative of one hero, so the narrative is integral. On the other hand, Mahabharata is an encyclopedia, a set and subsets of multiple narratives, and that's why it is said, "Yanna Bharate, Tanna Bharate." जो भारत में नहीं है, वो उस भारत में भी नहीं है. जो महाभारत में नहीं है, वो भारत में भी नहीं है. The central experience of Ramayana is Karuna, and in Mahabharata you have Shanta. Why Karuna? Because there is a series of separations in the context of Ramayana, and that's it begins with the separation, and that is the killing of one of the birds, Kronch, जो हो जाता है आरंभ में, वहाँ से ये नैरेटिव शुरू होता है. And throughout the Mahakavya, Valmiki would never let you forget this thing, this first incident. वो इसी को उपमान बना करके सीता के संदर्भ में भी यूज कर रहे हैं, मंदोदरी के लिए भी, अहिल्या के लिए भी, और तारा के लिए भी, कि उनकी दशा कैसी है, उसी क्रौंची की तरह है. So in this way it becomes a Karuna Kavya. but dharma is the foundation of both the epics. Dharma, that is the common foundation. And with great pain, Rishi Vedavyasji says at the end of Mahabharata, Urdhvahu Viromeshta na kaschit srunoti mam. कि कब से मैं दोनों भुजाएं उठाकर कह रहा, raising my both arms, I am saying, but nobody listens to me. है ना? क्या नहीं सुनते लोग? कि धर्मादश्च कामश्च तथा धर्म किन्ना सिद्धते. जब धर्म से ही अर्थ और काम की प्राप्ति होती है, तो धर्म का अनुसरण क्यों नहीं करते? लेकिन लोग नहीं करते. दुर्योधन भी तो है, सब जानता है धर्म धर्म, लेकिन उसकी प्रवृत्ति नहीं है उसमें. तो लेकिन कोई सुनता नहीं है उनकी. ऐसे भी नहीं सुनता कोई किसी. Both are performance texts, and they involve successive, what should I say, authors और रचनाकार एक के बाद एक. और दोनों ही उपजीव्य हैं, सोर्स ऑफ पोइट्री है ना. उपजीव्य काव्य, सनातन काव्य बीजम सनातन रामायण के लिए भी कहा गया और महाभारत के लिए. रामायण इज ए ग्रैंड नैरेटिव ऑफ त्रेता युग का. महाभारत इज ए ग्रैंड नैरेटिव ऑफ द्वापर. तो दोनों कवियों ने अपने अपने युग का महाआख्यान रचा है. और यही कारण है कि कोई भी कालजयी कृति अपने देश काल की उपेक्षा करके नहीं बनती, कि उसकी व्याख्या करके और उसका अतिक्रमण करके बनती है, जिसका प्रमाण रामायण और महाभारत है. सो दीज आर द सिविलाइजेशनल नैरेटिव्स. These are the two epics that constitute our epic culture and also constitute our greater India. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rajnish of Indian Poetics, and again, so very complex terminology maybe for us who are not very familiar with what is this Arsh Kavya, as Sir said. So he explained Arsh Kavya. Okay, it's not Arsh. Arsh. Rishi said. Of course. So now, with the permission of the chair, the house is open for discussion. If you might be having any observations, any queries, the speaker would like to.
दूसरी स्थिति के सब समझ आ गया.
सर, दूसरी स्थिति के लिए अब मैं आपको आमंत्रित करता हूँ. Your comments, please. Respected Professor Kapil Kapoor, the chair.
I think I'll go there.
I have listened to a very learned lecture. I think you will all agree with me that Professor Rajnish Ji is an example of exact scholarship and a very reasoned discourse. And I think those of us who want to learn how to say what we want to say in a convincing manner, so that we carry conviction. I think this methodology, in fact, I even noted down the number of texts he has quoted. He has quoted 21 texts in his lecture. So, you know, the thoroughness with which he has addressed. And at the same time, I know what difficult topics, themes he was dealing with, but he was dealing with them in a very simple, communicative manner. And he raised practically all the issues that the oral literature has. And many interesting things. He, I think, he disciplined himself. I know that he has a great sense of humor which he rarely betrays, but he restrained himself by not going into those very many interesting things. I will simply just give you a list of the list of the topics that he touched, so that you get an idea that when you are discussing, let's say, literature in an Indian perspective or Indian thought on or about Kavya, so what are the things? So first of all, he said that Kavya ka foundation is all disciplines, all knowledge. It's not Kavya. In fact, the question is asked in the tradition that कि धर्म अर्थ काम मोक्ष चार हमारे एंड्स ऑफ लाइफ हैं। धर्म अर्थ काम मोक्ष बोलते हैं तो लगता है कि प्रवचन हो रहा है, पर इसको अगर अंग्रेजी में ट्रांसलेट करें, राइचियसनेस, मटीरियल वेलबींग, fulfillment of desires, freedom from all this. These are common ends of life for all human beings. तो वो कहते हैं कि चार एंड्स हैं। धर्म के लिए तो हमारे यहाँ धर्मशास्त्र हैं, अर्थ के लिए अर्थशास्त्र है, काम के लिए कामशास्त्र है, और मोक्ष के लिए मोक्ष शास्त्र है, उपनिषद वगैरह। तो फिर लिटरेचर क्या करता है? व्हाट इज द फंक्शन ऑफ लिटरेचर? साहित्य का फंक्शन क्या है? This question is asked, and the answer is very interesting. He says that literature illustrates the concepts of these shastras through protagonists in narratives. मतलब वो जो concepts हैं, वो जो विचार हैं, उनकी एक एग्जाम्पल नैरेटिव बना के एक इंडिविजुअल की लाइफ में दिखा के वो समझाते हैं। सो लिटरेचर इज एक शब्द में दृष्टांत। इस सारे ज्ञान का जो दृष्टांत है वो साहित्य है। तो पहला तो इनका ये फाउंडेशन है कि सारा ज्ञान जो है उसका फाउंडेशन है। इन्होंने दूसरा पॉइंट जो बनाया कि हमारे यहाँ ओरिजिनलिटी का कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है। बहुत ही बढ़िया पॉइंट है। जैसे नो इंडियन ऑथर एवर क्लेम्स ओरिजिनलिटी। Everybody says that I am not saying anything on my own. I am only explaining what the पूर्वाचार्य has said. उन्होंने जो कहा वो मैं समझा रहा हूँ। भर्तृहरि का हाईली अनयूजुअल वाक्यपदी, इसे मैं तो कुछ नहीं बता रहा, मैं तो पतंजलि ने जो डेफिनेशन दिया है उसी को एक्सप्लेन कर रहा हूँ। But Indian authors disclaim originality to hide actual originality. और जयंत भट्ट जो बुद्धिस्ट वो थे प्रमाण वार्तिक में, he says कि there is nothing like originality. All that the originality consists of is rearrangement of ideas. That's all. रीअरेंजमेंट ऑफ आइडिया। तो सेकंड इन्होंने ओरिजिनलिटी के इशू पे, क्योंकि ये इशू बड़ा डिस्कस होता है, लिटरेचर में दिया। फिर इन्होंने क्रिएशन ऑफ ए स्टोरी और ए पोएम इज सिंपली ए ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ऑफ एन एक्सपीरियंस। वो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है, और जो क्रिएटर है वो सिर्फ पोएट ही नहीं, रीडर भी है। टुगेदर both are the creators of meaning in that transformation. And then he talked about this the goal of literature. His narration was more logical. मेरे को तो जैसे जैसे ध्यान आया कि लिखना चाहिए तो मैं लिखता गया। तो गोल, लिटरेचर का गोल क्या है, ध्येय क्या है? इन्होंने शब्द यूज किया था लिबरेशन। तो out of kindness again he did quote, he often quotes Abhinav Gupta, Sattva Udrek Prakashamay, the rise of Sattva and effulgence. You know, that after reading a story like Grief, you know, you feel the sorrow of that cab driver, old cab driver. Now we human beings, we are so narrow, so self-centered कि हमें अपना ही दुख नजर आता है, दूसरे का दुख हमको नहीं दिखता। दूसरे का सुख दिखता है, अपना दुख दिखता है। पर हम आर्ट से कहानी पढ़ के उस मोमेंट में, in that moment, we become larger than ourselves. We are liberated from our narrow self, and we सत्व का हमारे में राइज होता है। We go beyond our selfish self, and प्रकाशा में effulgent हो जाते हैं उस वक्त हम। You know, we are different human beings at that moment. तो ये जो गोल है लिटरेचर का, सत्व उद्रेक प्रकाशा में, इन्होंने उनका दिया। He talked about the creative principle of प्रतिभा। जीनियस, जिसको जीनियस कहते हैं वेस्ट में, कि भी जीनियस होता है एक अपना. You cannot teach somebody to become a poet, you cannot teach somebody to become a teacher, I think, and you cannot teach people to do certain crafts. Crafts भी जो होते हैं, वो क्राफ्ट भी, क्रिएटिव क्राफ्ट जो होते हैं, कलाएं, वो भी आप सिस्टमेटिक कोर्सेज से नहीं सिखा सकते, पढ़ा सकते. वो एक इनबिल्ट क्रिएटिविटी है, प्रतिभा जिसको वो कहते हैं. प्रतिभा पे काफ़ी लिटरेचर है हमारे यहाँ. एंड देन इन्होंने लिया कि जो कैटेगरीज वेस्ट की डिस्कशन में आती हैं, जैसे ऑथर, ऑथर्स इंटेंशन, एंड द पोएट इज ए क्रिएटर, वेट, वो ग्रीक वर्ड है वेट, मेकर, वो हमारे यहाँ नहीं चलते. क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ देयर इज ए, हमारा लिटरेचर बीइंग ओरल, हम नाम तो लेते हैं कि वेद व्यास, वाल्मीकि, और वो कौन थे, कब पैदा हुए, कॉफी पीते थे, पता नहीं उनका टेस्ट क्या था. बट इफ यू रीड अबाउट द वेस्टर्न ऑथर्स, यू हैव ए बायोग्राफी. बट आवर ऑथर्स आर अनोनिमस. नाम है, जैमिनी है, गौतम है, बट हु वर दे, वी डोंट नो, because the authorial intention, the authorial meaning is not relevant. It's not relevant in Indian critical study of literary text. And maker नहीं होता हमारे यहाँ, बनाने वाला नहीं है, मैनिफेस्टर है. अमूर्त को मूर्त, अव्यक्त को व्यक्त. उनका पैराडाइम आर्टिस्ट है कारपेंटर, जो कि सत्ता जो है वो मेजर करता है, काटता है, जोड़ता है, लकड़ी लेता है, उसका मेजरमेंट लेता है, काटता है, जोड़ के इसकी कुर्सी बना देता है. ही इज ए क्रिएटर, बिकॉज द रियलिटी इज टेरा फर्मा. फर्म है, तो ज्योमेट्री इज देयर साइंस, इसीलिए ज्योमेट्री वॉज द साइंस ऑफ द ग्रीक्स. पर हमारे यहाँ रियलिटी इज नॉट टेरा फर्मा, इट इज टेरा कॉग्निटा. हमारे यहाँ इट इज लाइक वाटर, सो यू कैनॉट कट फॉर्म्स इन वाटर. ऑल दैट योर लैंग्वेज, योर पोएट डज, he creates through language forms in water. Nothing that actually he measures or qualifies. हमारा पैराडाइम आर्टिस्ट कुंभकार है, पॉटर, नॉट कारपेंटर. कारपेंटर तो काटता है, मेजर करता है, पर जो हमारा कुंभकार है वो तो आंखें बंद करके वो घूम रहा है, और द फिगर इन हिज माइंड फ्लोज थ्रू द फिंगर्स एंड बिकम्स वन विद द क्ले. जब वो तो लगता हो गया, वो आँख खोलता है. इफ ही सेटिस्फाइड, फाइन, अदरवाइज उसको फिर वो गोला बना के एंड ही विल स्टार्ट. सो देयर इज नथिंग विच इज नॉट ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्टिंग. धर्मी धर्म में भेद नहीं है. इन आर्ट में भेद नहीं है. तो इनका जो इसका जो इन्होंने लिया पॉइंट, ये इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट था क्रिएटिविटी वाला. देन काव्य ज्ञान जो है वो अपने प्रकार का ज्ञान है. नॉलेज दैट लिटरेचर, ऑफ कोर्स देयर इज ए, रजनीश जी हैज रिटन अबाउट इट आल्सो, दैट in the West also Aristotle, Plato debate about whether literature is a series of knowledge, how reliable. And then Aristotle disagreed with Plato. You see, for Plato, a legislator is a source of knowledge, but not a poet. Homer, he considers Homer a curse. Homer has not done much. But Aristotle talks about the philosophical truth, historical truth, and then poetic truth, which transcends all other truths. The other important truth है. हमारे यहाँ भी बड़ी लंबी डिबेट है इसके ऊपर. तो पंचम वेद हम कहते हैं किसी चीज़ को, that is that literature also or art also is a series of knowledge. तो किस प्रकार का ज्ञान है काव्य ज्ञान? अब ज्ञान, सम्यक ज्ञान, संशय ज्ञान, काव्य ज्ञान. जैसे रस जो एक्सपीरियंस होता है वो भी डिफरेंट काइंड्स होता है. जैसे जो आनंद आर्ट में आता है, एक तो गोलगप्पा आनंद है, गोलगप्पा खाने से जो आनंद आता है आपको, और एक ब्रह्मानंद है, ब्रह्म का। उन दोनों के बीच में है काव्यानंद, समथिंग इन बिटवीन। So the knowledge or the experience conveyed by art is different. So kind of literature knowledge, it is a subject of debate. You see, all these issues are matters on which you people can do a lot of research. You see, with analytical research also. I mean, you can take a text or something and find out. और ये जो रस का, रस ही अर्थ है, रसो वैसा, उपनिषदिक स्टेटमेंट है, सब रस ही है। अगर वो जो माइकेल, वो जो कहानी है, वो पोएम है वर्ड्सवर्थ की, कि वो लड़का, एक ही लड़का है, वो चला जाता है क्योंकि गरीबी है, गांव चला जाता है, माँ बाप बूढ़े हैं, लोग बड़े चिंतित होते हैं। वो कहता है नहीं नहीं डोंट वरी, मैं आपको रोज़ चिट्ठी लिखूंगा। पहले रोज़ लिखता है, फिर एक हफ्ते बाद लिखता है, फिर महीने बाद लिखता है, फिर कई महीने हो जाते हैं, नहीं लिखता है, वो गायब भी हो जाता है, गायब हो जाता है। और वो जो फादर था, जो बेटे के साथ वो एक हट बना रहा था, हैं? और पत्थर ले जाता था, वो फिर वो पत्थर ले जाने बंद कर देता है और वो हट की कंस्ट्रक्शन। अब ये वो पोएम है। अगर हमने ये सब तो पढ़ लिया, ये पढ़ लिया हमने सारा, और हमने कहा देख, हमें कोई पूछे माइकल क्या है, तो मैंने जैसे सुना दिया कि जी वो माँ बाप से बेटा था, लंदन चला गया, ये चला गया, तो हमें समझ नहीं आया वो कविता समझ नहीं। जब तक हमें उस फादर का दुख, जो दुख है, अगर हमने वो करुणा हमारे में नहीं आई, उसको पढ़ के वो रस नहीं आया, तो हमें पोएम समझ नहीं आई। उस पोएम का अर्थ रस ही है, रस ही अर्थ है, नॉट दी के कैरेक्टर कितने हैं, इंसिडेंट्स क्या हैं, इवेंट्स क्या हैं। तो उपनिषद में ही है कि रसो बस, एवरीथिंग इज अल्टीमेटली दिस काइंड ऑफ रस। एंड शांत रस, क्योंकि मैडम भी बोली, सर भी बोले, और शांत रस इनफैक्ट इन लंकावतार सूत्र बुद्धिस्ट टेक्स्ट में उन्होंने बड़ा अच्छा एग्जाम्पल दिया है ना, कि जैसे एक झील होती है ना, झील काम वाटर की, बड़ा काम वाटर है, कोई लहर नहीं है उसमें, कोई लहर नहीं है, वो शांत है। फिर जब हवा चलती है तो उसमें लहरें उठती हैं, लहरें उठती हैं। तो वो कहते हैं कि जिस तरह मैंने चाइल्ड इज बॉर्न, वो शांत रस में होता है। इसीलिए कुछ दिनों का भी बच्चा, एक महीने का भी बच्चा स्माइल करता है, ही स्माइल्स। उसको कहाँ से वो आनंद, वो कहाँ से आता है? पर जैसे जैसे जीवन में निकल बढ़ता है, वो जो लहरें, झील में लहरें, जिंदगी में जो लहरें आती हैं, तो फिर क्रोध, जेलसी, है ना, दुख, सुख, ये रस आते हैं। परंतु सारे रस शांत से ही निकलते हैं, और बाद में वो अंत भी शांतमय होते हैं। आपको ध्यान होगा, घरों में अगर कोई बच्चा बहुत ज्यादा खुश होता था तो माँ कहती थी शांत हो जा, शांत हो जा, जितना हंसेगा उतना ही रोएगा, शांत हो जा। अगर कोई ज्यादा गुस्सा करता था तो लोग क्या कहते, माँ क्या कहती थी, शांत हो जा। सो अल्टीमेटली एवरीथिंग हैज टू गो इनटू द शांत रस, उस शांत रस में जाना है। तो शांत इसलिए रस नहीं है, शांत स्रोत है, और वो एक प्रकार की झील है जिसमें सबको जाना है। मैंने आपके 14 पॉइंट्स गिनवा दिए, अगर और हो तो मैं शायद नहीं लिख पाया, बट थैंक यू वेरी मच। इट वॉज ए वेरी वेरी इंफॉर्मेटिव, वेरी लर्नेड एंड एन एग्जाम्पल काइंड ऑफ लेक्चर। मेहनत से रिसर्च करके, टेक्स्ट को लेके, कोट करके, एग्जाम्पल देके, मेरी आदत नहीं है। And the only point is, I often make many mistakes also. But should I say that you were my student once? and you know, I used to make mistakes, give wrong things. He will never correct me. 10 days later, if he is talking, I will say, अरे रजनीश जी, उस दिन मैंने तो ये गलत बोला था, तो आपने मुझे करेक्ट नहीं किया। तो वो करेक्ट नहीं करना है, हाँ? तो वो प्रकृति है उनकी. But thank you very much. Bless you. Wonderful.
Good afternoon, everyone. Continuing with today's program, I welcome you all to the third plenary session or plenary address of today's program. And for this, we have two resource persons with us. Professor Rajnish Kumar Mishra ji, he will chair this the session, and the speaker is Professor Dinesh Kumar ji for this session. So Professor Ashok has already introduced you to Professor Rajnish Kumar ji. Now, therefore, I would like to introduce the speaker of the plenary session, Professor Dinesh Kumar ji. Professor Dinesh has 46 years of teaching experience. His areas of specialization are American literature, literature in translation, and critical appreciation of poetry. He has guided many MPhil and PhD scholars. He has written more than 15 books in English and Hindi. He has published a number of research articles and several literary writings in Hindi in reputed literary journals. He has translated Godan into English for undergraduate students, Dr. Sree Singh's biography from English into Hindi, and Secrets of Health from Hindi into English. He has also edited an anthology of essays, Ideas Aglow. He is a creative writer and writes under the pen name Dinesh Dadichi. His collections of poems are Ibrat Hashiye Ki, बर्फ के खिलाफ, फुहार, मरीच बहुत हैं, मारीच, काश देख पाते हम. He was honored with the Kala Vibhuti Samman by Sanskar Bharati Kurukshetra in 2017 and awarded Prem Chand Silver Medal as the best short story writer of Panjab University in 1971-72. He won Uday Bhanu Hans Kavita Puraskar in 2006, Baldev Kaushik Samman in 2009, Hindustan Gaurav Samman in 2016, and a number of other state level awards for creative writing in Hindi. He has attended a large number of seminars and conferences, symposia, workshops as participant and resource person. He is nominated member of various general councils, Sahitya Academy, India's National Academy of Letters. He is a nominated member of Board of Studies for UG and PG in different universities. So, the subject of Professor Dinesh Kumar ji, he would speak on oral tradition of Sanskrit Wangmay. So now I would like to request the chair of the session.
Sir.
Yeah, I request the chair of the session to request the speaker. Yeah.
You are willing to listen to the next important lecture. Sir, you are requested to deliver the talk, please.
Honorable Chairperson, sir, Professor Kapil Kapoor, and dear participants and teachers. I am extremely grateful to Professor Rajnish because he has already covered the topic. I am just going to add a few things as an outsider because Sanskrit is not my subject. My subject is English, as you already know. I have done a bit of writing in Hindi also. But Sanskrit, I have been extremely interested in. That was my subject till BA final. And particularly because I was fascinated by what my father used to teach and study. That was Sanskrit literature. So the oral tradition of Sanskrit has always fascinated me. When we refer to oral tradition, we are referring especially to poetry in its early stages. Clearly, it has been composed in the form of utterances, as has already been explained very well, and in many cases also in the form of performances. There are inevitably a number of assumptions behind the Oriental oral tradition of Sanskrit Vangmaya in general, and specifically of poetry. So I am going to refer to one or two of these assumptions which are operative behind this tradition. An awareness of these assumptions will help us understand in a better way certain essential traits of the Oriental way of thinking in general too. Now, that is the aim. I would like to begin by drawing your attention to a particular predilection that has been dominantly operative at a deep level in the Oriental way of thinking. It appears in the form of a sort of assumption that one can reliably identify a person's character and personality traits by considering the way in which they hold a conversation. Dexterity of speech and oral presentation or performance has been held in high esteem in our tradition. In the present age, we are likely to assume that sweet and pleasing talk is likely to be a pointer to a villainous mind. On the contrary, Vagvaidagdhya, which includes tactfulness, the power of persuasion, and what is today commonly called communication skills, has been an absolutely desirable trait in one's personality according to the oral tradition of Sanskrit Vangmaya. And I am going to corroborate my point. This predilection that I have just referred to may have been an outcome or corollary of the glorification of Vachik Parampara. Among the readily recognizable traits of a superior person, Samyak Vachan, Samyak Vartalap had a significant place. Since I am addressing a gathering of teachers here, it would be appropriate to quote from Manavikagnimitram by Kalidas. Shishta kriya kasyachid atma sanstha sankranti ranyasya vishesha yukta yasyo bhayam sadhu sashikshakanam dhuri pratishtha payitavya eva. Which means somebody has the learning, knowledge or expertise contained in himself, fine, but is not capable of transferring it to others. Some other one has specialized skills of transferring the knowledge, whatever he has got, but he may not have accumulated much knowledge. One who has got both the qualifications, a storehouse of learning and the skills of transmitting it to others, is to be placed first among the teachers. That is, he is a first-rate teacher. So that is what Kalidas has said long time back. It would be wrong to assume that this emphasis on communication skills has come from the West. It would be wrong to assume that. That's why I am giving you this. And not only Kalidas, but in this context, it would be interesting to consider another piece of evidence which corroborates the point I have just made. And it comes from one of the most representative works of ancient India. You have already heard about it, none other than Adi Kavi Rishi Valmiki's Ramayana. Now, I am just going to refer to something in that. There is a prasang in the third canto of Kishkindha Kand, where Sugriv, hiding himself from his brother Bali, comes to know about the arrival of Ram and Lakshman near Rishyamukh. He sends Hanuman as his envoy or messenger to determine their identity and their reason for living in the forest of Kishkindha. Hanuman, who is in the guise of a mendicant, approaches the two brothers and, addressing them with due reverence, seeks to know their identity and purpose of coming to that area. This rather detailed speech by Hanuman has been aptly reported in the Ramayana. Now, I am not going to repeat all that Hanumanji said on that occasion, but both the brothers listened to his speech with due attention, and then Ram urges Lakshman to respond appropriately. Ram, in a few verses, also accounts for his willingness to trust Hanuman's motives. This is their first meeting, first encounter you may say, but he has a reason why he finds him trustworthy. I quote his words in English translation. And this is what Ram says to Lakshman. Answer in sweet words with affection the aforesaid monkey, because there is no other word for that in English, who is a minister of Sugriv, knows how to speak and is a tamer of foes, O Lakshman. To speak in the way he has done is not possible for one who has not studied Rig Veda with an eye to its meaning, not memorized Yajur Veda, and has no knowledge of Sama Veda either. Surely, the entire range of Sanskrit grammar has been studied by him in many ways, as is clear from the fact that nothing has been wrongly worded by him, even though speaking a good deal. No fault of expression was noticed anywhere in his face, or even in his eyes, nor again in his forehead, nor in his eyebrows, nor in any one of his other limbs. The speech emanating from his bosom, articulated by his throat, is marked by absence of prolixity, is unambiguous and unfaltering, and does not make a grating impression on one's ears, uttered as it is in a modulated tone. He utters a wholesome, distinct, and remarkable speech which is grammatically correct, fluent, and delightful to the mind, whose mind will not be rendered favorable by his wonderful speech, which has its seat in three articulating organs, the bosom, throat, and head. To say nothing of others, the mind even of an enemy with his sword uplifted will be made friendly thereby. How can the progress of undertakings of a king, in whose service no such envoy exists, actually meet with success, O sinless brother? By the very pleading of an envoy, all the objects of his sovereign, in whose service there happen to be agents adorned with hosts of such virtues, are surely accomplished. Unquote. Now this, as anyone can see, is a veritable list of the desirable traits of a diplomat, and an account of the communication skills and demeanor of an ideal envoy. We keep emphasizing the importance of communication skills. We have a separate university for teaching communication skills. You know that. But very few amongst us are aware of what Maharishi Valmiki has actually said in the Ramayana on this subject. This is very unfortunate. We keep looking for sources, and here is, it's a random example. There are hundreds of examples like this that you will find in our texts. This, as, sorry, I have already explained that. Incidentally, the mention of the Ramayana brings to my mind the story which has already been referred to, so I'll skip this, about the origin of meter in poetry. Meter, Chandas, is said to have originated when when a bird hunter killed the male conch, and you know all that. The piteous mourning cries and lamentations of the female bird melted the heart of Rishi Valmiki, and whose feelings were spontaneously expressed in the form of an utterance that has already been referred to. So these words, I may add, were in the form of Anushtup Chand. The entire Ramayana was later composed in the same meter. The roots of, if I'm not mistaken, the roots of poetry in the traditional science of prosody indicate that poetry in its essence has been a matter of utterance, and it was orally transmitted to the generations over a long, long period of time. The ability to preserve the enormous storehouse of ancient knowledge for centuries in the absence of printing technology is indeed nothing short of a miracle. What is the secret of this miracle? This has been possible due to the readiness and proneness of our minds to memorize and retain the poetic, rhythmical, and metrical expressions. Mnemonic devices have proved to be valuable tools for or tools of retaining significant knowledge. I am reminded of a story that I heard long time back, but it just comes to my mind. There is a poor scholar, Sanskrit scholar, who seeks patronage of a particular king. And the king, being a very busy man, he says, Kave samasena vad. That is, you have to say whatever you want to say briefly. Samas, the word has double meaning here. And the poet, on the spot, presented whatever he wanted to say in this shlok. Dvandvo dvigurapi chaham madgehe nityam avyayi bhava tatpurusha karmadharaya jenaham syam bahuprehi. Now, that is a list of all the types of samas. सारे समास इसमें दिए गए हैं. कितनी तरह के समास होते हैं संस्कृत ग्रामर में, वो सारे इसमें बता दिए गए हैं. लेकिन he is not talking about samasas actually. He was going to present his condition. Okay? So what he said, I can explain this to you. Dvando means I and my wife, two persons at home. Okay? Vigurapi, दो गहुए भी हैं. ठीक. चाहम मध्य है नित्यम अव्ययी भावा. खर्च करने के लिए पैसा ही नहीं है हमारे पास. मेरे घर में बहुत कमी है पैसे की. ठीक है? तत्पुरुष तो है पुरुष, कर्मधारय, तो कोई ऐसा काम कर येन अहम श्याम बहुव्रीहि, जिससे मैं बहुत सारे धन धान्य से संपन्न हो जाऊं. He has made his appeal, and because the king had said samasen vad, he has given the samasas also. Yes. As a matter of fact, facilitation of retention. No, this is a mnemonic device actually. If you want your students to remember all the types of samasas, the shlok will be remembered easily. So, facilitation of retention must have been one of the most important considerations for prosodic practice during the early stages of poetry. Since there was no printing technology and the only method of replication was writing down copies of the voluminous original works. Just imagine the volume. I mean, how big those books were, and how was it possible for them to retain them without any printing? Just try to think. Preferably by calligraphers, which one can easily understand was a time-consuming and arduous task. The retention of a lot of great Vangmaya of the ancient past has been possible simply because of the two methods I have just mentioned. There was no third method. Either you remember everything, okay, and you utter it, you transmit it to the next generation, or you write it down so that it is retained in its original form. For every copy you have to write again. And this is how our Vangmaya has been preserved for centuries and centuries of passage of time. Okay? Let us briefly examine the way in which our great ancient poets and scholars conceptualized the nature of, this has already been done by Professor Rajnish, nature of language in general. But I am going to quote some other examples. Consider, for example, the Sanskrit word shabd. Now, this word in modern Hindi signifies only a meaningful sound, shabd. But in Sanskrit, originally, this word conveyed not only the idea of a meaningful sound, but any kind of sound. And I'm sure many of you don't know this. We are not aware of this. But actually in Sanskrit, shabd is also sound in itself. Shabd hua, ghanta bajane ka shabd hua. That is how it is said. Okay, so it is in both the senses. This is how sound and meaning were considered to be inseparable in language. And I remember this was referred to by Professor Rajnish. Another example that I am reminded of is the beginning of Kalidasa's Raghuvansham, Vagartavim Sampriktau. You all are aware of that. I bow to the progenitors of the universe, Lord Shiva and Parvati, who are conjoined in the same way in which the sound and the meaning are, for the sake of the fruition of both the sound and the meaning. Actually, pratipatti word has been used here. two English words have been listed for the Hindi Sanskrit word pratipatti. Its first meaning is recognition and the second definition is reward. Anyway, both can be applied here. As one can easily perceive, vak is the key word here. Vak in general means speech. But if you take into consideration the various meanings of this word, you will be surprised. I made an effort. One can make a list of several Hindi words that vak denotes. Vani, I am going to give you a lesson. Vakya, Saraswati, vak, बोलने की इंद्रिय, जिह्वा, शब्द, ध्वनि, कथन, वक्तव्य, वादा, प्रॉमिस, प्रतिज्ञा, वचन, उक्ति, all these. Just one word, vak. In any case, vagartha with sampriktau leads to another significant feature of our Vangmaya. It is the appropriateness of the sound in conformity with its meaning. Therefore, scholars and poets have to be especially careful about this samprikti, the concept of samprikti. Shabd in the sense of sound, that is how the word shabd is used in Sanskrit, but the other meaning is also there. The celebrated Shiva Tandav Stotra in Panchachamar Chand, as the name itself denotes, depicts Shiv Tandav. You must have heard it is so often repeated, but I just want to point out something about the sound, the importance of sounds. Understandably, it uses harsh sounds, as in the following verse, which I am going to recite for you. I mean, if you have heard that stotra, you would immediately understand, oh, it is Tandav that is being described. It is the Mridang that is being played upon. Anyway, just I remember the whole of it, and in my student life I was so fond of repeating it. Jayat Vada Bravi Brahma Brahmat Bhujanga Mashvasat Vinirgamat Kramas Purat Karal Abhal Ahavyavad Dhimit 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 Dhanan Mridanga Tunga Mangala Dhanikrama Pravartita Prachanda Tandava Shiva. That is the description of Tandav. However, please note how the choice of liquid sounds, la, mana, etc., such as la, has been prominently made in the final verse, bringing it to Shantras. You know, you cannot leave it there. Prachanda Tandav is going on. And how is it is it brought to a conclusion? Which creates, this is the final verse of the stotra, which creates peace, harmony, and that Shantras and devotion to Lord Shiva. The meaning is also the same, but look at the sounds. Kada nilimpa nirjhari nikunja kotare vasan vimukta durmate sada shirastamanjalim vahan vilola lola lochanola lam bhala lagnaka shiveti mantra muccharan kada sukhi bhavamyaham shiveti mantra muccharan kada sukhi bhavamyaham. And that brings it to the close. That brings us to the word Vangmaya, which I have been using repeatedly. It is commonly considered to be a synonym of Sahitya. This point has been explained. However, it conveys a number of meanings. Vangmaya. Vakya, I am just giving you a list of meanings of the word Vangmaya. Vakyatmak, therefore Vangmaya. Vachan Sambandhi, जो वाक या वचन के रूप में हो, वचन द्वारा किया हुआ, जैसे वांग्मय पाप, जिसका पठन पाठन हो सके, गद्य पद्यात्मक वाक्य आदि जो पठन पाठन का विषय है. और छठा मीनिंग लिपिबद्ध विचारों का समस्त संग्रह या समूह, जिस अर्थ में मैं प्रयोग कर रहा हूँ. Rajshekhar has been mentioned again and again here. He has mentioned two types of Vangmaya in the second chapter of his Kavya Mimamsa, while presenting his definition of Vangmaya. Shastra and Kavya. These are the the two types. Shastra is further subdivided into Apaurushaya and Paurushaya. Apaurushaya Shastras include Shruti and Vedanga, Shiksha, Kalp, Vyakaran, Nirukta, Chand, Jyotish and Alankar. It's Puran, Anvikshiki, Nyaya, we get it, Mimamsa, Smriti, Tantra, etc. In this way, there are 14 Shastras, 4 Vedas, including 4 Vedas, 6 other texts, you may call them texts, I am not sure. Vedanga, Puran, Anvikshiki, Mimamsa, and Smriti. Joan Mascaro has paid a glowing tribute to Sanskrit literature. I was looking for something of this type, and it comes from this scholar. I quote, Sanskrit literature is a great literature. We have the great songs of the Vedas, the splendor of the Upanishads, the glory of the Bhagavad Gita, the vastness of the Mahabharata, the tenderness and the heroism found in the Ramayana, the wisdom of the fables and stories of India, the scientific philosophy of Sankhya, the psychological philosophy of Vedanta, the laws of Manu, the grammar of Panini and other scientific writings, the lyrical poetry and dramas of Kalidas. Sanskrit literature on the whole is interwoven with idealism and practical wisdom both, and with a passionate longing for spiritual wisdom. Unquote. The term Vangmaya is an umbrella term, I think, incorporating all available human knowledge. It includes both science, Shastra, and creative literature, Kavya. And according to Rajshekhar, has a much broader range of application than Sahitya, which is limited to Kavya only and does not involve Shastra. The Western tradition makes a clear distinction between Shastra and Kavya, but the Indian tradition emphasizes the mutual interdependence of Kavya and Shastra. And I'll tell you why this interdependence is important. Rajshekhar remarks, here Shastra has been recognized as the foundation of Kavya. Rajshekhar remarks in the second chapter of Kavya Mimamsa that the knowledge of Shastra is essential for the knowledge of Kavya. Just as we cannot directly know objects in the absence of light, similarly, it is impossible to know Kavya without Shastra. That reminds me of the popular shlok, you must have heard that. Kavya Shastra Vinodena Kalo Gacchati Dhimatam Vyasanena Cha Murkhanam Nidraya Kalahenava. There is another interesting instance of a poet and describing his experience of reciting his poems. Dr. Sonal Man Singh referred to that because I remember that, I had noted it here. A poet describing his experience of reciting his poems, addressing an unappreciative audience. There is a touch of Haryanvi humor about it. Itar papa phalani yathe chaya vilasitani sahe chaturanana arasikeshu kavitva nivedanam shirasi malik malik malik. So he says, whatever punishment you give me, of course I will accept that. I am ready for that, whatever crimes, whatever sins I have committed. But please, don't give this kind of punishment to me, that I have to recite my poems, my poetry, before somebody who is an arasik. First, I've already made that reference. There is another point to be considered regarding what we today describe as the style of walk. That Shaili, jisko keh sakte hain Hindi mein. The style of the Vedas, for instance, may be described as Tejomayi, and that of the Ramayana is referred to as Kalyani. I've just heard these things from my father or from someone else, so I've just collected them here. As you already know, the name Sanskritam itself implies the outcome of a process of parimarjana, parishkarana, shodhana, etc., furbishing, purification, sophistication. This seems to carry the implication of a kind of evolution at the social level, since language itself continues to develop in the society through its usage. The oral tradition necessarily involves a process of improvement through change, modification, and experimentation. In view of this, it is indeed astonishing that the glorious Vangmaya of Sanskrit, incorporating Shastra and Kavya, remained secure in large part for about 15 centuries, though there have been inevitable diversities in the language itself during this long period. And diversity, of course, is one of the most important traits of our Vangmaya. All kinds of subjects have been dealt with, and I think there is no time to discuss all those things. Saab has already given an outline, and if he had started explaining everything, it would have taken a lot of time. These diversities themselves have tended to enrich our treasure of knowledge. Since our subcontinent, and owing to its greatest diversity of cultures, we should be proud of that, has been uniquely rich and inclusive, there has also been an equally significant parallel stream of folk culture and its art forms, which incorporates a large variety of poetic forms and subgenres. And I was just amazed that Professor Rajnish has referred to this point also. Every region has its own specialized poetic forms, which in many cases spread to other regions also. We cannot ignore the fact that in spite of being illiterate, people have created new and fascinating subgenres of poetry and music and other art forms. We owe a debt of gratitude to the mesmerizing oral tradition for all this richness and variety. Samasya Purti, Tappe, Kavit, Savaiye, Dvayashrayi, Mukriyan, Kundliyan, Paheliyan, Akhyan, Akhyayika, Kissa Goi, Chutkale, Varta, Hazare, Satsaiyan, Baramase, Drishtant. This list is endless. I have just started mentioning some names. Whereas the Kavya created by scholarly and erudite people gradually sometimes turned towards artifice. There are negative points here. Extremes of sophistication, Vakrata, Sanketikata, Paroksha Priyata, obscure references, density of expression, and use of seemingly miraculous expressions as a formula. The Kavya created by the common people maintains its freshness till today. Whatever I have said is applicable to these centuries of oral tradition prior to the availability of printing technology in this subcontinent. Interestingly, the oral tradition, because of its endless treasure of creative energy, vitality and power, has not only survived but also continued to assert its presence in spite of tough competition with the great advancements in printing technology, internet, social media, etc. In fact, there is an increasing demand for podcasts, audiobooks, chatting robots, etc. now. Okay? This is not to deny the enormous achievements of printing technology and textuality. Of course, I don't mean to deny them. Science and technology have not only brought about revolutionary transformation by advancing what we might call textuality, but have also metamorphosed our oral tradition, which seems to possess a kind of immortality. That is what I wanted to say. Thank you so much for listening attentively to me.
Thank you so much, Professor Dinesh, for your talk on Vangmaya. Very comprehensive exposition on the concept of Vangmaya, Sanskrit Vangmaya, with examples from different texts, especially from Ramayana and other texts also. So, although we are lagging behind the schedule, but if you have a couple of questions on the at the top. So we would appreciate
You have
it.
to
Please.
answer those questions. Might ask very easy.
Yeah, any comments, observations?
Thank you, sir, for this very enlightening lecture on the oral traditions of Sanskrit. I feel myself privileged as well as humbled. I have no authority to chair this kind of session, but thanks to the love and best wishes from Ravi Bhushan ji, in presence of my Guruvar, Professor Kapil Kapoor ji, Professor Ipshita ji, I am not a suitable person to chair this. But anyways, this is all for love and blessings. In that sense, I accepted this. Sir, you talked about a number of issues which were not covered earlier in other sessions, and particularly the Vachik Parampara of our culture in Sanskrit also. And you rightly pointed out, quoting it from Malvika Agnimitram, that both knowledge and the skill to communicate this knowledge, these both are important, necessary. And you rightly also referred to the first appearance of Hanumanji in front of Rama and Lakshmana, and the kind of speech he delivers, that is an example of ideal speech. The proper articulation, the proper choice of words, sentence formation, flawless, because wherever we violate grammatical rules, the communication is also altered or blocked somewhere, whether we know it or not. तो इसलिए व्याकरण को मेटा डिसिप्लिन कहा जाता है. पाणिनीयम कारणादम च सर्वशास्त्रोपकारकम. Grammar and logic are called meta disciplines. One should learn them. And then I'm still struggling with the concept of vanar. How to understand it? Vanar.
Vanar. Yes, it is vanar.
So it is wrongly translated as pointed out. There is lots of difference between vanar and bandar. But anyways, and sir pointed out the origin of meter, chand. Chand bhi naisargik hote hain. Chand is not created, and the evidence comes from Valmiki Ramayana itself. Automatically, spontaneously, this emanated. Manishad Pratishtha, Tomagaram Saraswati Saman, like that. And Vedas are also called Chandas because they are metrical, and that's why there is a way to memorize it. Path Paddhati, various Prakriti and Vikriti Pathas are available. At a time there were multiple branches of the Vedas, now 2 or 3 are left. When Vedas are accessible to everyone, all these branches are just fading away, going away from us. And as it is said that it was restricted to a particular caste or community, they were well preserved. उस समय 21 शाखाएं तो ऋग्वेद की ही थी. अब 2 बच गई. जब सबको छूट है पढ़ने की तो कोई नहीं पढ़ता, ना उस समय पढ़ते थे ना पढ़ेंगे. तो इसलिए ब्लेम करना ठीक नहीं है किसी को, क्योंकि कोई प्रॉफिटेबल जॉब तो ये है नहीं, तो शायद इसलिए भी. और बहुत सारे जो हमारे ग्रंथ हैं वो इसी तरह से हैं, मिट्रिकल हैं. जैसे सर ने उदाहरण दिया, अमरकोश भी छंदोबद्ध है. डिक्शनरीज आर ऑल्सो वर्सिफाइड, so that you can easily memorize them. Ashtadhyayi is also composed on this principle, that the sutras are musical and they can be easily memorized. Before that, a text was referred, Sangraha of Vyadi, that was composed in 1 lakh slokas. It's a grammar work. So it's huge text, but still metricalized, so that one can memorize them easily. So these are the things, and sir, you rightly pointed out the various semantic layers of the word shabda. So it is sound, any sound, then speech sound, It also refers to word, it also refers to inflected morpheme, inflected word pad, then bhasha or vakya, and ultimately it is the concept of Shabda Brahma, as we have in Vakyapadi or Bhartrihari. So these are the issues, and the word bhasha again refers to bhash, prakashit karna, bol karke prakashit karna, vaikhari vak. It is that speech which is articulated by vocal organs, and sound has two levels. One is, of course, word contains sounds, speech sounds. It refers to meaning part of it, but another aspect is that it creates a kind of psychological state. So with reference to Shivatandav Stotra, sir explained it very beautifully. And think of a word like mridanga. The word itself suggests the sound it produces. Mridanga, म्यूजिकल वैसा ही साउंड होता है जैसे मृदंग का साउंड होता है शब्द में. तो इस तरह की चीज़ें बहुत सारी हैं. और जितनी हमारे यहाँ ये कहा जाता है कि जो वेद हैं वो शब्द प्रधान हैं और वो मंत्रात्मक है, ऋचाओं में है, ऋचाएँ हैं उसमें. तो तंत्र वाङ्मय में बड़ा प्रसिद्ध एक सिद्धांत है कि जितने मंत्र हैं वो वर्णात्मक हैं, वर्णों में हैं, है ना, और जितने वर्ण हैं वो शिवात्मक हैं. तो ये जो अ से क्ष तक जितने वर्ण होते हैं, 50 वर्ण जो होते हैं 50, ये एक प्रत्याहार है अक्ष, अ से लेकर क्ष पर्यंत. तो ये अक्ष हो जाता है और ये अक्ष किसके हैं? रुद्र के हैं. इसलिए शब्द बनता है रुद्राक्ष, रुद्र के अक्षर हैं ये. तो जितने इंटरवीनिंग साउंड हैं अ से लेकर क्ष तक सभी शक्ति के स्रोत हैं. ये अकेली ऐसी संस्कृति है जो भाषा को साधना का विषय भी कहती है. तो यही सारी बातें हैं. मैं बहुत लाभान्वित हुआ सर आपके व्याख्यान से और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है जितने हमारे मित्र यहाँ बैठे हैं, छात्राएँ बैठे हैं, उन सबको इसका लाभ मिला होगा और हम बहुत ज्ञान की दृष्टि से समृद्ध हुए. आपका बहुत बहुत आभार और धन्यवाद सर. आपको सबसे
Sir, for your concluding remarks. Now I would like to invite next moderator for the session.
Professor Kapil Kapoor to felicitate Professor Rajnish Kumar Mishra ji and Professor Dinesh Dadiji ji with a sapling and an Angvastra.
Good.
Professor Dinesh Yes, sir, please. I would again like to invite Professor Kapil Kapoor to felicitate Professor Rajnish Kumar Mishra ji with the sapling and a Thank you so much.
English language teaching. She has special interest in indigenous narratives rooted in Indian mythology and spiritual thought. She has supervised a PhD thesis on Haryanvi folk theatre and has presented papers on Bhagavad Gita. She has made use of such narratives and domain of knowledge during her teaching career for the last 29 years. Now I would like to invite Dr. Daisy. And the topic of her today's talk is the civilizational import of Mani Maitre, the epic. Ma'am, please.
A very good afternoon to everybody, to all dignitaries here. So the topic of my presentation is the civilizational import of Mani Maitre, the epic. So let us take you to South India now. And if we talk about South India, talk about South India, we have to talk about Sangam age, Sangam period. And as you can see, Sangam period, it refers to the 3 Sangams of writers and poets that were held during the early centuries of the Common Era under the patronage of Pandyan kings. And so these were the first literature festivals of these kinds in India. So, and this literature deals with, secular matter relating to public and social activity like government war, charity, trade, worship and agriculture, etc. So much of this has disappeared. This literature has disappeared, at least of first Sangam we don't have any text left. Of the second text we have Tolkappiyam. Tolkappiyam is a grammar text which tells us about rules and regulations of everything like orthography, phonography, etymology and next. You can give it to me. So now the major works of Sangam literature we have are of the third Sangam. These are the 10 poems, Pattu Pattu, then 8 anthologies, Ritugoy, and 18 poems, and then we have 5 epics. 5 epics, Selapati Garam, Mani Meklai, Jivaka Chintamani, Valayapati, and Kundalakeshi. So out of these 5, we have only 3 which have survived till date. And these are the first 3, Selapati Garam, Mani Meklai and Jivaka Chintamani. So, now if we, before we start that, before we move on to the topic we are discussing, we have to first understand the 3 main dynasties which were there in the South India in the ancient times. These were Cholas, Cheras and Pandyas. These were the 3 kingdoms. And because the Sangam literature, in every work, the kings and princes mentioned in the Sangam poems, they mainly belong to these 3 dynasties. And presently, you can see in the map, these regions are part of Andhra, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. So the Sangams, which were held under the patronage of Pandyas, they were at various places, basically Madurai. The then Madurai, that is old Madurai, first Sangam was held there, and it is said that sage Agastya chaired this session, this Sangam. And even the Kapadapuram, the second Sangam, it was also chaired by Agastya, it is said. So now the third Sangam was held in present Madurai. And one of the Pandya rulers, Nendu Jalian, he himself was a great ruler, come poet. He was a poet himself. So if you wish to look at what were the capitals, Urayur, present Tiruchirappalli, Puhar was for Chola kingdoms, Madurai, Pandyas, and Vanji for Cheras. Famous rulers were Karikala. He was a very brave fighter. He had fought the battles with Pandya and Chera kings, and he had defeated them. He is the one who was responsible for founding the port city of Puhar. That is Kaveri Pattanam these days. So, and Pandya's Nedu Jalian was the king in Kannadi's time. Sorry, it was another. And Sen Guttuvan, he was called the good Chera, the red Chera, because he was such a great warrior that he had fought the battles to Himalayas and brought stones from there to build temples in the Chera kingdom. Chera is basically Kerala part. So, and they were famous for like Kaveri Delta in Cholas, and Pandyas, they were famous for, the Korkai region was famous for pearl fishery basically. And in Cheras, it was Tondi and Mujri ports where the trades with Romans started. Religion was basically, it was syncretic tradition in those times. Every kind of religion you could find there. Hinduism and Jains had entered there and Buddhists had entered. So every kind of religion was there. And so as culture was there, there were Dravidian Aryan culture and fertile land, ample food. And the traders were basically from Rome and Greek areas. So, but before we move on to our to the epic we will study, we have first to understand the categories of Sangam poetry, and these are Aham and Puram. You can see it is written Akam. This is, but it is pronounced as Aham. You will find somewhere it is written AHAM or it is written AKAM. This is because of the Tamil language. So, in Akam poetry, in Aham poetry, we can say the theme is love, and Puram poetry, the theme is valor. And the focus in Aham poetry is about family. They are about familial relationships. That means the relationship between a man and woman is highlighted there. And in Puram, the focus is outside the confines of the familial relationships. That means the relation between man and the outer world is focused there, like man's power and heroic deeds in the battlefields, etc. Well, in Aham poetry, the control remains with the women characters always. And in Puram, the control always remains with the men characters. And one important thing, the poet is never found addressing an audience in the Aham poetry, but he is found to do so in the Puram poetry. And the important fact is that 3/4 of the poems, 3/4 of Sangam, 3/4 Sangam poetry is Aham poetry, and only 1/4 is Puram poetry. So, since 3/4 of Aham poetry we are talking about, and among them, these epics come Senapati Garam and Mani Mekhlai. These are called twin epics. These were parallel texts. These were constructed parallelly by their writers. Elango Adikal had composed Senapati Garam, and he was the other one, Mani Mekhlai was composed by Sitalai Satyanar. They were friends and contemporaries basically. Senapati Garam, which means आप पायल की कथा कह सकते हैं इसको हिंदी में, epic of the anklet. Elango Adikal. Now Elango Adikal was the younger brother of Cheran king Sengotuan, and he believed in the Jain philosophy. So it is the story of Kovalan. Story goes like this, that Kovalan, a sea trader, is married to Kannagi, and they live happily for just some time, and then Kovalan fell in love with the courtesan, the royal dancer Madhavi, and spends all his money there, becomes penniless. He returns home regretting, and then he starts a journey with his wife Kannagi to Madurai. Now Madurai was in Pandya's region, and they were from Chola region. They lived in Puhar. So it was a long and difficult journey at that time, but they moved towards Madurai because it was considered a good trade city, and Kovalan could see scope to revive his business there, restart his business there. So, but a tragedy happens. And he was put to death by the king's soldiers. Why? Because the queen had lost a similar anklet, and the soldiers thought that it was the queen's anklet, which was Kannagi's, and Kovalan had gone to the market to sell it so that he can have some money and start his business. But, so he was put to death. So Kannagi becomes very, very angry. So outraged, she goes to the king, she storms to the city, goes to the king, and the king, who always wanted to do justice, he is so much ashamed of this injustice that he dies on the spot, saying, I am no king. But Kannagi is not satisfied even with that. She curses the city, and Madurai is put to flames and destroyed completely. But ultimately the patron deity of Madurai, she calms down Kannagi, and Kannagi retreats to a hill. She dies there and rejoins her husband in heaven. Now Kannagi is a popular name in South India. She is considered a goddess. Patini goddess, you can say, Bhagavati in Tamil region, she is considered worshipped. She has a temple because the Cheran king Sen Guttuvan, I was talking about, he had brought stones from Himalayas to build a temple for Kannadi. So she is worshipped. And the Patini temple is a symbol of wife's chastity and devotion and loyalty to her husband. So let us move on to the sequel of this epic, that is Mani Meklai. And it means girdle of gems. Kamarband हमारे यहाँ कहते हैं. So Sitalai Satyanar was the poet here, and he was the merchant friend of Ilango Adhikar. Like Sitalai Satyanar was a grain merchant basically. He was not a poet, but he was a grain merchant and he was a friend of Ilango Adhikar. Now the point to be noted here is that whereas Ilango Adhikar was the person who believed in Jain philosophy, but Sitalai Satyanar believed in Buddhist philosophy. So this is a Buddhist text basically. So now the story goes like this, that Mani Meklai is the daughter of Kovalan and Madhavi, the royal dancer, not Kannadi. Madhavi, the royal dancer. Mani Meklai is also the name of a sea goddess, and she was also the patron deity of Kovalan's family. So now Madhavi, we see in this that she had become a Buddhist nun. She had joined a nunnery and she had become a Buddhist nun, though she was a royal dancer before. And she wishes the same for her daughter Mani Meklai. She wishes that her daughter be stay chaste and pure. And everything is fine. Mani Meklai is ready. You know, she has such feelings that she would devote her life in a nunnery. But the problem is the Chola prince, Uday Kumaran. He fell in love with her and he wants to possess her. Now, since she belongs to the courtesan family, it was not considered difficult to have somebody from a courtesan family, so he pursues her. But since Mani Meklai has other wishes, she wants to be free of human ties, and so she seeks help from her mother's teacher, Aravan Adhikar, and goddess. So goddess Mani Meklai comes here to help her. She takes her to an island named Mani Pallava, and Mani Pallava, where Mani Meklai, learns some mantra so that she can change her form whenever needed. She can enter into any form. Plus, she is given a magic bowl, the Sumada Amada Surbhi. एक ऐसा बॉल जिसमें खाना कभी खत्म ही नहीं होता. It was always full so that one can help the hungry, needy and destitute people. So she takes that ball and with good intentions she returns to her region. She starts a life dedicated to help the needy and the hungry people, and she does so beautifully. But it is a matter of love. Uday Kumaran appears again and he follows her, but he dies by some accident in a temple. So, because Mani Meklai is accused of that misdeed to Uday Kumaran, she was also put to prison. But ultimately, she influences the king and the queen with her qualities, divine qualities, and they set her free. And even in prison, Mani Meklai turns the prison into a care. She helps there so much. So now when Uday Kumaran dies, Mani Meklai is quite aggrieved, because just then she had come to know from the pillar statue, or you can say there was an Akashvani, that Uday Kumaran was her husband in past life. His name was Rahul, and Mani Meklai's name was Lakshmi. So she is very much aggrieved. She becomes sad for a time, but she makes her heart very strict again, because she reminds herself that I have to break all human ties if I want to follow the path of this chastity and purity. I have to break from all human ties, not only in this birth, but in all the future births. I don't want any kind of bonds like this. So I will be free. So, lastly, taking instructions from her Buddhist guru, who was her mother's guru as well, Aravanadika, she engages in severe self-denial and so that she can achieve nirvana, or that is the ultimate truth. So as an epic, if we can see the Mani Mekhlai has, it passes that test also because it has a large number of great, noble, memorable characters. Take it Mani Mekhlai, Madhavi, Sutamati, who was Mani Mekhlai's friend, Abhatra, and there are so many. So within story structure and myths and legends and miracles are in abundance in the epic, and we are moving in and out of time when the past lives of the characters are given in detail. So, and significant wise statements are also imparted at many places in the epic. So now, if we see how much important is this epic, it is because the lifestyle of Tamilians so many years ago, 1500 years ago, it is a social document to reveal that. The epic gives much information on the history of Tamil Nadu, Buddhism during that period, contemporary arts and culture and the customs of the times. And it provides a Tamil Buddhist view of Buddhist doctrine in detail. Like Sintalai Satyanar was a Tamil and he believed in Buddhist philosophy. So he has separately given 3 cantos for the purpose. There are 30 cantos in total in Mani Mekhlai. He has separately given 27, 8 and 9, 3 cantos to this Buddhist philosophy, which is very significant, which becomes significant because we all know that Buddhism died out of Tamil region. And Satyanar was also the first writer to use the technical terms of Buddhism in Tamil language. Before him, nobody else had done that. And people ask whether Mani Mekhlai was Hinayan Buddhist or Mahayana or what. So there are a controversy about that, but there is a Tamil Buddhist scholar, Shu Hikosata. He says that both types of Buddhism were there at that time, and the monks of these traditions stayed and shared ideas together. And there are several references to Ramayana also. At 3 or 4 places we have Ramayana references, which means that Rama was an acknowledged god before this epic was composed. So the foreigners, one was Megasthenes in that, and Ibn Battuta from Arab. The foreigners also, who have documented, who have visited and documented about these, they affirm many things written in the epic. So the epic is full of philosophy. But the marvelous thing is that philosophy does not disturb the narrative at all. Now we come to the uniqueness of the epic. What is unique in this epic? Last 2 slides. So, uniqueness of all the major world epics, as we know, they have male heroes. They do not have heroines. That is one. And the central characters, the other even apart from heroines, the other main characters are women. Like Kannagi, she was a wife, but she took unusual choices. They all make unusual choices, and they move out of the literary stereotypes. And it is the only Buddhist epic with a woman as hero. And normally epic heroes are of royal birth, but neither Kannagi nor Mani Mekhlai is of royal birth. So this is the best example of syncretic tradition of those times, because Mani Mekhlai's guru asks her to go to the monks of other traditions first. She goes to everybody, though in the garb of a male monk, not female. Whether they were Pramanvadis or Vedavadis, Hindus, Ajivikas and Jains, Bhutavadis, she goes to everybody, listens to everybody. It is then that she decides to follow the path of after listening to everyone. So now, since epics are known for their progressiveness and continuity, and Mani Meklai has such qualities. See, Mani Meklai listens to all, just abhi maine kaha, she listens to all other philosophies first and then decides to move ahead. So it is the cultural aspect that makes the epic dynamic, progressive and vibrant in present times. Also, value systems, we know that value systems are the root of every society. So the affirmative role of Mani Meklai can be seen in establishing a value system with determination and sacrifice. Well, powerful society is that where women are listened to and considered equal, and it is there. The literary importance of an epic can also be seen when it answers to certain theoretical, philosophical and psychological questions and acts as a therapy. Mani Meklai has these, also. So, we see that Mani Meklai, the epic, has everything needed for the growth of civilization and relevance. So, this is the civilization, and in the last, with a happy note, I would like to end this presentation of mine that only last year in April 22, there is a news in Times of India that Mani Meklai will be translated into 20 other languages, Asian languages, and this is the best part of it. It was announced by CICT, that is Central Institute of Classic Tamil. So it will be translated. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Any observation, please? The house is open for discussion. Any observations? Sure, sir.
So right now, probably time, and the question must be very short and to the point. Please. Any questions here? Observations? Yeah, please.
Two things.
Yes, ma'am.
One is the fact that when you said that there are no leftovers or no extant texts from the first Sangam, there are poems quoted in the Tolkappiyam.
Okay.
Yeah. So because half of, I won't say half, the second part of the Tolkappiyam is about the poetry and the different Thinnai in which the poetry is placed. So Thinnai actually, includes the time of day, time of year, space, flora and fauna, and all of that is supposed to represent a stage of love. So examples are given of each Thinnai, there are 5. Examples are given from each Thinnai, which means they existed before. Okay, so that's one thing. So, if you look at the Tolkappiyam, it will be like certain things are there.
What they call Deepan Alankar, is that so?
Not only, everything. Like, you can move from, like Vibhav, Anubhav and Sthai Bhav, but they are fixed. Like, if the Sthai Bhav is X, the Vibhav and Anubhav will be P and Q. Then you will have one thing. Is tarah se hai. And the Thinnai are actually, they are named according to the geographical areas. Like mountain, seashore, forest, aisa. So uske saath all the, you could easily say all the hour that comes along with that is that is one thing. The other thing is about these kavyas, about the epic. One of the things that is very extant in local kind of discussion, not currently because this is old Tamil that we are talking about. So one of the ways of describing Mani Meklai particularly, and you referred to it also, is Vad Kavya. Because of the fact that Mani Meklai herself goes from one school to the other, trying to find out and, Vad Vivad hoti hai usme. So isi wajah se it is called Vad.
Without dialogue,
it's not possible.
Yes.
And one little sidelight of that Vad Vivad, or the fact that there is discussion, it seems to me sometimes that if you look at Therigatha, which is the old Buddhist
Buddhist nuns.
Yes.
Yeah, Theragatha is the monk, Therigatha is the women. I mean, it's a counter to a great extent to Shringar Ras. So when you describe the Naika in Shringar, and all of those traits the Buddhist nuns are trying to get rid of, so that they are not attractive anymore, and so that they are not
That
tied.
is what Mani Meklai also does.
That's exactly what I was saying.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So austerity is also a sign of unity that we. I refer to Chandalika Bharati, Dr. Prabhu. Wonderful. Thank you so much for adding on to what Dr. Daisy has said. And this is a new area for many of us, who are not acquainted with Sangam literature or any other type of literature from the South. And it's a great learning session for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We proceed now to
Thank you for this session. Dr. Himanshu Parmar. He is Associate Professor and Chairperson of the Department of English, Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, and also our former faculty in the department here. His area of interest is Indian marginal writing. He has published 16 research papers and presented papers in more than 20 seminars, conferences in India and abroad. So I would like to invite Dr. Himanshu to the podium, and the topic of his talk is Indian Literary Aesthetics and the Plays of Bhas, Revisiting the Father of Sanskrit Drama.
Thank you so much. Right, good evening everyone. It's been a pretty long day, I guess, but we have had some excellent plenary sessions with great scholars with us. Of course, I'm completely naive in this particular area, but as she said, I've worked here for so long, so I couldn't resist the charm of visiting this university one more time. That was one reason why I was pulled into it. And the idea was I took liberty basically. When it says from reality to textuality, I decided not to see it as a transition, but as a time frame. I can discuss anything I want to from there. So I decided to pick up one of the earliest dramatic proponents in Sanskrit drama. Probably, maybe I may be corrected here, but I think there are no surviving texts before Bhas, who's considered to be a playwright from the somewhere between 3rd century BC and 1st century AD. The idea came from something that I've been noticing in my part of the world for the past probably 20-25 years, since I was a child till now. There's certain tendencies which drew my attention towards what literature does. The connection came, I don't know if I'll be able to put it across or not, but that's how it came to me. So of course, when I say revisiting, it's not contesting the fatherhood of Sanskrit drama, of course not. It's just trying to look at Bhas from the contemporary times where certain situations have come up, and accordingly trying to see as to what he has in store for us when we look at his dramas or his theatrical plays that are there. So of course Bhas till 1913 was largely thought to have been lost till Pandit Ganpati Shastri found some manuscripts which were attributed to Bhas eventually. Of course, there are fleeting references before that. One of them is found in Kalidas's Malvigna Mitram. This is a reference to Bhas. His 13 plays were found. He happens to be the only, there's another slide on that, he happens to be the one who has placed Krishna as the protagonist of 2 of his plays. So his plays are largely renderings of the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. So the text, the names are mentioned there. Pratima Natakam is specifically interesting because it sums up the entire Ramayana in 7 acts. And that's what it does. So of course this is the writer that I took up, and of course when it comes to Indian literary aesthetics, I have worked on 2 basic parameters. I told you I'm pretty naive in this area, so Natya Shastra is something which I guess Ajitji tried a lot to teach me, but I'm a very bad student basically. So of course 2 parameters. One are the accepted standards, where we see the epics and the myths as the, if I use Jonathan Keller's words here, they are the foundational narratives which don't change with the change in any aspect of narratives, the point of view or anything. The second, of course, because they don't change, they are considered to be frozen in time. They're considered to be kind of the phrase was used here, the grand narratives in Indian civilization, specifically the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, the ones that Bhas picks up. And the other one, of course, Natya Shastra, a lot have been said on it. So, of course, read in an article where it said that it was originally composed by Brahma. I don't know if I'm right or wrong here. It was in 36,000 verses. Then by Adi Bharat in 12,000 verses, both lost. The one that we have now is around 5,600 verses AG. Lagbhag 5600 verses, almost like that, 5,600 verses. That's what survives, and
36 chapters.
36 chapters. So it just basically imitates the conduct of the world, and it includes all knowledge of craft, art, love, fine art, designs, emotions, acts of life. It's just a compendium kind of a thing. We'll use it here only for dramatic purposes. So of course, when we place these two together, Bhas and the standards of Indian aesthetics, we have a situation or a literary position before us where we have a set of similarities from where he draws his material, and there are a set of differences from those standard accepted norms, or even I think Natya Shastra as well. So this paper primarily focuses on the similarities and differences, primarily the implications of those deviations, if I use that word, that he uses in his place. Because as I said, it's something very close to the place where I live in. The idea came from, I'm from Kullu basically in Himachal, so the idea came from there. So of course when we deal with the similarities and digressions, I guess we should start with the similarities, if I place it that way. Right, the character of, okay, this Dudvakyam is again an episode from the Mahabharata where Krishna, one last time, goes to the Kaurav camp, hoping for a truce. And the quote is mentioned there, Duryodhana in all his pride disrespects Krishna, who has been shown to be a divine character in this particular play. But this is something interesting with Bhas. You would find the complexities there. So it's not a uniform representation of characters. So Duryodhana comes across as a person full of pride, but then another play I'll come to it, he is a different character. Similarly, Krishna is divine in some, is human in some. That's how he has placed it. So of course one of the norms is that Duryodhana follows those traditional dictates the way he has been presented in those original epics that are there. And in tandem with Sanskrit dramaturgy, this is something common with all the plays. He never exhibits violence on the stage. In Pratima Natakam, there are no scenes of war on stage. In Urubhangam, with this basically the shattered thigh, the mace fight between Duryodhana and Bhim, he does not deal with the action per se, but it's simply narrated through two soldiers in the text. Karnbharam is when Indra takes away the armor and the earrings of Karna. And then the text goes on to to talk about a fight between Yudhishthira and Karna where he takes Yudhishthira captive. That is the reference. But again, war is not depicted on stage, it's simply narrated to us. So this is where he actually follows it. Getting into the deviations, a minor one or a partial deviation comes in this play. Madhyam Vayog, Madhyam, the middle one. It's a story that comes from very popular folklore. There's a story, I think everyone has heard it, where there is a family and there is a demon living in a forest or in a cave. And it demands the member of a family as his food every time. So that has been modified into Ghatotkacha seeking food for his mother. And he catches hold of a Brahmin family. And the middle son, he says, I'll go. And he goes to drink water. And in the meantime, there's Bhim passing across. And Ghatotkacha shouts, he says, where's the middle one? And Bhim thinks he's being called. He comes out and he fights Ghatotkacha. That is the story. And then eventually Ghatotkacha takes Bhim to his mother, Hirimba, of course, a deity in my part of the world, of course. And Vyayog is one of the 10 dramatic forms. These are certain qualities that Vyayog has. It's a one-act play. Of course, Madhyam Vyayog is a one-act play. Single day incidents? Yes. One well-known personality is the hero. Well, it depends on how you see Ghatotkacha as a character. Bhim, of course, is the protagonist, or even Ghatotkacha, they're equally strong. So there's a slight deviation here. Female characters are few, yes. There is Hirimba for some part of the text, and then there is the wife of the Brahmin, the mother of the middle one. No divinity, they're humans, but then Ghatotkacha does use his divine rope to tie Bhim. And Bhim again uses a mantra or chant to get out of that. A saintly king is the hero. It depends on how you see Bhim or Ghatotkacha, depending upon that. But of course it deals with challenges, which is a case where Ghatotkacha and Bhim, they do have a fight with each other. So the partial deviations in the norm. Thematic variations are several. Karan Bharam, as I told you, where Indra takes the armor of Karan. But in the text, there is a kind of a deviation where when Indra takes it away, and the charioteer of Karan comes and tells him, "Are you aware this was Indra who took away your armor?" And he was like, "Of course I know that." And eventually, if you remember in Mahabharata, Karan puts up a condition saying that he needs the spear of Indra Vimal in return for the armor. And then Indra says you'll be able to use it once, which I think he used on Ghatotkacha eventually. That's what he does. But here, see the line that I've mentioned here. The angel comes from Indra and says, "You need to keep this spear because you have been too generous to Indra. You recognize him, you knew you might lose the battle," and he does that. And Karan is not ready to take it still. He's reluctant to do that. So the character of Karan, which was considered haughty, again, if I look at the details of Nati Shastra, also says that Raudraras comes as a product of some haughty people, but that doesn't work, and even Raudraras is not evoked here at all. Urbangam, the shattered thigh, the name, it's not Duryodhan, it's Suyodhan. And yesterday when I was coming from Himachal, I was with Ashok sir, he's not here. We were discussing, I think, Ramdhari Singh Dinkar's Kurukshetra. And there he also mentions Suyodhan. And of course we all know the difference between Du and Su in Hindi. Su is normally used for something positive, and Du is normally for something which has negative connotations. So again a deviation, Panchratram, it comes from the Virat Parv in the Mahabharata, where the Pandavas in the Agyatvas, they are hiding with King Virat, and the cows are stolen. That's the incident. But here the condition was, in this text is modified, where Dronacharya, he says to Duryodhan that he should forgive the Pandavas now. And Duryodhan says, "All right, if in 5 days you can get me some information about the Pandavas, I'll let them have their share." And in 5 days the entire incident happens. And Duryodhan, staying true to his words, actually gives half of his kingdom to the Pandavas, which basically takes away the entire cause for Mahabharata. So there is no need for a battle once the kingdom is already offered to them. So again, there is a thematic variation in this particular text. Of course, as I said, Duryodhan's character is problematic. Now in this, this is from, again, Panchratma. 5 nights, Panch Ratna Dundna tha, that was the idea. Abhimanyu is said to have been fighting from the side of the Kauravas, and he is taken captive by the Pandavas. And when he is taken captive, these are Duryodhan's words. He says, "He is my son first before being the son of the Pandavas. It's my duty to take care of them, and family feuds should not disturb the relationship with other children that are in the family." So you see, again, as I said, Duryodhan's character is slightly complicated. It's a mixture. So if you have to look at it, it has to be seen in the larger corpus of his works, and that I'll just deal with in some time. Coming to the next one, of course, the tragic notes, as we know, Nati Shastra or Sanskrit dramaturgy doesn't acknowledge tragedies to be an active or a very significant component of Sanskrit drama, because of what we were talking sometime about, that the basic principle of joy and all those things are central to Indian existence. But if you look at 2 plays by Haas, one of them is Karan Bharam, the same one. Karan doesn't die in this text, but he knows he's not going to come back. That's the last line of the quote. Albeit past protection. And of course, the second one, as I said, where he is dealing with the gift, I said, being wrong evokes the lust of anger, but that's something that doesn't happen. On the contrary, with the behavior he exhibits, we lust more than anything else. So again, here it's a partial digestion from not having tragedies, which converts into a complete death scene in Purbangam, where Duryodhan dies. And then at the same time, what happens when he dies is that he is a completely changed man. I won't get into the details, but Purbangam is one example of, and I think Ajit will help me if my pronunciation is a bit strong. It's Utsrishtikank. It's an example of a dramatic performance where women normally are despondent at the death of somebody. But if you look at this play, you would find that rather than women, these are the male characters who are despondent and not women. So the roles are turned upside down when it comes to this particular text. Next. Right, this was what I was talking about. What are the implications of these deviations? What do they mean from contemporary if I see them from today? The first one I see is that if I look at the individual plays that are there, they act as, and this is from New Historicism basically, History and Anecdote. There's an article by Stephen Greenland. They talk of some ruptures which are, for example, they refer, if I talk of Indian mythology, the one of Eklavya and Shambhu, from the Ramayana, 2 examples of that. But there are certain wounds, some gaps that are generated which allow insertion points with the passage of time. Insertion points into the primary text, the foundational text as we call them. Now these insertion points allow us multiple points of view when we look at a particular text. So it's just not to be looked at from only one perspective but from different ones. It opens up a complete corpus of works where the myths, I use this phrase a lot, they demystify the myths and the epics for us. They become more human. They become more human. Human in 2 terms basically, because if you look at Bhase's re-renditions, we also realize that the divinity of the characters is taken away. It's not all the way divine. So Krishna could be divine in one play, but he's human in another, or the other characters are human. And if I relate it to the contemporaneity, writers like Amish and Devat Patnaik, Anand Nilkant, and they are using these representations a lot where the characters have been humanized. Alongside, it's also the humanization of the genres. From epics we move to plays, and in contemporaneity from plays we move to from plays we move to novels or poetry or things like that. So basically the idea is that epics or the myths are pieces of literature which had a purpose. And here I would like to quote Levi-Strauss, who tells us that myths are primitive, not inferior. And Devat Patnaik says that they tell us how our ancients imagined their world. It's their science, the way they looked at things. And even Levi-Strauss goes to the extent of saying that it is a rigorously intellectual way of looking at things. But with time, things change. So we have multiple representation of certain things and of things. Of course, the next one is, push it. Of course, grey shades, no heroes, protagonists. We don't need, but this is something that brought me out into this entire area. What exactly are the notions that standardizing myths bring before us? It is this notion of homogeneity. These are 3 deities from my part of the world. And if you go into my grandfather's times, the first one here is the deity of the highest order, Shringarishi we call him. The interesting point is, Shringarishi, I guess all of you know, is a reference, you find reference in the Ramayana as well. The sorry part is, in the desire to standardize things, we are putting up our local deities into the mainframe. For my grandfather, Shringarishi was never Shringarishi, he was called Skini. The reason was simple, his temple is at a place called Skini. So he was Skini. Simply the next one is Balunag, we call him now, he's Sheshnag, the eldest of the Nag brothers, Balram for that matter. For my grandfather, my father, he's just Balunag because the temple is at Balu. It's as simple. Third one is our local deity, again we call her Durga, but then she is a local deity. In fact, the highest god in Kullu mythology is nowadays Jamdagni. The tragedy is the original name happened to be Jamlu. It was never Jamdagni. But now, in an attempt to connect it to the mainstream, to connect it to that homogeneous order, we have actually pushed things to a point where I believe texts like Bhasa's representations become very significant because they allow us space for that presence of heterogeneity and variations in our literature. Next. This is basically my conclusion, one of course alternative literatures, but I also believe that India has always been a place which Niraj Chaudhary called the continent of Circe. Everything and anything is subsumed, you don't need to homogenize things. And this even Radhakrishnan says in the Hindu view of life. Thank you.
Yes, please. Any questions now?
In favor of all that you say. You know, standardization and homogenization is absolutely the wrong way to go about it because it misrepresents. But I just wanted to suggest, perhaps you should not use the word re at all. It's a presentation. Right?
Yes, exactly.
So, I mean,
in a way, yes, presentation could be good, but
it is as it is.
yeah, but normally
what you're trying to do is try to fit it into something
I
else.
think one of the reasons we use re is because presenting is something that is always related to literature. It presents life.
Yeah.
So if we use represent, it's basically connecting it to something which is a priori, probably in terms of literature, like myths and legends. Maybe, of course, your opinion is right on that. I agree to that basic point. Maybe you could use the word present.
Right off.
Of course, it works.
That is what it is. No, it's not being redone by somebody. You know, I have a problem with even retelling. Because you are saying something. You're not saying something which someone else said, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Any other question?
Manshu, I have a
Sir.
question.
So
Just one piece.
so why do you foresee this heterogeneity to homogeneity 10 years down the line or 50 years down the line, where it is headed?
I was having a look because this belongs to my world actually, it's very close to my culture. One of the reasons I believe it's being done is because it gives you a sense of what do I say? A sense of connect with the mainstream, because I also have seen in my part of the world there's a very strong tendency of, I remember, I think ma'am might be knowing, my Buaji's husband was in JNU. He was a professor of Russian, Professor Bhim Singh. He always said, you know what, we have the knack of calling ourselves Rajputs or Brahmins. He says basically we're all tribals. That is our basic identity, period. If you're living in Kullu, you are not a Rajput or someone, you are a tribal, full stop. That tendency to connect to what is happening around you is pulling people towards that. The only saving grace so far is that with the culture of divinity that is extremely strong in my part of the world, where we still go by the dictates of the God. In a way, I don't know how many will get it, but we interact with our gods, we dance with our gods, that's what we do. That is something that has saved us from a lot of trouble. I remember in Malana, where Jamlu is the god, initially they consider themselves to be the descendants of Alexander. That's how the myth goes. They don't allow anybody to touch their things there. Now recently, and not recently, a few years ago, they allowed people to enter the village and touch things. And the decree came from the god to stop doing it. Immediately everything was shut and cut off, and still it remains that way. Now that connect with your local deities is so strong, and even if you go into the hardcore village right now, they will still call it by its local name. But gradually with the opening of things, and just to put another example, a bad one actually, in the previous generation, Malana is still known for his cream, right? Hash, as we call it. It was sold 100 rupees a kg once upon a time. Now when with education and opening up, now they sell it for 3,000-4,000 rupees for grams. So that desire to be, I think, connected is something that is leading us to that, which I find pretty disturbing personally, because I believe that culture is extremely rich on its own. It doesn't need to rely on anyone else for that. That's how it is.
Thank you so much, sir. This concept of wisdom in the select stories of Somdev Katha Sarit Sagar. Ma'am.
Proposed research paper is the concept of wisdom in the select stories of Somdeva's Katha Sarit Sagar. Often stories, especially the ones written in ancient times, are read for their picturization quality, the depiction of magical themes, the depiction of king and queen's life, and something like that. But here in Katha Sarit Sagar, it provides its readers with much more. Katha Sarit Sagar, as the title suggests in itself, an ocean of streams of stories. Katha Rupi Saritaon se Nirmit Sagar. It has more than 350 tales written across 18 books. It is an ancient Sanskrit composition written in 11th century by Somdev Bhat, and my base work is its translation done by C.S. Shirani in 19th century. Here, before I move ahead, I would like to introduce this keyword wisdom, which is very abstract, and it's quite difficult to define this word, but I'll try my best to define it. In a common man, or in a layman definition, wisdom is something which makes us enabled to take a decision. Wisdom, when you contemplate over your actions while thinking result in your mind, both its positive and negative. Wisdom is a combination of multiple things, like wisdom is a combination of your knowledge, your experience, and your intellect. When you combine all these things while taking a decision, definitely one would come with a better decision which will be less harmful. And why I have chosen this topic, because sometimes to teach this concept of wisdom may take centuries, but through stories, through the medium of stories, in this work, Katha Sarit Sagar, it has been, you can say, conveyed in a very, precise way. Here, you can see Katha Sagar, with many of its stories leaves readers with such practical wisdom which is relevant not even in that time but even in today's socio-cultural scenario. As a part of this research paper, an effort is being made to analyze and find the practical wisdom in the select stories of Katha Sagar. And on sample basis, I have taken one story titled Upakosha and Her Four Lovers. To define or to show the application or the importance of this, the relevance of wisdom, I would also like to quote Bertrand Russell, a British linguist and mathematician. He also has asserted in his essay Knowledge and Wisdom in 1954. He says that wisdom, you can say, the pursuit of knowledge is harmful unless it is combined with wisdom. Some people ask me many times, is there some difference between wisdom and knowledge, or they opine, or they convey these both are the same things? But what I think, based on the definitions and based on my experience while going through such stories, wisdom is, you can say, application of your knowledge, practical application of your knowledge. Even the concept of wisdom is also observed in Bhagavad Gita. It has also interpreted, you can say, associated wisdom with knowledge of life, emotional regulation, control over desires, something like that. Katha Sagar, I would like to give gist of or a little bit background about this monumental work, Katha Sagar. This work proclaims to be reverbalization of the seventh part of a great grand story, Vrit Katha, which was written by Gunadhar. And originally, it was, the situation was like Lord Shiva was reciting a story to goddess Parvati, and then you can say, originally this was written in Pesachi language, a language used by ghosts, but later it was, you can say, written by Gunadhar with his blood and on the barking of trees, you can say. Honestly speaking, I'm not feeling very comfortable. Maybe for the first time I'm presenting my paper among such, you can say, knowledgeable people. A little bit. So in a nutshell, I would like to conclude, because I can give examples from my own life. If I plan my day, if I think practically before taking any decision, definitely it fruits in something better. I can save my day if I plan the things. For example, if once I just give a very common example in my from my life. If someday you get up very late and you just have regret, oh, I have how I will manage my day. But if you prioritize your schedule, you prioritize your activities of the day, still you can save your day. The nutshell, the conclusion of my topic is simply always try to think practically before you take any decision. Try to take a path which goes midway, which I believe will be less harmful. Thank you.
Any observations or suggestions, please? Now I would like to invite Professor Jagdish Batraji for his concluding remarks.
So that caused confusion. Friends, it's been a great learning session for me. Coming from English literature background, not everyone probably would be aware of the richness of Sanskrit literature. Even though we are part of that culture, where of course all that is there in Ramayana and Mahabharata is of course very well known, but the main problem is the language. The wisdom in the Vedas, in the Gita, in the Upanishads of course, trickles down to all and sundry in society. But touching it firsthand is only the domain of those who are well versed in Sanskrit. And we had great, Indologists here, Kapil Kapoor ji, Rajnish ji, and Dinesh ji, and it was a treat listening to their words of wisdom. I feel really blessed to have been here. Now coming to this particular session of which I was made the chairperson, we had a number of presentations, and beginning with Dr. Daisy, I must compliment her for taking up Sangam literature, something which again is probably alien to most of the people in North India, and she's gone great length at discovering the importance, the civilizational importance of Sangam literature, and dwelling upon different points like Aram literature, which is focused on love, and Puram literature, which is devoted to valor. And the single most important thing was the syncretism that she brought out. Right now there are forces at work which tend to deepen the cleavage between North and South. And it has been there since long. When the British were ruling us, at that time the Aryan invasion theory was also formulated. And the funny thing about this was that it came from somebody like Max Muller, who made England his home, and he carried with him the grains of German nationality. And at that time, the first version of Aryan invasion theory was that the Aryans actually came from Europe, Germany to be precise, and settled down in India. And then this was happening around 18th century. And then they asked, how could it happen? Because, all of them have settled here, so how do you call yourself Aryans? So why did they need to call themselves Aryans? Because at that time, British people were very, feeling proud of their, colonies, and so were the French people and the Spanish people, and Germany didn't have those many colonies. And in order to bring to themselves that grandeur or self-aggrandizement kind of thing, they crafted this particular theory. So when people ask, okay, if the people went from here, they were the Aryans who went there and they displayed there, it's all right, then where is the Aryan race here? How can you call yourself Aryans? And then they reversed it. Oh, they came from India, settled down here. We are the pure Aryans. No, they are not the pure ones who were there in India. So this kind of flip-flop created a lot of amusement at the time. And but our own colonial mindset has actually given shelter to such theories, which continue to circulate even now also. And what we find in Dr. Daisy's presentation is, how she has located, well, there was at that time a lot of reference for Ramayana also, even though they were having their own stories and narratives. So there is no point actually, except this kind of, what should I say, some kind of, mischievous work of the colonizers. And after that, the main point that she underlined was that we have to know the other people. We in North India must be aware of what richness is there in Tamil literature, and over there should be some kind of receptivity about what exists here in the northern part of the country. Coming next to Dr. Himanshu Parmar, and he discussed this particular point, about the temples, and you told about different versions of these stories, and I won't remember the names that you pointed out. But then there is some kind of tendency right now to stress divisions again. Heterogeneity must remain, we must not proceed towards homogeneity. Now, taking one example, like Jamlu, God Jamlu is now taken to be Jamadagi, right? One way to look at this is, okay, they are effacing the local culture, we are tribals, all right. And the second point is, oh, we are trying to actually, create history of your own clan, and we are trying to link it to Jamadagni. Because the names keep on changing, that's the fact. The city in which we are sitting here is Sonepat now, it was Swarnaprasth at one time. So, there is some kind of, feeling of pride in case we have a beautiful name like Swarnaprasth. I remember, when you land at Bangkok, then it is Swarnabhumi Airport. So they take pride in this thing. And of course there is a lot of Hindu legacy there, Buddhist legacy there in these countries in Southeast Asia. And we had a wonderful seminar here also, some years ago, where we had representatives from these countries. And it was a treat to know how exactly they revere all those icons, all those symbols, which probably are becoming kind of burden for us right now. So that is something to ponder over. Now, so what are the different versions of Ramayana and Mahabharata concerned? I have a point. The point is that, of course, we talked about retellings, and Madam Ipshita said we shouldn't be using this particular term. Want of any other, tag, because it started from the West actually, where, Shakespeare's works, or even works by, say for example, Wuthering Heights, this are redone and given a different kind of ending. That kind of thing started over there, and it caught on here also, because we always follow what happens over there. So, this kind of retelling, now, what does it mean actually for us? Well, there's a lot of money in this. We know all those writers in Indian English domain particularly. We have a sea of stories. Mahabharata is wonderful, 1 lakh shlokas, and of course a lot of stories. And I listened to one gentleman, a publisher at what is this festival in England, very famous one. So he said, well, we have exhausted all our stories and we'll only get stories from India after all. So that is how India is now selling, anyway. Now, the question is, in case we retell stories, how do we actually retell it? That's the point. They have retellings here in this country also by Kamban, by Tulsidas, by this and that, so many people, right? And there's now another kind of spurt in this, and every Tom, Dick and Harry is writing retellings. There's a lot of difference. Those who wrote earlier, they approach the subject with a sense of reverence and respect. Now they go to them simply to make money, because it sells in the West, and now in India also there's a lot of market emerging. In our schools and colleges, we tell them, okay, bring some books based upon epics. And what we get is basically very, very corrupted kind of versions. My own grandson got a book from school, and it had, it was World Encyclopedia. And it talked of different civilizations, ancient Greeks, ancient Romans, ancient this and that. And when it came to India, it was Indian emperors, starting with, first of all, Babur. Nothing beyond that. So, there is a kind of skewed kind of interest in these things, and that needs to be relooked. So then we have authors like Ashok Bankar, Amish Tripathi, Anand Nilkantan, even Devdutt Patnaik also is, he creates sometimes his own meanings, which are actually not some people say that he doesn't know much of Sanskrit also. So there is a whole Kavita Ghane, for example, and Sundari, what is this? Well, she has written at the age of 50, she started writing, there is in 50 novels, all based upon epics. So this is a very, very big market now, and in case you go there only to, make a fast buck, then definitely it is a little different from the kind of retelling that was done in the past. So friends, we need to relook at this also, and I'll not be commenting on one more. Dr. Bhushan also was presented here. And I won't be taking more time of yours. I need to really thank Dr. Ravi Bhushan for having invited me here. It was a wonderful event really, and I'd love to come here. I've come here earlier also, and every time I come, I really feel blessed and enriched by all these discussions and the beautiful lectures from leading literary figures here. Thank you so much, Ms.
Dr. Javeid Iqbal Bhat to felicitate Professor Batra. Sir, please. Thank you, sir.
I would like to invite Dr. Anuradha Deepak, Krishnalal Public College, Rewari, Haryana. And the topic of her talk is Sthal Puran as a Yana, translating the home city.
Good evening, Chairperson, Dr. Himanshu, my revered fraternity, and all the learners like me. The title of my paper is Sthal Puran as a Genre, translating the home city. Sthal Puran comes from Sanskrit terms Sthal meaning place and Puran meaning history, which might be understood in the sense of story for my present paper. Traditionally, the Sthal Purans were transmitted orally by the elders of a particular region to talk about the historical or cultural significance of their region, and they are famous to be parts of the stories grandmothers used to narrate to the children about the myths, magics and miracles of the region. There is a story for every little place in a region that contributes to the history, culture, religion and identity of that very place. Sthal Purans therefore possess their own significance, as they not only enrich our knowledge of the history of a particular place, the Sthal, but also make us aware of the local culture, customs and the whole social consciousness associated with the place and the inhabitants of it. Every living city and town have its own share of story, which keeps the tradition of that city alive for its contemporary inhabitants. In this sense, every town is bilingual, rather multilingual, as it presents its own history or story in various layers through various forms of linguistic and non-linguistic communication. Visiting a hometown in itself is a bilingual experience, as the hometown translates various aspects of one's own life, one's own experiences, which reflect the socially lived collective experiences. The stories represent not only our lifetimes, but various layers of collectively lived past and inclusively imagined future. There are various language games presented by various aspects of Sthal Puran type narratives strewn all around the exalted bricks and bragging buddies who have made the city a home for me. There are a number of stories that stand translated to me in my experiential process to make me recognize the multiple aspects of the characteristics of not only the city, but the city dwellers as well. Looking for such little stories, this paper is an attempt to revisit and understand my city, lived as home city in certain periods of history, understand the causes and connections of its origin, establishment, growth, victory, defeat, practices, customs, rituals, and languages, to understand the evolution and metamorphosis of the city to its present form. My home city, Rewari, a district in South Haryana, is in the name of a Princess Revati. This is a city that has got defined and transformed through its various identities. Let us understand the story behind the name of the city. There are various oral narratives transferred from generation to generation and transformed in the process that actually tell the story, where we can see the city itself translated in various forms by various translators. The most popular story that actually goes is where the narrators talk of a king named Revat who had a daughter named Riva. The king named his region in the name of his daughter Riva, then known as Rewari, Afterwards, the king got her married to King Balram, the elder brother of Lord Shri Krishna, and gave the city to her as Sridhan, and the same city is now known as Rewari. Yet another version of the story tells that city was named after the king's daughter, but it remained with the king afterwards and was not given to the daughter in marriage. So there are different versions of the oral narratives. I have just tried to collect them. Another version states that the city was given to Reva and the king had become ascetic after the daughter's marriage. Whether the city was given to Reva or not, this is significant to understand that the city was named after a king's daughter. Perceiving and understanding this story from the point of view of a woman, I feel delighted to be a resident of the same city whose rulers gave so much of honor and respect to women of their family. The sons, however, find no mention in oral narratives prevalent in the city, and then it becomes important to understand the time period of the age to which this story belongs. So here comes yet another narrative, and when we talk about Balaram and Krishna, it takes us back to the age of Dwapar. Talking about that age, we find a story referring to Balaram Ka Vivaha. I got this on internet, which talks about the king Revat. The story, however, talks about the 100 sons of the same king and a beautiful and virtuous daughter named Revati. When the daughter becomes young and is of a marriageable age, the king gets worried and he wishes to give his daughter to a worthy prince, but is unable to find any to suit the virtues of his daughter. He decides to go to Lord Brahma to get his worthy counsel and takes his daughter along to the Brahmlok. And this is a significant gesture that the king takes the daughter along, which in itself tells us about the respect and rights a daughter used to possess in that age, as the father was worried about the protection of her virtues and the daughter was given the freedom to go along with the father where the prospects of marriage would be discussed in her presence. The father tells the Lord Brahma all about his efforts to find a suitable bridegroom for his daughter and his dissatisfaction thereof, and then requests Lord to find a suitable one for her who might belong to a good family, be virtuous, and able to take care of her with utmost honor and concern. Lord Brahma smiles and tells the king that none of the princes is alive then, as 108 ages have passed since the king has entered Brahmlok. And on earth, as the speed of time is different on earth and Brahmlok, this is what we find in the narratives. There is going on the 28th Dwapar Yug. The city of the king had established, the king had established was destroyed by the demons, and the city is now known as Mathura. The whole story of Shri Krishna and Kans and his assassination goes on. Finally, it is told to King Revat that Shri Krishna is the avatar of Lord Narayan, who then lives in a city, Dwarka, after getting its proper renovation done, as the city is surrounded by sea, and was in a bad shape when Lord Krishna acquired it. Balaram, his elder brother, is the avatar of Sheshnag and is the most suitable person left on earth at that point of time. So the king should go back and get his daughter married off to Balaram. The king follows the words of Lord and Revati is thus married to Balaram. The king thereafter leaves his kingly pleasures and spends the rest of his life in jungles of Himalayas as an ascetic. The story talks of King Revat and daughter Revati and her marriage to Balaram, but nowhere it mentions the city named after Revati or the city Rewari. This story doesn't mention the Rewari city as such. This is how the age, the time period, the orality, the narrator and Sthal get their identity changed and transformed. The story of Dwapar Yuga in itself tells of 3 time periods. The one before going to Brahmlok, the second that of Brahmlok where we reach with a gap of 100 ages in between, and third of the comeback period when the daughter gets married to Balaram. The similarity among the narratives can however be traced in respect of the affection and duty of a father towards his daughter and his efforts to protect her dignity as a woman even while choosing a suitable life partner for her. Going to yet another story that is associated with a famous temple of the city is the story of Hanuman Mandir. The very famous Hanuman Mandir in the region is located at Bada Talab near Brahmgarh, which too has a story of its own. The story goes about a rich merchant who was coming from Rajasthan on a bullock cart with an idol of Lord Hanuman, taking it to Delhi. He stopped to take rest for a while when he saw a big water body and some rest places built along. The place was Rewari and the water body is known as Bharatala, which has a story of its own because some people call it Bharatala, some call it Tej Sarovar. As they say, it was built by Ravi Singh. There are yet another narrative. Some people say it was built by Raja Ram Singh. So there are different versions of the names of even the people who made it, and the dates also vary accordingly. Presently, we all know it as Baratala. The merchant relaxed under a banyan tree nearby. So, continuing the story of that Hanuman idol, after resting for some time, he had to resume his journey. But when he got up to resume the journey, the bullocks refused to move forward. It is said that the bullocks were beaten also as they were not ready to move. It seemed as if they refused to budge. He tried his best in all possible ways to make the bullocks move as he had to complete the journey, but all in vain. He, being a man of religious beliefs, considered it to be the will of Lord Hanuman to stay at that very place where he had taken rest under the tree and left the idol there. Surprisingly, the bullocks moved afterwards and he too moved to his destination. Thereafter, the idol was worshipped and later the temple was made there, to which this day possesses a big name, and people from all the surrounding areas visit this temple with a lot of religious faith. Approximately 8 to 10,000 devotees are supposed to visit this temple every Tuesday, and Hanuman Jayanti is the day which is celebrated with all religious fervor. The devotees offer, there is another interesting story related to the offerings. The devotees offer Sindoor, Prasad and Dhwaja. One thing interesting that goes is that there is a small idol of Lord Hanuman in the temple along with the big one. So there are two idols. And it is said if the Prasad offering, especially the Gola or the Kunja as they call it, if it stays stable in the hand of that small idol, the wish is considered to be fulfilled, otherwise it is not. And in the case of unfulfillment of wish, the offerings just don't stay in the hands of the idol and topple down on their own, despite the efforts of the temple priest who puts it there. Although these are just the little happenings, yet they possess their own significance to make us the religious beliefs of people, their whole consciousness associated with the idols, the beliefs and the life that moves on finding happiness in such miracles. Prediction of the fulfillment or unfulfillment of wishes in one's life possesses a peculiar role, as it is associated again with the religious beliefs and their mindset also. And as the human psychology goes, some feel good and motivated and positive and carry on with their beliefs, while some get disheartened, yet wish to go on with their beliefs in those idols that despite being lifeless in reality are full of life for them, which they consider to be life rewarding in various ways. And now if I talk about Taj Sarovar, this is actually a step well known to be made for the purpose of water conservation in those days. The building still exists, although it is now in dilapidated remains. It becomes important to understand its significance when it was made. So again the dates vary. Some people say it was made around 1810 to 1815, some say it was made in 1770, so there are various stories regarding that. The important thing is that the rulers then were aware of the need of water conservation. They were concerned with those who would pass by and could rest and relax and have access to water. They were concerned about the architectural designs whose relevance and beauty can still be seen despite the building being in ruins. So there are various stories belonging to my city, and I feel I belong to all those stories, but I have yet to explore how much I belong, in what way I belong, what are the complexities, what are the nuances. As I have already stated, all cities are multilingual. There are some where language relations possess a special importance. Though the possibility of conflict always exists, these cities offered the possibility of creative interaction across competing languages, and this paper is just an attempt, which actually I have not been able to go to that particular point in my paper because I have been able to just collect the narratives and I am still working on this. So just to examine the dynamics of translation in many forms, because this city to me is a site of translation. It is to me a geographical place for investigation, and by focusing on this city, I am going to try to understand the kind of relations that sustain the diversity of a region. And as in the morning plenary session, someone said that we need to understand the riti, vritti and pravritti of a place. So I would add we need to understand the language, the bhasha also of the place, to understand that particular place and to locate ourselves in that particular place to find out who we are and what we are. So this is all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I guess we'll leave it open for observations right away. Maybe if anyone has any questions or any observations to make, please.
What I understood was that the stories are related to the places, but then the shared experiences and the new situations, these are represented through the bhasha, that you were saying, the local bhasha, the cultural medium through which the stories and life is being afforded and maintained. But there are some changes also happened to the cultural linguistic medium. The bhasha don't remains as it is. So my observation is that so it will be more seriously we will look into that nuances and the changes of the language than to the place.
I have to work on that.
This is my observation.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I just have a question, ma'am. So, you talked about Sthal Puran as a honor. So, do you suggest any text related to this, based on this genre? And I didn't find it in your abstract. And second, you have, and you mentioned in the title of your paper that city gets translated through such kind of text. So, is it do you consider it a historical process or a literary or creative process to translate a city through?
So there are various aspects. When I say the city gets translated, what I mean to say is that city gets transformed. It acquires various forms. They could be in that could happen in language, that could happen in customs, that could happen in you can say the architecture, and there are various possibilities. And if I can mention to, I have not mentioned any text because I have talking about the oral narratives.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the oral narratives, which to me constitute the Sthal Puran. Sthal is my city to me, and Purans are the stories.
So it's a famous folk narrative. You are talking about some famous folk narratives around your city.
Yes,
that
of my city, not around, of specifically my city. There are many more stories which I can relate. These are the main.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
The relevance in present day life. Ma'am, please.
Everyone present here. The topic of my paper is Bhagavad Gita, relevance in present day life. Bhagavad, as we all know, that Bhagavad Gita is the universal lighthouse for spiritual enlightenment and ultimate guide to humanity through the philosophy of karma, selfless birth. Nearly 5,000 years ago, on the first day of the 18th-day famous battle of Mahabharata, Arjuna, the third Pandav, and a mighty warrior, had an emotional breakdown, seeing his near and dear ones in front of him to fight. He could not recollect himself and decided not to fight. Lord Krishna, the Sathi of Arjuna, considered Arjuna's weakness unacceptable. Lord Krishna's teaching during their conversation became sacred scripture of Bhagavad Gita, which is spread over 700 verses and 18 chapters. Krishna discussed about detachment, spirituality, and immortality. He asked Arjuna to follow the path of Dhati and not to become the doer or non-doer of karma. After awakening, Arjuna returned to fight valiantly, ultimately winning the battle. Over the period, our lives are completely transformed. Is Bhagavad Gita still relevant? This is my topic. When we look at Arjuna's emotional breakdown and the present situation, we see that our internal world has not transformed. In spite of all the scientific advances, we have the same fragilities as Arjuna. We are highly prejudiced to ourselves and unable to take right decisions. The stress and anxiety of the current society has reached pandemic levels because of worldly attachment and nuclear families finding no one to share emotions, pushing towards emotional breakdown. Arjuna had all the knowledge and skill about weaponry, and he still became emotionally weak. This shows that our skills and expertise cannot guarantee freedom from anxiety and emotional breakdown. Therefore, Bhagavad Gita has become more relevant today. Make sincere efforts and leave the rest to God. This is the message. It can guide us out of delusions and re-establishes in original position of eternity and bliss. The Bhagavad Gita, a Sanskrit epic, shows the path to the lost, provides clarity to the confused, and wisdom to all. It is an important and one of the greatest religious books of Hindus that recounts a lengthy struggle and brief war at Kurukshetra between Kauravas and Pandavas over the kingdom of Hastinapur. Bhagavad Gita recounts a dialogue in the moments leading up to the war between the Pandava warrior Arjun and his charioteer and trusted advisor Krishna, who turns out to be a worldly incarnation of Vishnu, a god who serves as the supreme being in many forms of Hindus. As Krishna drove Arjun's chariot into the middle of the battlefield on the first day of the war, Arjun realized that he could not bear to kill his cousin, which he believed would destroy the dharma or moral standing of his entire family and poison any pleasure he might derive from victory. He was absolutely depressed and could not recollect himself. He lowers his weapons and begins to weep. He was reluctant to fight and decided to give up his duty. At this juncture, Krishna, his ally, gave him the divine message which is contained in the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna reprimanded Arjun, calling him coward and suggesting that he is blind to the fundamental truth that soul is eternal and do not die with the body, rather reincarnated in another body. So Arjun should not grieve for his family members but instead follow his dharma as a Kshatriya by fighting. If he wins the war, he will rule the earth. If he loses, he will ascend to heaven. But if he refuses to fight, he will disgrace himself. Krishna discussed about detachment, spirituality and immortality. Krishna said that one should learn to stop clinging to the fruits of action, turn away from the false turn of the senses and free themselves from negative emotions. Lord Krishna showed Arjun his Virat Savrup, having innumerable eyes, mouths and limbs that seems to contain everything, including infinite light, all the Bharat warriors, the entire world and all the other gods. Arjun worships Krishna with show and fear, apologizing for his ignorance and asking the incomparable one for mercy and patience. Krishna explained true characteristics of the divine person that like truthfulness, self-control, discipline, compassion and courage. Finally, he asked Arjun to remove his illusion and follow the path of dharma and not to become the doer or the non-doer of karma. After awakening, Arjun took up the arms and returned to fight valiantly, ultimately winning the battle. The Gita is undoubtedly the immortal philosophical and spiritual doctrine which was taught to Arjun on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. The central idea of Gita is to do work without any attachment of results. The soul, I quote, the soul is neither born nor does it die. We have to die one day. Nothing is permanent. Change is the law of the universe. If the day has happened, then it will turn to night and into day again. Nothing in this world belongs to us. We did not bring anything to this world. Neither we are going to take anything. Desires come and go. In order to maintain happy, one should simply not get caught in the chains of desire. All the 18 chapters of the Gita are designated as a type of yoga, and 4 types of yoga have been described: Karma Yoga, Raj Yoga, Jnana Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. Bhagavad Gita is the eternal and ultimate guide to humankind through the philosophy of karma, selfless work without result orientation. The battlefield scene, as we all know, is indicative of our life struggles. Arjun's dilemma is our dilemma. Which course of action will uplift us? Which will result in social betterment? What should be done and with what attitude? The world today is drowned in an ocean of sorrow and is struggling to come out of it. Seeking various worldly objects which can bring in happiness, Thus, want of worldly object is not just limited to food and shelter, but mind craves for more sensational pleasure as well. The source of all pains and sorrow of mankind is the attachment and fear. We have become highly prejudiced to caste, creed, color, religion, language, religion, and many more other issues. We are not able to take a right decision because of fear of uncertainties, or our decisions are biased because of our attachments or inclinations. Globalization has put us in close proximity to people that we don't know and cannot implicitly trust. It is also a fact that some of us are reaching a point of emotional breakdown. There is a persisting pandemic, uncertainty of livelihood, and a lot of anxiety about what's happening or going to happen. The situation at present is worse and of serious dimensions because of our worldly attachment, materialistic life, and nuclear families, where there is no one to share our emotions. Arjun, being the elevated warrior, had all the knowledge and skill about weaponry, and still he became emotionally weak. This shows that our skills and expertise in this world cannot guarantee freedom from anxiety and emotional breakdowns. In answering Arjun, Krishna is answering and guiding us all, and in that lies Gita's relevance too. Bhagavad Gita is timeless. Currently, with the materialism at its peak, the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita is the most urgently required to mankind more than ever. Elements of Gita have inspired a range of leaders from Mahatma Gandhi to Robert Oppenheimer, father of the atom bomb. As long as people are active and experience happiness and distress, then Bhagavad Gita is going to be relevant. Bhagavad Gita contains knowledge, the sort of knowledge which is important for human beings. Biology, chemistry, physics, these are also areas of knowledge. They will always be relevant, and because of that, there is constant work to update and improve them. But there is a dearth of knowledge in modern education regarding life, the self-consciousness, happiness, distress, and what results from what actions. Knowing how to be peaceful and satisfied is not an area covered by modern education. Hence, the sacred text is relevant even in today's modern times, for we human beings still face many dilemmas and are stuck on certain junctions in life from where we don't know how to proceed or what to do. People from all walks of life, irrespective of age, religion, caste, occupation, must read Bhagavad Gita to overcome the agonies and live a peaceful and healthy life. The purpose of reading may be different for different people, depending upon the kind of challenges and the goals. In today's everyday context, we are faced with conflicting situations every day. Chanting the Bhagavad Gita has enormous health benefits and it makes us cheerful. Reading Gita with attention and understanding the word meaning soothes anxiety. It provides motivation and energy to some and eliminates the need for therapy and counseling in others. Do your best and leave the rest to go. The very first idea from the Bhagavad Gita, that we are all eternal, makes each one of us relax. It advocates that we have plenty of time and there is no hurry, anxiety or pleasure. Bhagavad Gita is a universal source of knowledge which explains the real meaning and directions to our lives, gaining true satisfaction and contentment that we are all seeking. With the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita, one becomes a dynamic person without being overwhelmed or defeated by challenges of life. The purpose to be achieved for different categories of people is summarized as: the young can know how to live life. For old, it can become a source to know how to die. The ignorant for wisdom, the learned for humility, the rich for compassion, the dreamer for enchantment, the practical for counsel, the weak for strength, the powerful for direction, the humble for exaltation, the weary for rest, the troubled for peace, the doubting for assurance, the sinner for salvation, the seeker for moksha, the human for guidance. So over 18 chapters, Gita packs an intense analysis of life, emotions and ambitions. So we can say that the summary, we can have the motto of Gita, that number 1, never run away from your duty. Second, do your come and leave the fruits to act and leave the fruits on board. One can look soft from outside but cannot afford to be weak from inside. Take great pleasure in your part. Life is all about managing the emotions. Happiness is peace. Treat everyone, everything the same. Do good stuff without expecting anything in return. And have full faith in good. So, Bhagavad Gita reveals the universal Dharma. It gives us wisdom and vision to become universe friendly and to perform our national duty. The goal of Gita is to promote harmony, that is called yoga, at 3 levels. Harmony within your own mind, harmony in your dealing with others, harmony with the world in which you live. So it can be concluded that Bhagavad Gita encourages and teaches us to live life with purity, strength, discipline, honesty, kindness and integrity in order to find our purpose and to live fully. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We do have a couple of minutes if anyone has any observations or queries, please. Right, then move on to the next presenter, please.
I would like to invite Dr. Neha Nagpal, Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak. And the topic of her talk is From Orality to Textuality, an analysis of Indian eco-critical thought vis-a-vis Indian literary writers. Good evening, everyone. As I can see from the faces of everyone, each one of you seems very tired and very sort of done with the day thing. So I won't take much of your time, and I would like to conclude my ideas in little time. My today's presentation is From Orality to Textuality, an analysis of Indian eco-critical thought vis-a-vis Indian literary writers. Every iota of knowledge is for once a thought, an idea, a meaning conceived in the mind and then conveyed in oral and written form. Oral tradition of telling and transferring ideas and thoughts is not merely archaic but one of the most favored mode of communication in existence from the primordial times. Even before printing press enlightened the written word, the ideas and the thoughts were conveyed through words of mouth, leaving deep-seated impact on the one listening to them. With this age-long practice of talent transfer, seemingly basic but good ideal ideas of our ancestors have seeped into our very Indian lifestyle. Even in a state between modernism and postmodernism today, we Indians are able to fasten to the traditional ideals mainly through the cultural practices that we do. Indian culture is famously enriched with eco-friendly philosophies where even a child knows the importance of offering jal to Suraj and to Tulsi plant, basil plant. Though the act springs from cultural roots but can surely be associated with respect and regard we Indians offer to flora. Because the title of my today's presentation is From Orality to Textuality, I will straight away come to that and skip the introduction part. Oral to textual in itself is a journey in that the Neolithic, in the times today with environmental degradation going uphill and there is strong need to research into eco-friendly ways and to run a collective drive using every realm of knowledge and its database to arise and awake for the benefit of nature. The prime aim of this paper has been the oral, in this paper, the oral database and the textual database saved and secured by Indian literary system of knowledge, assisting a symbiotic and universal vision is taken into account so as to emphasize upon its importance both cultural and social. While the dynamics of human-nature relationship lie central to this paper, the ethos and practice prevalent in most North Indian Hindu households are also touched upon to underline the oral mode of knowledge.
The paper accentuates both oral and written form of knowledge to corroborate the diverse modes and means in which Indian thought substantiates eco-critical philosophy. First and foremost, if we talk about the oral aspect of it, two dominating principles of Indian religion, Panch Mahabhutas and Vasudev Kutumbakam, precipitate eco-friendly discernments where first resonates earth, air, water, fire and space as the life-giving forces, and second, Vasudev Kutumbakam echoes the idea of interconnectedness, that the whole world is but a one big family. Both are eco-conscious ideas in Indian belief system. As we all know that Neolithic generation is already known to live very close to nature. They sustained through it, eating wild fruits, wearing leaf-made dresses. They were far, far from the humdrum of today's modernity. They comprehended life in association with natural world. So the stories that were created and narrated by that generation harbored themes enriched with bounties of flora, and that is why we have fable tradition in the very beginning, and that fable tradition is very well known to accumulate both the animate, human and animal characters. The ancient means of knowledge after that, Ved, Puran, Upanishad and other primordial texts are also laden down with eco-friendly insights. All of them are basically transferred orally. That is why I'm talking about Panch Mahabhutas and Vasudev Kutumbakam, though they are already written in holy scriptures as well. But as we talk about our generation, we get to know about all these things orally from our parents or grandparents. So I am accumulating all of them in the oral tradition, the Veds, Purans and the concepts of Panch Mahabhutas and Vasudev Kutumbakam. So Hindu knowledge system, as we all know, springs from association of humankind with nature. Asian texts, both oral and written, bear close resemblance, close association with nature. In their representation of nature, the famous Sankhya philosophy of Maharishi Kapila, the ideas of which are also found in Bhagavad Gita, that Sankhya philosophy puts forward the belief that there is no God, rather it accredits Prakriti to be the sole creator of the universe, and credit is an ultimate cause that led to the evolution of life and the organisms on the planet. Indian connect with Prakriti can be allocated in the reverence and sacredness we attach to Kan Kan Mein Bhagwan philosophy, worshipping people, basil plant, amla, and also considering cow as mother, offering reverence to rivers, Ganga and Yamuna. Attaching holiness to these elements of nature for once become a barrier in global degradation going on. Though mention, as I have already said, though mention of these holy practices can be found in holy scriptures, but these are transferred from generation to generation and are majorly sustained through oral mode of knowledge. Hindu religion is encumbered with many instances. Even famous Hindu god Lord Krishna cherished every facet of nature equally. As we all know, literature draws inspiration from societal inclinations. It is recognized that earliest form of literature, that is form of fables, it is an interesting genre, no doubt. It engages personified animal characters that tether to certain qualities and demeanors in a plot line that is meant to lend a moral lesson. It is believed that the earliest form of literature drew inspiration from nature, and this form of literature owes much to Neolithic and primitive ways of men that was in between nature only, near nature only. Indian holy scriptures, Veds, Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shri Guru Granth Sahib and Ramayana, they all give religious cultural impetus to Indian eco-friendly belief system. The Vedic philosophy believes in the sublime presence of an underlying order that regulates and controls all life, that we call as the chain of life or the thread of life, are not sole, rather thus The Vedic philosophy believes in the sublime presence of an underlying order that regulates and controls all life in the whole cosmic existence known as Rita. As per the Vedic vision, the humans are not the sole creation on this earth, rather they are yoked into the thread of Rita that binds them with the elements of nature. So Indian philosophy, oral and textual both, it threads together the symbiotic point of view where each and everything is considered to be a part of a bigger universal whole. Even microorganisms, organisms, human beings, flora and fauna, each and everything has a right to live, equal right to live, but we human beings in our all attaining venture, we are degrading that, we are manifesting our superiority upon them. So the different literary traditions in the ancient Sanskrit literature gave prominence to these things, the thread of life and the universal outlook. If we talk about Indian literature, first of all I would like to quote Chandni Saxena, because we accredit eco-criticism, we associate eco-criticism with the definitions given by Cheryl Glotfelte, with the terms propounded by William Rooker. But in Indian, if we talk about Indian context, eco-criticism and importance to ecology has been there right from the ancient time, from the Neolithic time. It has been there for, it might be different for other nations and other countries as well. But if we talk about India, it has been very primordial. Even the Panchtantra tales, they came, even Aesop, who is considered to be the father, founding father of fable tradition, who wrote Aesop's fables famous. He himself took inspiration from the Panchtantra tales, which are written, which are basically Indian. So I just want to convey this thing that in India, in Indian literary tradition, eco-criticism has always been there. Because whenever we, even in our coursework too, in our syllabuses too, we only read Cheryl Glotfelte, we only read William Rooker. So there is need, I think, Vandana Shiva has written many works, but there is still a need to relook into this aspect, to combine all the multimodalities, the ancients and the archaic works, what they talk about nature. So because environmental degradation is surging day by day, there is always a need, to run a collective drive in that matter. And if we talk about the present Indian literature as well, works are laden with examples, eco-friendly examples. For example, the Rabindranath Tagore Gitanjali, Kalidasa's Abhijana Shakuntalam, Sarojini Naidu's The Bird of Time, R.K. Narayan's Malgudi Days. All these works, very common works I must say, they all project altruistic representation of natures in one way or the other, with strong instances. They all, with their representation and nature consciousness, also did try to coax justice for nature. So my prime aim of this paper presentation has been to bring forth the fact that eco-criticism as an area of critical inquiry is taken to be enrooted from and associated with Western critical thought. But Indian indigenous belief system pertaining to ecology, its importance and the need to keep it safe and secure has been asserted by Indian thinkers, philosophers and writers centuries back. So eco-criticism as the thought and the need of it could be seen in ancient Indian sacred texts and practices as well. So the present paper, just the aim of this paper has been to contextualize the ethos of eco-criticism as conveyed by Indian writers, both ancient and modern. I won't go into the detailed works written by R.K. Narayan to basically highlight the quotes in which he is showing the representation. He is representing the nature. So in Indian philosophy, nature representations and nature consciousness goes hand in hand. Thank you so much.
Right, so any questions or observations, please?
Yes, I have some observations. One is regarding the Sankhya philosophy. In Sankhya philosophy, as far as I understood, there are two principles. One is Prakriti and one Purusha.
Yes.
Both are. So there I think you just mentioned about the Prakriti side. There is a Purusha side, and that is what Sankhya basically speaks. One of my interesting observations is that though we have ecologically from your presentation, and also there are stories, Margoli days, there are many stories which are very eco-friendly. But generally, if you observe, though we have a lot of eco-friendly practices and the tales and all these things, the city that we are living in is one of the most polluted cities in the world. So what is your opinion on that? This contradiction between what we written in our traditions and the way we actually live?
Basically, reality, as far as reality is concerned, much degradation is going on, and if I believe that if each one of us, every set of knowledge there is a need to run a collective drive as far as the protection of environment is concerned. So the basic aim of my paper has been to highlight the way literature is being a part of it. I know, I totally agree with you that reality is very reality is a very saddening part as well as far as environmental degradation is concerned, and the way things are just being polluted. So I believe that with this paper the aim has been to highlight the way literature is coming out with this environmental friendly drive.
Right, I guess. Thank you so much. We have the, I think, last presenter.
I would like to invite last, yes, but not the least, speaker of this session, Dr. Vidushi, Assistant Professor German, Department of Foreign Languages, and the topic of today's talk is Indian epics and their representations in literary studies. Ma'am, please.
Good evening, everyone. My topic for paper presentation is Indian epics and their representations in literary studies and how it influenced us, the mankind, in all the aspects. So Indian epics, when we talk about the two major epics, that is Mahabharata and Ramayana. Of course, there are other epics also. The largest epic in the world, the Mahabharata, which has 1 lakh verses. So these epics, we all know, have played a vital role in shaping Indian culture, religion and philosophy. Indian epics are some of the most renowned, these epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata, are renowned works of literature in the world. And they have been studied and analyzed by scholars across different fields of study. So this epics have not only influenced Indian literature, art, music and philosophy, but also have played a crucial role in the development of Indian society and its traditions and our cultures, our living, our festivals, our livelihood, the Indians. The Ramayana, we all know the epic, the story behind it, and the plot of Ramayana and the Mahabharata. So I'll not discuss in detail. Now, emergence, how it influenced, how Mahabharata and Ramayana has influenced all aspects of our literary journey, right from the Puranas when we begin. Puranas, when we talk about Vishnu Puran, Shiv Puran, Brahma Puran, Skand Puran. There are different Puran, 18 Puranas, and Bhagavad Puran. Bhagavad Puran is the most celebrated and most popular Puranas we all know. So these Puranas are influenced and inspired by the stories from Mahabharata and Ramayana only. So it all talks about the teachings from these epics, that is the righteousness, dharma, karma, and the action, and the moksha, the liberation, which is the important concepts in Hinduism. Now this Puranas, especially in Bhagavad Puran, also talks about genealogical list of description of various kings and rulers which serve to provide historical context and a sense of continuity between different periods of Indian history. We call Mahabharata, Ramayana the myth, the mythological literature, not the history. But we get lots of evidences about especially the continuity of the different periods in Bhagavad Puran. Now the influence of Ramayana and Mahabharata on Indian literature. Now we all know the works of Kalidas, how it is inspired by Ramayana, the concept of theme of love and devotion, which is the central of Ramayana, which that we also see in the work of Kalidas, Abhigyan Sakuntalam. That is the theme of love and devotion, the story of Ram and Sita. So Kalidas' works are known for their beautiful language, rich imagery and profound insights into human nature. Then coming to the writers and poets from the Bhakti period, that Ramashray and Krishnashray, like Ramcharitmanas, the Ramashray, how Tulsidas' works is inspired. Like, of course, that is another version of Ramayana only, written in Awadhi. And Surdas' works in Braj, and Mirabai's works, it has all like influenced by the work by Bhagavad Gita, and especially when we talk about Surdas and Mirabai, their work reflect the influence of the themes of the motives of the Bhagavad Gita only, which is a section of the Mahabharata, which is surrendering oneself to God. The Bhagavad Gita, which talks about Trigun Marg, that is the Bhakti Marg, Bhakti Yog, Karma Yog, and Jnana Yog. That is also UGC's philosophy, Savidya Ya Vimuktayo, and karma, the importance of karma in life, and how the Bhakti Yoga that is concluded and found to be the most effective way for liberation, for salvation, for moksha. That is the end thing that we all wish for. Now the impact of Ramayana and Mahabharata on Indian philosophy. Again the same theme, karma, dharma and moksha, which is the central to the Hindu philosophy. So in depth in these epics. The Bhagavad Gita, a section of the Mahabharata, is one of the most philosophical works in Indian history and has influenced many scholars and thinkers. So when we talk about this teachings of Bhagavad Gita, we see in the Vedanta, Yoga and Buddhism. So Vedanta, which is the major school of Indian philosophy, is based on the teaching of Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita. It emphasizes the concept of Atman, which is the individual self, and the Brahman, which is the ultimate reality of God. So Vedanta philosophy suggests the realization of the unity between Atman and Brahman is the ultimate goal of life. Yoga philosophy, which is also based on the teachings of Bhagavad Gita, emphasizes the practice of yoga as a means to achieve spiritual enlightenment. It suggests that the mind and body are interconnected, and the practice of yoga can help to purify the mind and control the senses. Ramayana has also presents various philosophical themes and ideas, including the concept of dharma, which is the path of righteousness, and duty. The story of Rama emphasizes the importance of adhering to the dharma and the consequences of deviating from it. Now we also see this in Jainism and Buddhism, the impact, especially the concept of non-violence and compassion, which is the core of Buddhism and Jainism. Now, the Ramayana and Mahabharata are a source of inspiration for scholars and thinkers in India and around the world. So Ramayana and Mahabharata has not only influenced our people and our thinkers and our philosophers, but also influenced people around the world, be it from Russia, Tolstoy's work, Dostoevsky's work, Chekhov's work, or Prakash Jha's film Rajniti, which is totally Mahabharata's story. When we talk about a political family, which completely shows, takes us back to the Mahabharata only, the war between Kauravas and Pandavas. So every protagonist was given an identity of one of the protagonists from Mahabharata only. So it has influenced, and it also entertains, and people are so inspired and they love the works, especially based on this, because the belief and of course the influence it has in our lives. Now the Bhagavad Gita's impact, especially when we talk about Mahatma Gandhi, the father of our nation, and how his works has been influenced by Bhagavad Gita totally, which I also felt personally. The non-violence, which is from Bhagavad Gita. So Gandhi believed that non-violence was the center of his philosophy. In his book My Experiment with Truth, he writes, the Gita teaches us that true non-violence means not only refraining from violence, but also actively seeking the good of others. Like in the same that Vaishnav Jantoti ne kahi, peed padhai ja nahi rahe. So like also feeling others' pain. Now selfless service. Gandhi believed that selfless service or seva was an essential part of spiritual life. In a letter to his son, he wrote, the Gita tells us that we must perform our duty without any expectation of reward or recognition. As the Bhagavad Gita says, karmanyevadhikaratste ma paleshu kadachanam, that just work and forget about the result, because we have control on our effort, our karma, not on the result. Because it is very much lucidly explained in Bhagavad Gita when Arjun has this doubt about karma, like what that we of course knowingly and unknowingly get attached to the results. We are attached to the result, the fruit, what we are going to get. And he explained, Lord Krishna explained very well, like when you have your bow and arrow in your hand, you will have control over only bow and arrow, not on that deer which is moving around. Just focus on your karma, forget about that fruit, that result, that is not in your hands. So that is very scientifically explained. So that is the thing we should do, and unattached. Inner transformation. Gandhi believed that true change could only come from within. And the Gita's teaching on inner transformation were central to his philosophy in his book, Hind Swaraj. He writes that Gita teaches us that true freedom comes from external circumstances, not from external circumstances, but from the inner peace and contentment. Equality. Gandhi was a strong advocate for equality and saw the Gita's teaching on equality as a call to action for social reform. He wrote, the Gita teaches us that all people are equal in the eyes of God and that we must work to eradicate social and economic inequality that we see called Harijans. And not differentiating between any strata of the society, and all are equal as we are equal in the eye of nature. Nature never discriminates, so we should never feel discriminated. Now duty. Gandhi believed that each person had a duty to fulfill in life, and that this duty was not based on external factors such as caste or social status, but on one's inner calling. He saw the Gita's teaching on duty as a call to action for all people in his book. An autobiography, the story of my experiment with truth. He writes, the Gita teaches us that we must perform our duty without being attached to the outcome. We should not be attached to the outcome, just perform your duty. The influence of Ramayana and Mahabharata on the thinking and creativity of the scholars and thinkers in Russia. As I'm a teacher of Russian as a foreign language, and the writers, of course, Russian literature has contributed a lot in the world's literature. 19th century considered to be the golden era of Russian literature, and 20th is the silver era. Now, when we talk about the 19th century Russian writers like Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Chekhov, so they were all directly, indirectly influenced by the Indian philosophy, that Indian epics, Mahabharata, especially Bhagavad Gita. So one of the most notable Russian scholars who studied Ramayana and Mahabharata was Sergei Oldenburg, a Sanskritist and Indologist who translated the Mahabharata in Russian. So his translation and commentaries on these topics were widely read and influenced the development of Indology in Russia. Now the works of the Russian writers and artists. Now Rerek's, we all know Nicholas Rerekh and his clan, Svetoslav Rerekh, who was like, they all got settled in Nagar, Kulu, Himachal, and their legacy still remains in the Himachal as well as in Bangalore. They have their own estate. So like how he was so influenced by the Indian epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata, he has depicted it in his art. Krishna's thing in his paintings, which is available in the art gallery of Rerek's art gallery in Kulu, Himachal. The influence of Ramayana and Mahabharata can also be seen in the works of Russian writers like Vladimir Solovyov, which shows an influence of Indian philosophy and mythology, including the Ramayana and Mahabharata.
So he was interested in the concept of karma and dharma, which are the central themes in this epics, and he used them to develop his own philosophy of ethics. In conclusion, Ramayana and Mahabharata have had an impact on the thinking and creativity of scholars and thinkers in Russia. These epics have influenced the development of Indology and the study of Indian philosophy, as well as the works of Russian writers and artists who drew inspiration from their themes and motives. Now, Tolstoy's War and Peace, as I have discussed, Tolstoy explores the idea of selfless action through the character of Bezukhov, who becomes involved in charitable work in his novel War and Peace. After a period of disillusionment with his privileged life. Similarly, Tolstoy's novel Anna Karenina explored the idea of karma and the consequences of one's action, because even the ending of Anna Karenina is with Mine Atam Shenie I Azvostam. Vengeance is mine and I'll repay. The karma and the consequence, whatever you do, so you repay, like karma. You will get the result of that according to your work. So other Russian writers, like as I told you, like Chekhov, which are famous, like Dostoevsky's work, Bratya Karamzini, or Anton Chekhov's work, Damasa Sabachke, that how people get disillusioned, and because Chekhov was not directly influenced but indirectly by the translated versions of Bhagavad Gita that he read from German philosophers, that was reflected in his works. Especially when we talk about one of his work, that is Damasa Sabachke, the lady with the dog. The main character, Gurav, embodies the futility of human desires, who get disillusioned for temporary happiness and ultimately realizes that his desires will never be satisfied and he's left feeling empty and unfulfilled. So, in conclusion, development of this philosophy, Indology, has a great impact on the Russian writers and their works. And of course, art and music is there, performing art, like all the Indian classical dance forms we see, Kathakali, Bharatanatyam, Kuchipudi, how this Mahabharata and Ramayana is expressed with the dance forms, and also the music, classical music like Ragamala, that Krishna's Ras Leela is expressed in Ragamala, and also present day Bhajan Kirtan, that is also influenced by Mahabharata and Ramayana, and the Bhakti, that is also considered to be one of the yogas in attainment of salvation, liberation and moksha. So as a conclusion, I can say that this has continued to be relevant in the contemporary issues, and it has played a significant role in shaping Indian culture, literature, and represented literary studies in various lenses, including literary, historical, and cultural analysis. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Any observations, please?
Yeah, I know that time is taking over, so but I just want to make one observation. I personally felt like that because the epics which is mentioned here was Mahabharata and Ramayana. So if you go to these both epics, as far as I understand, both epics had a serious battles, whether it was the Ramayana or it's Mahabharata. And it's a story of these battles, and it really says that if nothing works, finally the battle works. The battle with physical battle, not necessarily the mental battle. And my point is that when these two epics are connecting to the non-violent principles of Mahatma Gandhi, so I personally feel like that it is taking too much. Because non-violence of Mahatma Gandhi does not mean that you go and directly hit and fight with somebody. No. So therefore I think it is too much outstretched in that perspective. Thank you.
I'd like to add something to this. I agree with you actually. Because as far as Oldenburg was concerned, he was an expert on Buddhism. And so, I mean, I can understand the idea of ahimsa being an influence on Russian literature, which will answer what Sir is trying to say. But I think I agree with Sir on that point, that I think it is stretching Mahabharata and Ramayana too far to say that they had a direct influence on the ideas of non-violence in Russian. I would have really liked to hear from you what were the epics or what were the Indian texts that were translated? Because you also said that the Ramayana and the Mahabharata are what the Puranas consist of. If I heard you correct. And about that, no, well, I'm sorry, but that is far from the truth. That is very far from the truth. These stories do not, I mean, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, even though we think of them as compendium texts, they do not exist everywhere. They are not all pervasive like God, you know. They go into different places, into different cultures, into different languages, and they are adapted to those languages and cultures. Another thing which I mean, it's a controversial point, I think, when you said that the Tulsi Ramcharitmanas is another version of the Ramayana. That too, I'm sorry, I cannot. That means, maybe I misheard you.
No, she said it. She did say it.
I thought I heard you say that.
Yes.
So I've been very uncomfortable since then. You know? Yeah, I mean, it isn't. You know it isn't. So that's fine. As long as, I mean, you're aware that it isn't, yeah, that's perfect. But neither are the Ramayana and the Mahabharata in the Puranas. And what I would really like to hear from you, maybe this time, maybe next time, is what actually has been translated into Russian. What actually has been translated? A whole lot has been translated. A whole lot of it has been translated, from what I understand. Yeah. So that is what actually is the interesting part. You know, the broad statements about Indian language literatures. And one of the things that I learned from Kapoor Saab first was not to use the word ancient. He said, ancient अंग्रेजी बोलती हो क्या? तो मैंने कहा नहीं sir. तो फिर ancient Indian क्यों बोलती हो? I mean, that's not only to you, that is for all of us. These are things which exist simultaneous with us all. You know? It's just a matter of words.
I have another, not related to this topic only, because I could not attend some of the topics earlier also. The textuality and orality. So, can we have oral text and can we have, I mean, texture means it can be oral also text, because all those oral traditions, when we are transferring this knowledge, that would be composed as text. It was written in, so therefore that area is now, when I am listening to all these things, textuality means written and the orality is not textuality. So this also I want to make.
We had 4 great papers here. I'll start the other way around in the sequence, as Dr. Vidushi was last. I think ma'am has said almost all the things that even I intended to say, of course, and Matthew sir made up for what was left, I guess. I remember, ma'am, I was doing my PhD and one of the texts was Passage to India by E.M. Foster, and I was reading an interview where somebody asked E.M. Foster that the notion of the boom that is there in the Malabar caves. They said people have written articles on that particular incident being from the Om of Hindu mythology, and Foster's reply I still remember. He said, "Thank you so much for the compliment, but when I wrote the text I was not even aware of the fact that there's something like Om in any mythology, so probably we have the habit of stretching things beyond the limits where we should stop." Of course, one more what ma'am said, I think representations and inspirations and influences, we need to keep this distinction very clear. Because I think most of the examples were about people who were influenced by, and even that was contested. But the idea was influencing, not representing or representing something. Of course, that was there. And she talked of Karan Gyan. Remember Kapoor sir once telling us a story, you know, he has his own way of telling stories. So he was telling us about the Gita the other day, and he said, you know, Krishna is very clever. है ना, पहले मथुरा फिर द्वारका, यूपी से गुजरात. And he said, and then when he went to Arjun, he told him everything, and Arjun was like, मजा नहीं आया, और समझाओ. Then he showed the Virat Roop. Then he told Arjun, ज्ञान अच्छा है. He says, कर्म भी अच्छा है, भक्ति तो बहुत बढ़िया है. Then Arjun was like, ठीक से समझाओ. And then he said, ज्ञान युक्त भक्ति ही कर्म है. So Arjun was left more perplexed by that. So that's one story he always tells us when he deals with the Bhagavad Gita. That's his way of doing things. But of course, I also guess that we also missed out on certain variations that are there, because I felt it was more about the values that we get from the epics than the representations or something. So I think that is one area that we could work on. Thank you. The second one was, I'm going the opposite sequence now, Dr. Neha Nagpal. That was from Orality to Textuality and Analysis of Indian Eco-Critical Thoughts vis-a-vis Indian literary writers. I think again it was a good presentation of the Indian line of thought, but I guess again she missed out, probably I'm biased here, but she missed out on one thing outside philosophy which deals with the tribal lives of people, who deal with more with the lived experiences of lives. There's an example which I often quote, and that comes from an Odia text, Paraja. It's by Gopinath Mohanty. And the protagonist is a character called Sukrujani, and two incidents happen with him. One is his wife dies, a tiger kills her. And the other incident is where he's asked not to cut trees. And he's perplexed. Not at the idea that his wife died, of course he's sad, but he understands that that's the life that comes with living in the forests. He simply cannot get to terms with the idea that suddenly, when they knew how to live in the trees and they knew how to cut them and handle it, why are they being asked not to do that? So we have a very rich culture that goes outside the, of course, not taking anything away from the mainstream philosophy, but there is something always present in the alternative modes of thought, which are kind of bogged down, suppressed when we look at the mainstream too much. So probably that is one area we could work on, when the grandness needs to be countered a bit. And of course, tribals also takes me to the botanicals of maybe Australia and other places. I was hearing the other day there was a test match between Australia and New Zealand, I guess, and they opened it by a tribal person. I forgot the name of the tribe. And this is what he said. He said, this is our land. We respect it. We talk softly. We walk softly on it. That's something I think sums up the entire eco-critical discourse without getting too much into theories. So probably that is one aspect that could be also be looked into. The third one was Dr. Chitralekha, Bhagavad Gita, Relevance in Present Day Life. Of course, it's a guiding beacon, I guess, nobody can question that. One thing she said once was that it's a religious book of the Hindus, to which I partially disagree. I believe in Kapoor's statement here, it's a knowledge text, and we should look at it that way, rather than placing it into the Hindu or the Sanatana Dharma for that matter. That is one thing we could do. And I believe the selfless karma we were talking about, I think even Krishna did not skip the repercussions of his actions when he was cursed by Gandhari. And he accepted that, because when he's here, he needs to face the consequences of his actions, which I think is one of the ways to look at the Bhagavad Gita. Your actions will always lead to certain repercussions which you need to deal with eventually. So that was one thing, and I think as far as Gita is concerned, I was actually reminded of Jagan, the vendor of sweets. We almost all are like Jagan there. The do char cheezein sun li, we hear a couple of things from the Gita, and then we go to telling everyone that we have read the Gita. Then it comes to practicing it. But of course, the positive side is it also shows we have the potential to follow it. It just depends on us if we do that or not. The first paper was Sthal Puran as a genre, translating the home city. Of course, that was a lovely one, telling of the local cultures. I think what Matthew sir said, I think language, even without getting into two different languages, is still bilingual, because it deals one with the grammatical aspects, the other with the social or the cultural aspects. The language is determined by that. And that almost makes it bilingual simultaneously, even if it's one specific language. And Ajit sir also asked a question about the things, and I remember, I think, I can think of three basic sections of these kinds of Sthal Purans. One, of course, is where the connect is mythical, she was telling, and I belong to Himachal. I remember there are a lot of stories where we know wahan pe Pandavs aaye the. There's a stone there, a big one, it's called the Bhim. It's near Jinjali, where we have Shikari Devi temple, and you know that actually, I can't answer it how, but it actually moves only when you use your little finger. Any other finger it won't move. I've tried that. The story goes, it was thrown by it was thrown by Bhim through that, and it landed at that particular place, a huge one. And of course Shikari Mata, which again connects to the mythical story that the Pandavas established the temple there. But the real connect is as well there. The hunters used to go out, and so they kept stories and they made a temple there. Then there are stories related to real life, like Kulantpeet is the actual name of Kulu. That's the end of the habitable world. Once you cross Kulu, you enter a land of complete barrenness. That's Lahore area, basically. Similarly, Manuale, I guess everyone knows that, is Manali. The name before that was Dana Bazar. But that was the place, it was a part of the Silk Route. So people used to collect all the food and things for themselves and for their animals to start the journey from there on. So names also come, Sthal Puran, they are stories that actually are based on real things, something that identifies, something that answers a lot of questions for them. Like Renuka Lake in Nahan, they tell us it's the shape of a lady. There's a story behind that. So it connects it to those reasons behind things that have happened. So I believe it's less of beliefs and more of answering, again, what I said. It's just a way of looking at their world. That's what Sthal Purans actually do. And of course, it gives them a sense of belongingness. Ma'am said she's trying to find out how much she belongs there. I believe I'm trying to find out how much more I belong to it. That, I think, is one thing I look at. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words. Now, I would like to request Professor Ashok, Director IQAC, to facilitate Dr. Himanshu. Sir, please.
Okay, sir.
There are two things to it here. एक तो भगवद गीता is like बहुत बोल लिया अभी पढ़ भी ले. And the second is मोटे अक्षर वाली है. चश्मे की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. आराम पढ़. ये उठाना है क्या? No, I've come by bus. I don't know how I'm going to manage it. Okay, sir. बस में रख के ले जाऊँगा ना. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sir.